Hello, hello everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being here today. Happy Tuesday. Wait, my anxiety goes to a billion. Yeah, I don't know. I went to Austin for an event,
AnneMunition is my favorite streamer
and
on Citadel.
I've been like on and off, feeling on and off. So yesterday I like didn't feel super good, but I did a lot of cleaning, which was great. While Fromage has been gone, I started watching some episodes of Hoarders, and that kicks my like desire to clean into just overdrive. And so yesterday I cleaned. I was cleaning light switches. I was cleaning that like piece of wood that goes along the floor. I was like, I can't. I don't know how people live like that. The baseboards, yeah. I was dusting. I dusted like the window things and um okay, so today I miss playing FPS games and I miss playing Siege. But for me to play Siege, I need to remember how to shoot things. And it's been a while since I've played any kind of FPS games. I mean, technically Cyberpunk is kind of an FPS, but it's not really, you know. I don't know how long it's been since I played like a competitive FPS game. Uh it's been a while. Yeah. Let's see. Nova, come on. It is so early. I am not feeding you. Um
Nice. Wake up, it's 2015 again.
yeah, right. In the last 180 days, I've played 54 hours of Overwatch. I played 9 hours of Hell Let Loose. And that's it. 4 hours of Hyenas, which also are they just like what is going on with Hyenas? Did they just like what the cat doing? She's trying to I think she wants to sit on my lap actually. They canceled it, right? They like completely canceled it. They didn't just delay it. They actually canceled it. I am not giving you any more. No. You're not getting anything. Stop that. It's DOA. That sucks. Nova, no. No. You either relax or I don't know, go somewhere else, but I'm not giving you any food. You already had enough today. So in the past year, I've played 209 hours of Tarkov and 148 of Overwatch, but 30 hours of Siege. Anyways, so it's been a while. It's been a while. And if VP loses this map that they're on currently, which they're up 5-4, but if they lose, then Wolves are going to be playing soon, so I don't want to start playing any Siege until I feel like I can play. Kind of. I don't know. I'm going to be like Ultra Copper. Face, thanks for the 8-year resub. Louvre, thank you for the 105-month resub. Cravita, thank you for the 41 months. Welcome back. Circuit, thanks for the 105 months. Kelby, thank you for the 6. And 030, or it kind of looks like Oregon. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the armory. Have some hamburgers. Okay, so Aim Labs has changed a lot since I last played. And I don't know. I actually don't know what all my siege settings are either. This music is horrible and I hate it. Where's OBS? There it is. So I don't know if maybe I should open up Siege to see what my like I need to check what my settings are. My like game settings. And I don't know how we do that. I know what my basic settings are, but there's more complex settings. I don't even know how to find that. Controls, here we go. Because I know it's 1212. I'm not 100% certain what my FOV is. There's just like a whole bunch of question marks for me with that. What the fuck is this? What is that? Oh, you can't see that. What? Oh, because it's doing game capture. I'm sorry. I thought it was on display capture. Look, this thing. The fuck is this? Why do they put so much effort into the Halloween skins? The Halloween skins are always just crazy and terrifying. Optimizing shaders. Brushing off the dust. Opening Rainbow Six Siege for the first time in several months. It's gotta optimize its shaders first. Okay, how do I music choice? Oh. How do I Why don't I hear it when I change it? Oh, maybe we have to do... Okay. On my neck. It's intense. Okay, is Siege opening? What's going on? Oh, there you go. Allow access. Come on! Wait, that's the one I just did. Okay, whatever. Frost update. Okay. Halloween is over. There's too much sound right now. Oh boy, my brain. Okay. Let's see. I gotta translate my settings from Siege into Aim Labs. So, let's see. Controls. Great. Both? Wait, how does it do manual and automatic at the same time? What do you mean as needed? How could it possibly be both? Okay, let's see. This is all right. Okay, my FOV is 85. I was right on that one. $12.12. Oh god, do I have to put these in there? Does it even exist in here? 85. Yep, it does. ADS field of view. So is that's happening automatically? Okay. I don't know why I set these numbers the way they were. It's probably whatever Fromage told me to do. $58. This is going to be really annoying to switch back and forth. 98, 99, 100. What? Fucking hell. There's not even... Some of these don't even exist in... Do they? Wait, which things are going to be 5x? What's 5x? Glass, maybe, I guess? 4 is 101. I don't think this is going to matter for like 1%. What was it? 120 something? Not like I ever play Cali or Glass anyways. Oops. 156. I don't know. I'm just putting it like close to whatever it is. The main thing that matters is this one, and I just wanted to make sure that this was no controller save. Okay. All right. So what do we play here? Which one of these things do we try? Can quit that now. There's like Aim Labs and then Valorant Aim Labs. Training. Okay, there we go. So these are all the siege ones. Advancing through Oregon. Trains your visual detection abilities. Measures how much information you can retain. Interesting. 6-shot, 1.5. I don't know. Just start one, I guess. I have no idea what's going on. Click to begin. Oh. Ooh. Okay. That is not my sensitivity. I feel like this is going to be less helpful to me than if I just play Siege and play like T-Hunt or whatever they call it now. 12, 12, 85. Oh, maybe it's this ADS profile. Or yeah, what? Now this set this to 156. Okay, I don't know how this menu works then, because that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't do individual settings for each fuck, what was it then? 56, I think. For each individual thing. Yeah, I don't feel like this is gonna help me actually. The more I'm like doing this, I'm just like, I feel like this is gonna be better for me to just play Siege. I don't know how this helps with like, I guess it's just your like initial shot, but even with, like the recoil feels wrong and everything. I could feel maybe if like the one that's like Oregon and stuff, but then like why not just play customs or like the Tarot Hunt or whatever. I don't want to do that. I don't like it. Maybe we'll do more of that later, but this match is so close. It's so stressful. I can't tell if this map is the game starting. I clicked it and it just didn't do anything. Sorry, I am struggling today. I click the play button and nothing happens. Oh, there it goes. Okay, finally. I just want to play like the terrorist hunt, or I guess they don't call it terrorist hunt anymore. TDM, although not TDM against other people. Get put into so you get put into a room with an absolutely identical clone of yourself, including memories and all. Only one of you can leave. How would you defeat yourself? Do I have to kill? Does like one of us have to die? In order to like, how do you get out? Only one of you can leave, but who decides that? How do we? How does one leave? Okay, how do we play? Training. Shooting range, training grounds, engage AI opponents in missions. Play Lone Wolf. Face your opponents alone for a greater challenge. Oh, there's different game modes. Okay, that's what I was looking for. It's like... oh, I don't get to choose? What? Why don't I get to choose? Who do we play? Who do I see everyone playing these days? Iana and Finka. Although I guess not Finka with the LMG anymore. They got the LMG sucks now. I don't understand why I'm trying to like, can I choose the map that I'm playing? There are so many operators now. I don't know how like 5 of them work at least.
Eliminate the terrorists.
Who are these people? Who are you? Oh boy. This feels like old times. Oh my god, they throw flashes.
Cover me!
They throw flashes now. That's wild. I don't know how New House works. I don't know where— oh.
Move out! Get into place!
So there's this doorway here. Oh, that ends. It's a dead end. Okay. Oh yeah, and then they changed the reload. That's one thing I'm really gonna have to remember. That's one of the biggest changes that they made, was that if you interrupt your reload, like let's say I've got 31 bullets, and I try to see how it doesn't actually finish the reload. So you can't like, you can't animation cancel on it anymore. Hello? So you have to like make sure that you finish your reload.
Enemy contact! Reload before contact!
Here's C4. So many people banned due to cheating. Does this still have a... Does this go outside? Yeah, okay. This is all the same, kind of. More or less. They're just like shuffling their feet or what? Tried to bounce it off the door and I missed.
Get into position, be ready for anything. First floor, hostile movement.
I only have 13 bullets left. 7 enemies remaining. Okay. You lose your bullets too? Wait, really? That's why I don't have ammo anymore? Oh yeah, it just like goes away. Interesting. Cool. Wait, what? Somebody went in there. I like how the AI move around and stuff now. And they are actually like, well, I don't know why they have 14,000 deployable grenade things. What are they called? Shields. Why do they have so many deployables?
Eliminated.
Yeah, you just kind of like drop the mag on the ground if you interrupted. Okay, so I want to play on the new maps. I think if I change my matchmaking settings, hopefully, or something. For training grounds. Okay, so let's see, new consulate.
Nice.
Coastline's out. Theme Park's out. Night Haven. Those are the two like newest ones that I see people playing more often. And then let's turn house off. Okay. That. Training grounds. One more. Got it. New consulate. Oh god, it comes down to a 7-7. Only for training ground stuff. You can't do it for...
Nice.
Not for, like, online matchmaking. Yeah.
Eliminate the terrorists.
And you can turn off, like, different, game modes in case you want to just... Like this, I just want to play elimination. I want to play the new maps because I think they're pretty popular in Pro League, and so I need to know... I need to learn the layout of them because these are different for me. So, hatch there. It's all soft. Wolves match will be after this one, so if BDS win this round, then they'll be in about 20 minutes. Otherwise, this game has to go to map 3.
Nice.
People arrive.
Okay, so you can't really stand on these. Just throw stuff over that. This floor is soft. Yeah, this floor is soft. It's like gray flooring is all soft. SI will be in February. Right, this is the main lobby. Yeah, that'll be in, it should be in February in Brazil. Actually, they've already started selling tickets and everything, so I think it's, I've heard that it's sold out. Okay, so that one goes there, spiral. familiarize myself with where everything is. So this goes all the way through.
Got your six!
There's somebody on my left.
Stop, I gotta reload!
You got a what? Thanks for telling me. Okay, this is piano. Yellow stairs. Oh god. Yellow stairs. Oh, BDS just won. So that means that Wolves will be on next in about 20 minutes or so. Poor VP. I was really hoping they were gonna win. It's always BDS, I know. Alright, what is this? Closet? Expo, piano, expo. This whole thing is expo. There's a hatch there. This leads into that hallway. I should. Oh! God, what the hell?
Got contact!
They were so close. Both matches were so close. Okay, this is lounge. Lounge is where the front desk is. Lobby. Lounge. Expo. This hallway. I should bring a character that has soft distraction so I can. I'm lost. I know. That's why I'm just walking around trying to be like, okay, that's where this is. That's where this is. Because then if I have to play this like versus actual people, I won't feel quite so lost. This is Yellow Stairs. This is from the old map. Yellow Stairs goes down to basement. There used to be a soda machine here and a door. They moved the door over a little bit. Now there's like this little mini room here. This goes outside. The garage is still here, but they've made the garage like tiny now. And then there's like this. How long have it's been? I mean, it's been months since I've like played this game with any regularity. That's for sure. I still feel like my. Oh, I can't tell. So there's like this garage, which I think if I go out there, it counts as me as outside, but I'm not certain. Can I go through here? No, this is cut off. Okay. Yeah, they made it into like these two mini garages. So there's that one. Oh, okay, so that one's considered outside. So now you have to defend this thing. There used to be the van there, you know? Now there's not. So this is garage. I've never aimed at anything a day in my life. Holy shit. So, garage, locker hallway, lockers, kitchen, cafeteria. Last Siege stream was in March? Holy shit. Okay. Cafeteria, construction, security. It's been a little bit, yeah. Where's that go? Okay, there's still a long hallway here. There's still the hatch there. Window. to servers. Oh, there's stairs in here. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Shit, I really am gonna have a problem with that. I'd always try to start sprinting when my character is still finishing their reload. It's not gonna be good. It's gonna mess me up at least once. At least more than once. Okay, so servers is here now. Has this into the hallway. This goes up to tellers. Okay. Oh, no, I'm lost. Where the hell am I? Okay, so that's the hallway. That goes up to tellers. This is copy room, storage room. Oh my god, there's so many small little rooms in here. There's so many. Copy, storage, server, tellers. Where the where does this go? Electrical? What? Oh my god. What is this? What is this little tiny room? It's like not even anything. What are you? You're just like this little baby room? What's outside? This is why I need a character with soft destruction so I can see out. Oh my god. Okay. This little emergency exit. This is cute. And that leads to server. Yeah, that's behind. Okay, and there's the hatch. This is consulate. Yeah, this is the reworked consulate. And this is back in security. Great. Spiral has this weird shape to it now. Okay, perception. I am gonna be so lost. Holy shit. Okay, perception. Ooh, that's a long hallway now. Break room. And all these walls are like open on the top too. Copy room.
Three enemies remaining.
Wow, this is... Yeah, this is weird. But yeah, there's a lot of like small rooms and then things that have... They're open on the top like that. Oh, they're all gonna run at me now. You both start reloading.
Four eliminated.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I feel kind of lost. There's a lot of just really small rooms that try to figure out where they all lead to and how they all connect, because then of course it's, you know, that's the thing with Siege, is that it's not just the room that you're in, it's the room that it leads to on all four sides, top and bottom. So it's like, which of these has soft destruction underneath, which of these have soft destruction above, which of these, you know. And then this is Night Haven. This is like the most brand new most brand new map. 22-0. My KDR is nuts.
Eliminate the terrorists.
Set the terrorist hunt to defuse bomb, that way it won't end if you kill every enemy. That's a good call, actually. Alright. I have no idea where anything is on this map. This is gonna be... Like with Consulate, I at least kind of... With Consulate, I kind of knew where stuff was, but not with this. This is brand new. What am I hearing? Okay, so this is outside. Oh my fucking god. It's not a softball.
Nice.
Oh, Jesus Christ, his body. Man, now we have the, like, they have a little pogo stick when they die. It used to be raptor legs, and I miss raptor legs. You guys remember raptor legs? On the kill cam, everybody's, like, knees would be bending the wrong direction. That was funny. Okay, so what are you? This little... That's soft, right? Yeah. Ooh. Okay. This is a lot of soft everything. Everything is soft here.
The way outsiders perceive me is of no consequence. I live on my own terms, and my agents can relate to that. I remove obstacles, as any good leader should. It is neither empathy nor manipulation. It is practical. A distracted agent cannot be expected to reach their potential.
What? Who's talking?
Night Haven, Site Notes 07 recording.
Oh, it's Kali. Oh, that makes sense. And then there's all these books about...
Understand that the cold front Anya puts on is simply her way of...
Oh, I thought it said PTSD, but it's BTSD.
She is
Or is it PTSD?
passionate and reliable.
It sounds like she's reading an audiobook, but I guess it's because she's, like, dictating meeting notes or something. I am not gonna know where anybody is in this map. This one I'm just gonna have to play. I have no frame of reference for where stuff is.
We have been
Thought I killed that
eliminated.
first one. Jason, thanks for the 45 months. Katie, what's up? Thanks for the 46-month resub. Hiren, thank you for the 91 months. Lady Arena Dragon, thanks for the 94-month resub. Houston, thanks for the 57-month resub. Shashanka, thank you for the 58 months. Coley, thank you for the 42-month resub. Appreciate it, thank you. Sus aim on that guy, yeah. He's cheating. He's a cheater, I'm sure. 3 minutes to next match. I guess
Eliminate
maybe they're
all
gonna do
hostiles.
the talking thing first. I don't think this works against the... I don't know if they've updated that. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I'm too overwhelmed. Slow down. Hang on. Give me a second. I was checking to see if my reload actually worked. Because I thought I canceled it. How does that guy work? Okay, so it's not good enough for making rotates. And you only get one? That's kind of crazy.
We've got
What? That's weird. Oh, what the heck? Can you go in here? No. Okay. This goes outside. CC stairs. What is CC? Drones can? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, yep. Oh, that's annoying. You can't get it up onto the second level then? Jump high enough. Someone threw impacts up there during the tourney. Yeah, probably, because people just like, if you just set your drone back here. It's not like anyone's gonna see it. Okay, so this is command center. Oh, that's what it is. Command center stairs. And this is servers. And this is electrical again. Okay, so this makes a little loop. Connector. Meeting room. These are stairs over here. What stairs are these? Lobby stairs? Okay. Meeting room. Connector. Okay, so it doesn't loop all the way around. What does it? Let's see. Connector. Meeting room. Meeting room. No. It's outside. This is... Oh, they're getting set up. Let's find these last 10 enemies and then we'll switch over. Electrical, servers, command center, what is this? IT. Warehouse, this is where we started. Hear them. These are CC stairs? Yeah, okay. Oh, there's more stairs. Oh, it goes down! There's a whole basement. Okay. Hello? It's above me, I think. Oh, nope, just kidding. Maybe he was downstairs and he was coming up from downstairs. Or, I don't know. Stairs are all the way over here, so probably not. There, little cabby. I was just thinking about it. He didn't actually want to put it down, he was just wondering what it might be like if he thought about it for a second. There's no door there. So that's... Animus? What do you mean Animus active?
Here they come!
Hostiles remaining.
Jesus. Exosuit. Okay, I gotta remember that the point fire in this game is real bad. No ammo. There's an Animus bed in there? Alright. Oh god, my stress levels. That makes sense since it's Ubisoft. Rainbow Six Siege. I want to die. Why is it so hard to find Rainbow Six? Browse. There it is.
Captain Marvel.
Oh, shut up. GK's chose Nighthaven, Wolves picked Skyscraper again, and then Oregon Decider.
Okay. And also GK's best map is Clubhouse. So they've had to ban 2 of those and just let GK pick whichever one they feel Wolves are weakest on. They've gone for the Nighthaven, not a surprise. However, the trade-off for doing that is that Wolves have been able to navigate a map pick of Skyscraper, which is their number 2 map preference, and a map pick of Oregon, which is their number 1 map preference. So all in all, I would expect this to go 3 maps, because based on Wolves not being that great on Skyscraper, on Nighthaven, but get it done over 3.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a respectful thing of each team is going to win their map that they decide, but what it's really going to come down to is who's going to start out the strongest and who's going to really start bringing that tenacity and ferocity that both these teams can bring. But what I'm curious on Wolves is Mowgli going to be bringing that, because Mowgli has stepped up massively. And when I look at Mowgli, he has had 44 opening engagements, winning 26 of those, losing 18 on them. That's insane. Running into 44 people throughout this, sure, he's had more games, but that's a lot of people to be running into.
He's in absolutely everything. Most kills, most deaths, most entry kills, and most entry deaths in the league.
He's Mr. Do It All.
If there's action, he is involved in it.
Solely from a storyline perspective, consider that this is 2 play-in teams now fighting with an opportunity to go to main stage. Because we have a pretty good split between teams that just came straight in, went to phase 2, didn't have to worry about play-ins, and the teams that had to use those additional 2 days in order to qualify. Right now, it's a very even split in terms of who's already qualified. We get another guaranteed play-in team. So I think there really is something to the notion of if you play more games, you're clearly in a better state when you go to the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, you want more reps. Like, regardless what you do in scrims, regardless what you do in dry runs, the reps of the actual matches that are serious, that are important, those always help with team chemistry. So in my mind, Wolves could run away with this just for that simple fact.
All right. I think you both are confident about a map 3. So I think casters are going to have to really sink their teeth into what's going to be a pretty long one. It's Parker and Pengu with the call.
Not just me. We brought our child, Jesse J. Chick, along
Our
for the
child.
ride. For the TriCast. Jesse, welcome.
Thank you, Parker. I'm very excited to be here. I saw
Parker's
everybody
hair
getting
is
involved.
so
Jack was
long.
in. We saw Laxing, Fox, even Titan got to do a TriCast. So I said, you know what? I want to jump in.
Yeah, we let Stats Boy in.
We do.
Stats
He's gonna crunch
boy.
numbers and talk statistics, and then Parker and I
let
can talk about the
Stats
actual
boy
game
in.
ahead and have some more fun with those things. And
I have a good
Wolves, not the
feeling. I had a
matchup
good
I
feeling.
expected, to be honest, here for elimination, but here we are.
The first day of the best of
I'm
3,
gonna talk about 80%
I had a
of the
good
time.
feeling.
Okay, good.
If that's all right.
Yesterday, I had
feel
a
like
good
that's
feeling
what's been
today.
established in previous TriCasts.
I'm putting that out in the
Yeah.
universe.
Also, I'm glad that the intro
I
went over because I
believe.
could hear production laughing.
I feel good.
We did not plan this at all. This came together at the last second, and we're like, what if we were all just like a bunch of bobbleheads? And then I hear production just start to laugh, and they're like, we're going to come to you. Phenomenal stuff.
We got some operator bands going on in.
We do. We're going to Night Haven Labs first.
We've got some history on this as well. Wolves.
They played well versus
previously,
D+,
this
they
map
played well
twice. They banned
versus
first
M80.
Ace, then the Maverick. Both going to be possible. Glass coming through. We saw some Glass in North America when this map was played a couple of times. We saw him on the basement bomb site. Can be quite strong, obviously, for some of those rush takes. GK last time they played here, I believe they banned a Sledge. And they'll also change it up. So I like this. Teams are definitely reading into their opponents. They've been VOD reviewing, a lot of footage out for these two squads. So I think there's been some good history going on here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you go further into a tournament, that you can look at, okay, what did they do domestically before the event? Now it's about what have they been doing throughout Phase 1 and Phase 2 so far. And also for GK, it's their first best of 3
Okay,
series
so
because they made
Fromash
it
told me
from
that
Phase
it's
1,
Belling.
and, I mean, sure, domestically they played best of
I
Phase
think
before,
it's
but at this event,
Bellingo.
it's their first best of 3 series, whereas Wolves, they've been going through the last 2
I need
days.
to
They've been
look it
winning out clean 2-0s.
Yeah, Solus also a brand new ban. Fenrir was banned the one time GK played this map. That was, of course, earlier in this tournament against BDS. Massive upset win for GK. That was a 7-3 game. They were looking very strong in that one.
Dude,
and Wolves, you know, they
I
had a bit
thought it
more
was when he
mixed
scored a
results on
goal
Night
that they
Haven.
said that?
Obviously, 2 matches here in
Oh,
Atlanta
it's
Major,
this, I think.
7-4 over Bliss.
I don't know,
a
it's some
7-1
meme video.
loss to the Sonics. But of course, they were on that bit of a
And that's
rough
why they're
start to the
T-posing
Swift stage. 7-1,
as well,
7-1 the first 2 games, and
I
they've
don't
been on a
know.
comeback ever since.
I think it's this, but it's...
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time you and I are casting a
I
Munition?
don't know what it is.
I don't think we
But it's some like
also,
meme
I
video
don't
that they're
believe- also,
referencing,
my
and that's
first
why
time
they
too.
keep yelling it.
I feel like we didn't cast Falcons in Copenhagen.
No, I don't think we did.
And I don't think we've casted GK so far. I guess, Jesse, it's your first time.
Yeah, don't leave me out of this. Come on now.
Last time you casted was in the NAL when we were
With
in.
you, I think.
It's been a long week.
So sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It was
That was a good time, though.
It was.
That's when there were a rash of absences. I believe Nick was off in Barbados on vacation.
Sure, yeah.
Enjoying some margaritas on the beach.
Okay.
I think so.
And
You're also gone for a day or 2.
I had visa issues.
Go orange.
Yeah.
I also had those at one point.
Sports.
That's correct.
That was tough.
You did. You also went to Barbados.
I did.
To
yeah.
get your visa.
Strange how that works. You
People
wouldn't
are
expect it to be
playing
the
a
United States,
really
but hey, that's how it
aggressive
goes
position.
sometimes.
It is always a treat to be able to lend our voices, though, to regions that we don't typically cover. It's one of the beautiful things of these international events. And while we might be experts on
How are
North
Wolves always
America, as
orange?
all 3 of us work on the
I
North
don't know,
American podcast, we have, of
It
course,
just
been given
comes
our
down to
first
like the
cast as a
map bans and stuff like that.
cast to do it with no
Nice.
NA teams because all of them are eliminated.
Good start.
P4 gets the very
Don't peek
first
it.
pick.
He
It's
knows
being
you're there.
eliminated. It's Trickst gone
So
off
saying
the
he's
board.
playing a really
First, the
aggressive
buck
position there.
unsuccessful on the entry, and
they
there's a
got that.
follow-up, though. As P4 is caught out by Hesham.
And I think if you're GK right now, you just want that early momentum, get comfortable in this server up against Wolves, and kind of set the tone for this best of 3
It's like
to
they end
come.
up if they end up
GK
on the
in their
defense
matchup,
first, then
I
they're
think pretty spread out,
orange. I
pretty
don't know.
aggressive in your face style of siege, and it seems like with Lido coming as a sub here, he is the current IGL. The
You know what
in-game
sucks
leader
is
for the
how
team. He
early
says,
they're
you know what, guys,
playing.
just do your thing.
Because
take
they
these
they
positions and play
played
your own game. And
at,
right now playing the exact kind of role
like
lurk on the map,
midnight
but find
2
that
days in a
opening
row, and now they're
Yeah,
playing
last time that we
in
saw
like the
GK
early
on this map,
afternoon.
They played this 4 times. They were 100% win rates.
Nice.
Mowgli deciding
Nice job,
that it
Mowgli.
really do be his own with 2 kills inside
Good
of the site.
momentum.
leading
I want
the
him to
show him as the
play-
last 2 remaining for GK with just a little bit over a minute and a half to go.
Play
Mowgli's
well.
been their best player so far through
Yeah.
these play-ins. When they made
Because he
this
needs-
comeback, it
he
was
needs
all
to
because of
be-
Mowgli. He went absolutely insane yesterday.
Okay, it
and the
wasn't
day
all
before.
because of
Started off
Mowgli.
The big 2K on
All
this
right,
really
it was
roam-heavy
team effort
defense
which
from the
enabled
Wolves.
Mowgli.
mean, if he gets 2 kills in the first round already with more to come possibly, that's exactly what Wolves, they want to start things off. Beebo's had a tough time, but if Mowgli's there, that doesn't really matter. Nate goes up, it goes wide, the dead shot stays alive on the catwalk rafters, and he cannot be cleared from this
the thing is,
position.
GK
So
have been playing around this time, so it's like normal for them. Meanwhile, Wolves have had to get up much earlier than they did the previous 2 days.
Suggests that Noodle might get a bit aggressive. There's not a lot remaining.
Deadshot's being really.
They've only got
I was gonna say he's being
smoke, but
really
hey,
disciplined here, but
that
he
shot onto Deadshot, leaving
finally peeked them.
up for Wolves, who
He
just
peeked a
sitting
little
right
bit
out
too
the final
early.
minute of action.
Just chilling in the site right now.
There's
50
2 of them,
seconds.
and the
Obviously,
site's
GK
even
can
like
take their
downstairs,
time
so
with
he
this.
could
They're
have
gonna
waited
use
a
it
lot
on
longer, I
pushback.
think,
There's 2v3.
before he
Diffuse kit
tried to
is
peek
down inside
that.
of the basement. They can drop the hatch, pick it up, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Approaching now with 40 seconds. They are playing pretty spread apart. You have
He
Noodle on the
needed,
north side,
if he
Rashawn
had more
just jumping in the
discipline
south
on that,
right
he
now.
would have had the flank angle on them.
Super shorty above is something we've seen time and time again on the variety of labs played here in Atlanta. Open up those sight lines. Have one person play coverage while you go to get that diffuser down. It'll be a precarious position, though. GK have not picked up the case yet. Hasham is nearby. Instead, he'll go for kills. Mowgli a third. No fourth to be had as Noodle shuts him down.
12
who will be
seconds.
stopped and slowed down by this goo mine.
10 seconds remaining.
He has to
Time very
plant.
much on the shoulders of
He
Wolves
starts
right
planting
now. as
now.
Noodle
He has
attempts
to.
plant,
There's no. He
baiting
doesn't
it
have any
out.
time.
Wolves looking to engage as Bibu gets softened up, but ultimately
nice,
the clock
nice.
will give the round to them. Shinka in the final moments gets the pick, but the round is over anyway. Successful first round by Wolves.
His face. 2 versus 1, sitting back, waiting.
His fucking
One of
face.
you sprint in, take the fight. If he's planting, you get the kill. If he doesn't, you might die for it, but you still got that 1 versus 1 with just 2 seconds left on the clock. It's a guaranteed round victory for Wolves because they played it with discipline. When it came to the side of GK, just a little bit too spread apart. The traits weren't really there for them.
Yeah, first round, I think the early round going heavily in the favor of Wolves really helped them out. Obviously, we talked about Mowgli having 2 big picks throughout that. He also ended up going down in that round, and funnily enough, that is Mowgli's 100th death throughout the Atlanta Major. So far, he has the most deaths of any player in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Now, is that just because Wolves have played pretty
Yeah, they have
much
the
every
most
round
maps
humanly
played.
possible?
Yes, he also has the most kills.
Yeah.
And the most opening kills.
okay.
And the most opening deaths.
Okay. He's leading in many ways. I mean, when you play the role that Mowgli does, you are first in bats.
Wolves have played
to
like
get
more
the kill
rounds
or
than
to
any other
get
team at this
kills or
tournament.
2, and that's kind of we
Pretty
see
sure
teams with
at this
stylistic
point.
differences where a team like Darkseer, for example, Troy, he's kind of like
10 seconds left
semi-entry
before
on
insertion.
attack, roaming on defense, and that's become the norm where the IGL, the leader of the
5
team, will go in first. He dies, he then call from the grave and say, guys, go over here, hold those angle,
Attacker's
set this up
objective
this
is to
way.
locate a
Mowgli
bomb
is
and
not
defuse it.
necessarily direct leader for Wolves, but he is a big vocal voice in the team to the Bibu and the rest of the squad to make things happen. So when he dies, he can hop on cameras, maybe make some good decisions for his team and still lead them from the grave.
We got a top floor defense coming through from Wolves. They brought the Bandit to try to keep that IT wall closed. They've got P4 and the Valkyrie currently lurking, looks like downstairs inside of kitchen and dining. Going to be in a powerful position maybe to stop any pushes coming in through the meeting side. He's got Mowgli up above him to try to coordinate as well. Seen a lot of European teams really trying to coordinate with a big duo strat over on that northeast side of the map. Might be where we see GK pushing actually. They're starting to open the connector wall now.
You see P4, I knew there was intel somewhere because the wall bang is a little bit too clean there, and the downside of no solos is it's hard to find the cameras, and he falls in the battle to Noodle.
Yeah, great pickup there. We saw how that was going to be an important roam coming through from P4, and they go through the basement just to shut that down. They were lurking down there at the very beginning of the round. They find P4. It's an excellent start. That should be the majority of the bottom floor taken control for from DK now.
Yeah, when you play this kind of operator style with like the Ying, the Finger, the Thatcher, this is pretty good for the side setup. So finding an early kill on the attack inside to also clear the row means that Geekin now in a fantastic position, quite frankly. And they got more to work with.
Yeah, they're droning.
Good intel on leader. Grenade from below does not work out. We're approaching the halfway point.
Is that even a soft floor? It looked like it didn't even
with GK having the
blow
upper
up.
hand. They've got a little bit more time at their disposal before they can really sink their teeth into this. Bandit tricking going, and well, at least one bandit battery went down, but BB picked the wrong side as it gets opened up by leader. And GK have a very valuable set of tools at their disposal. Also, Deadshot
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know the map well enough. That's why I'm like.
Yeah, and Bibu just didn't have a second bandit batch, so couldn't put it down, and things are kind of getting worse also here. As walls open up, lost the members, nades from below flying across the floor here. Very, very wide nade, doesn't find anything. They got so much time to work with. A full minute, finger stims goes through, still EMPs in pocket. GK, masterful round here.
Mowgli, big 2K potentially finds the first frag.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was sloppy. Nova's like, I'm out of here.
How do those look first numbers, Jesse?
That was sloppy, but it worked. I don't care.
Wow. What analysis. So good for you.
I don't care if
kills
they
equals
were
better?
the
Who knew?
sloppiest kills
Noodle
I've
and
ever
Michelle,
seen.
again in a similar position.
They were kills.
Noodle had picked up
Good
some
job,
relatively
Mowgli.
impactless kills in the
that was
previous
close.
round. Working alongside his teammate.
Should not have
They've
worked,
got
but
not
it
a lot
did.
of time left. And it was the undoing of Wolves in the previous round, despite the final kill coming for
Mowgli's super low,
Wolves.
though, so
The
he needs
clock
to be
would have given
careful.
the round to them anyway. Well, the same predicament
They have to plan.
unfold. Do we find GK in that same set of circumstances? An even slower push towards the site as Hashom dies. Noodle
Nice.
has a good
Nice
read,
job,
but it's
guys.
Bibu to pop up and get the final two. Wolves starting out with 2 rounds in a row.
Love that patience in the 3v2. We saw a very similar round actually when Dark Zero played against the Sonics a couple of days ago, and we saw a similar situation where DZ were trying to push in mostly from the south side. They had Rafters, they had IT, but they just couldn't get anything going because of the strong positions being held. One person prone behind the desk inside of the west bomb site, another player east inside of electrical. So it really was a difficult spot to try to push into. Without that pinching coming through, it just didn't feel like there was enough pressure coming forward from GK. I liked the early bottom floor clear. They obviously did a really good job of finding out those players. It took some time, but I think that's fine if you're getting that 2-man advantage. The problem is when Mowgli's in the server, he likes to do Mowgli things. We've seen him throughout the tournament so far, getting up, yelling for his team, bringing that energy. I think we're starting to see that again from Wolves.
The same thing with Bibu, very, very loud in the server today.
Chris Hughes, thanks for 79 month
You're right, but if
resub.
you're geeky, you should expect Mowgli to make those kinds
Polito,
of
thank you for the
quote-unquote hero
21
plays,
months.
and this might
D-Tabs,
be
thanks
one
for
of
the
the weaknesses
42
that
month
GK
resub,
have.
and
They
Sunday,
play
thanks for
quite
the
splitting the
42
attack
months.
inside typically, and usually it's how they get their opening kills, it's how they get map control, and it's how they find those early advantages. But then,
there's
they
gonna
don't
be
play
an
close
ad.
enough together
Can I
later
snooze
on
it?
when you get yourself in a 5 versus 3 position. You should expect your
I'm gonna
opponent
try to
go for
be
those,
active about
like,
running the
lash out
ads,
kills, try
like,
and even back the numbers
during
before
prep
the bombs
phases and
execute,
stuff.
because you know, Trix, he was playing in,
But I
so
can't
like,
always-
if you're Wolves, you don't want to let that happen. You don't want to let those Candelas go out. You should expect aggression somewhere. And the fact
always
that 2
stop
members
it
got caught by a
in time.
single player from Wolves is not a good look.
So we're on storage now for round number 3. This is the bomb site where the bottom and top floor are both really important. We've got Deadshot playing up at the top floor right now, Mowgli up inside of Rafters as well. So they're going to be trying to hold things down to try
Yeah,
to
you got
make
it,
sure
man.
that they can't come through. The vertical obviously
gonna
extremely
do my
important
best.
on this bomb site. Noodle rocking the sledge. Lots of soft breaches being brought by both Key
They're
and Leader
muted.
too.
Oh, there's
So
the EMP.
top floor will be the goal. EMPs are right on hand from
They're
Key.
gonna
Some
impact trick
maybe
it.
from Mowgli. This could deny their entry, and he tosses them out. I believe he did get it.
Did he?
I think so as well.
Oh, yeah, he did.
I mean, to the point where he has a line of sight, but
Nice.
they can't do much with that. It's,
They can't get
you
in
can
through
pass over
there
kill
unless they
barriers if
open
you
it
want
more.
to. Just wait for it. Modi got 2 in pocket. As shown, we see him always lurking around. Not in a nuke like you would expect. It's the finger.
Got
Nuke
those
is
nades.
open, but yeah, I mean, so does Nuke, right? So you could go Nuke here, but I think you have a global gadget on Thinker, so you can roam around far off the map, but still help your teammates if they get injured, take some damage, etc. I like this play stuff from GK.
You know, hunkered down Mowgli is in that position. He's got 3 separate Kiba barriers keeping him safe, and very selfishly done. I guess maybe not as selfish as we would have thought, because Deadshot is not too far by, and it doesn't matter because there's maybe one angle that Mowgli wasn't looking at as he's the first casualty.
Still so many players top floor though. Deadshot, P4, Shinka, they're all Shinka below, but now Noodle trying to get involved. The Candelas fly out. There's the frag. That's again going forward towards GK. Leader picks the headshot on the P4. This top floor clear has gone really well.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's been clean, smooth so far, and Tricks with a flank as well. This is the read it. Oh,
Whoa.
It's an Empire kill somehow.
Oh,
Okay, you can have that one,
has had the
whatever.
advantage in almost every single one of these rounds, though they've not prevailed in any of them this time. You're going to be going in a 1v5. Shinka doesn't see to the left. Noodle gets the final kill.
Why am I?
It's
I can't even
flawlessly
run
done
ads
for GK to pick up their first round.
I
on
really love
the Twitch
from GK pushing
thing.
on that top floor. You know,
There you go.
immediately they had a problem. That impact came out.
The
It
ad
denied their
failed to
entry into
run.
IT. Yeah, they had angles, but they couldn't walk
What?
through. That's what they
The
were
ad
trying
failed to
do.
run
They
because the
didn't
channel
let that
recently
stall
ran a
them out,
commercial
right?
and
They
is
were
on
still holding those
cooldown.
angles, waiting for that opportunity. We saw
But-
Leader, the substitute player coming on in, creeping in towards Rafters.
I want to run an
finding
ad
that
so that the
opening
ads
point,
don't
making it
start in
to
3
apply so
minutes
much
like you
good
say they're
pressure.
going to.
There was also
So why
Noodle
can't I
playing,
run?
I believe it was over by the Aqua
Why can't I
stairs,
run an ad?
then later into Rafters, had really good pressure to be able to apply, hold things down. That kill was just ridiculous. I mean,
It says
he got
ads.
it.
Ad starts in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So I wanted to run an ad before, but it won't let me. And I don't know why.
And I honestly don't
No, Nova.
disagree entirely. Also, it was his birthday the other day, so happy birthday, Macy J.
You must
Happy
wait
birthday indeed.
Not sure if we're going
to
see
run
him
another,
at
but I ran a
Atlanta.
30-second
I hope-
ad
I
like
believe
10
we
minutes ago.
will. I think I've seen a tweet come out, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Well,
that'd be nice.
I've seen a number of content creators tweeting about their journey to
That's
Atlanta,
stupid.
which should start in just a couple
10
days. That'd be
seconds
great
left
to get
before
people
insertion.
back together again. It's
I
a
don't know.
beautiful
I don't
thing
know what's wrong with
of all
Twitch.
these learning events.
5
But
seconds
not
left
to
before
not to
insertion.
derail you just because of a very funny kill.
Attackers must
You're
locate
good. That's
and
what you do,
defuse the
isn't
bomb.
it, Parker?
I derail.
us?
Yes,
Yeah.
I derail the conversation. that's exactly why.
Well, we're back on the basement, and as I tried to say in round number 1, this is a bomb site that prior to today, GK had never lost. They'd won it 2 times on attack, twice on defense as well. They obviously lost it round number 1, trying to attack. They'll give it their second opportunity here, and it looks like they're going for a pretty direct take coming on through the basement. They're at least going to open it up. They actually have quite a few roam clearing operators, so I imagine they'll just open this up quick, get it out of the way, and then focus on the top floors.
Under the, it's an 8-minute minimum. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Hot utility off his pockets.
I
Now
didn't
becomes
realize
like
there
a
was a
second
minimum.
entry fuel, right? Leader cannot die on the roam clear.
Why?
It's not
Why
gonna
is there a
cost you the
minimum?
round.
Why doesn't Twitch
Already
just want me to
opened
run
up.
ads
Same
all the
with Key
time?
on the EMPs and Thatcher, they've been spent as well. So now they get the first step done. Or actually, they get the last step done first, but now it can be smoother going forward.
This is some of the least hard breach that we've actually seen on this bomb site. When we started all the way back in the very first day of play, it was teams bringing 2 hard breachers with can openers. Now you see no secondary hard breach gadget. It's just the ace to open things up. And yet, ultimately, GK has succeeded, which is a feather in their cap.
Oh, God. Dude.
And the big
You guys
pick
are
from
getting
Trix
ground out.
through the punch hole, actually taking out P4. This roam over on the kitchen side, it was pretty heavily committed by Wolves. They have kind of Mowgli nearby, Shinka as well, but not near enough for the trade. Very happy about that first pick.
There's the thing, GK, they love playing intel, so they got the Jaggle and the Brava here, but the Cap is gonna injure Trix again. The finger, that global damage from Hasham immediately gets Trix back onto his feet.
He could still go down to another cap can, though.
Pick right back up, so that's very, very nice. Still now a 4v5 pushing through. That should be top floor pretty much conceded. I think they're pretty happy denying it. Oh, it's not top floor fully conceded. Dead shot roaming through the top floor. I don't know if he's been droned up here.
He's got the mute jammers around him on all the doors, the entryways, so I don't think they know that he is there necessarily, but they also know that there are jammers, so there should possibly be someone. Guess the question is Trix on the Jackal. If you can find the feet, they'll get that verification, but so far that doesn't seem to be the goal whatsoever.
I mean, at this point, the footprint markers from the roamer will likely have disappeared, and more importantly, because GK has a numbers advantage,
They still have a
they can comfortably
C4.
sit somebody
Deadshot's still got a
on
C4, but if he's
flank block.
upstairs,
There's no dedicated
then...
flank operator like a Nomad or a Gridlock. But you see there's some Claymores being brought. Where has Key used those Claymores? That is the real question. Oh
my
Capcan
God, he
traps
almost
found, by
died
the way.
to
There's
another
Deadshot
Capcan.
making his way back to the site.
Come on, boys.
Trix dies. First
I don't know if they
casualty
hear it.
for GK. Deadshot will go
covers
down.
there.
The Hasham leader cleaning out Bibu. Though he's
Oh my God, this
back.
fucking
The Adrenal
Finka!
Surge is working out so well to get leader back up as his timer will continue to run down. Mowgli and Shinka reduced to just Shinka as Hasham finds that kill. The Capcan spotted, but there's a lot of angles to watch and just too many players from GK staring you down. They answer back with a second round in a row, and it's a tie game.
When you're up against Geeky, I think there's a very clear thing you have to focus on. That is, you need to be all in on
I
these
don't know
rounds.
if,
It's like roaming a little bit and giving up on your members, dying early in kitchen,
really know how
round
this
and
map
round
plays
again.
out, 'cause I
That is
don't know it
not
super
going to work
well.
out if yours right now. I think you full commit to the roam and say, okay,
But
we will
Finka was super
die on
clutch
this hill.
twice
We'll
in a
fight
row
them
there.
out
That's
in the
super
injuries,
annoying.
because if you just kind of give them a little bit too much ground, they will take it, and they're so quick to adapt if they don't.
Yeah, and the thing is too, right? Like, yes, you lose one on the early roam, you lose opening pick with P4 going down. Then you're thinking, okay, it's fine. We got Deadshot. He's gonna come from the very top floor. He's gonna come for a flank. But the problem is, Nighthaven Labs is such a big map. Flanking from the top floor when they're planting on the basement, that's gonna take you ages to get down and have any impact. We saw him get one pick, didn't really find a whole lot of impact right after that. So it was really good from GK. I also want to credit Hasham. He kind of pinched in through EXO, really did make that push turn out so well for them. Caught a couple of players not looking his way and walked away with some free kills because of it. So some clean pushes from GK. And I think throughout this tournament so far, I have been very impressed with how coordinated a lot of their executes have been.
Especially when they have a sub in. And again, like, their leader is the sub. Or sorry, the sub player is their IGL, rather, should I say. Leader is the commander, if you will.
Leader is the
and
leader.
you get like
He's
somebody
also
new
the
coming in,
sub.
it's like, okay, how are you going to lead 4 people who, I mean, Newton knows him, but like the rest of the squad, Hasham, Trix, and
Their
Key.
IGL is
So why
actually a
should
sub
Leader
player. I don't know if
be
you guys
their
knew that.
commander, right? He
Leader
doesn't
is
belong here, so to
not
speak, but they say,
regularly
we
on their
trust you,
team.
we trust the process.
He's subbing
Lead us to
because
some
somebody,
victories, and I think
I don't know,
with the
couldn't
start that they had, beating teams like
go
NIP,
for some reason. I don't know what it
BDS,
was,
W7M, that built enough confidence in that system that they had to say, okay, this might actually just work, and it's how they've gotten this far.
So we're back to the top floor bomb site, and last time the bottom floor was really unsuccessful for Wolves. We see this roam clear already again going on through cafeteria, through the kitchen side. P4 and Deadshot, the two bottom
like
floor roamers,
droned
they're
and
very passive.
jackaled a
Deadshot
lot.
bottom of garage, P4 bottom aqua stairs right now.
It's hard
and
for them to
yeah,
roam
they might
because
be
of
able to
that.
find a pick here. We're creeping forward. This is going to be scary.
Nice, nice.
Then B4 gets the pick. GK
Deadshot
so
on
good
the,
his
or
first 4
somebody on the
rounds to
flank. I
strike
think it was
first.
the Mowgli that
It's
had
Wolves
the
to do it, but
impact.
it's ultimately a trade, so not much gain from Wolves
distract.
here. The only
Fucking
other trade
shit,
coming
these
back
drones,
in that very
man, that's what
first
I'm
round,
saying.
even then you might be charitable to say it was a trade, as GK had struck first in that round as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, I really like the mini execute from Wolves, right? It wasn't just like a yellow ping or a swing. There's an impact on the wall behind the attacker of Noodle as well. So it really
Yeah,
was
the
like a
impact was
2
really
versus
nice.
1, kill confirm, and then you still, you know, stick around with your Wolves. Deadshot bottom garage, P4 still roaming as well. This time, Wolves are not giving up the map.
Yeah, and Hasham, I mean, he's pushing in, but he's got nobody with him, right? His teammates have kind of gone at this point, tosses him nades. Gone fishing, not finding anything, though. Deadshot is still down below. We saw the retreat from P4 go up the aqua stairs. So Deadshot at this point, I mean, he's happy wasting time. If they want a full commit to clearing this guy, it's going to take a lot of time off that clock. And with them already being down to a minute 20, this is about where you want to start focusing on that top floor.
Oh, it is. The thing is, this time there's no Ying. They do have smoke grenades and tricks, though, to set something up, but they still want to first, you know, I guess double check the downstairs area. They haven't cleared it all. They're looking for the Wamai right now, and that's Deadshot all alone.
Oh my god. Oh, there's 2 of them on him now.
Opportunity on the kill, but
Shit.
you've got some backup
Yeah, there's
there.
2 that collapsed on him.
As suddenly, down goes Deadshot. Leader actually credited with the kill. I don't know if he got the down because of the way that they've changed things up. You might get the
He
down,
wasted enough
but
time.
you
I don't
don't
think
get the
he did.
secure. You still technically get credited with the kill.
The problem is, what are you doing with this bottom floor? You're out of
it's always
grenades,
visa
you don't
issues.
have a buck or anything. I mean, you're kind of in a tough spot, even though you finally secured this. You've got 35 seconds to make an execute work, and you're really not going to have any pressure from down below. You've just stopped the flank.
Well, they'll be able to get this Black Mirror now as Leader waiting to push into that catwalk, into rafters, and will have a safer passage to do so, but limited information at the moment, and you just have to play off what you know for the final 20 seconds. Hasham's 6th kill as he now ascends those fish stairs, heading towards the bomb site. Cut across by Shinka, who will now pivot and stare down the ace and take him down, leaving just Bibu in a 1v2, but he's firing away, and guess what?
1v1.
Trickster will need to get that diffuser or go for the engagement.
Yes!
Bibu shuts him down.
Nice, Bibu.
Wolves breaking the streak and regaining the lead.
Brilliant play from Bibu. We talked in the earlier parts of this tournament how he was struggling those first 2 games. 1 kill through 2 maps. Now he's really been starting to turn it around. That clutch, beautifully done by him. Again, it kind of comes down to that clock. Yes, you did eventually clear the bottom floor, but how long did it take you? What did you get out of that? Maybe it would have been the right call to just leave Deadshot down there. Obviously, maybe you're worried about a flank, but even if he comes rafters, if you just rush into the bomb site, maybe that can be a bit of a better chance because, again, then he's not even there. You have that man advantage, you have the time. Different decisions that you can make there. DK chose to clear it out, chose to take that time, and in the execute, they paid the price for it.
It's a hard decision because, like, on paper, if you can build that man advantage, go for a flank up aqua stairs because of it, etc., it looks pretty good on paper, but when you don't have the Munti or the Blitz, the Ying, none of those operators that can, like, kind of get you into the side quickly and easily, it comes down to those 50-50 gunfights. That's exactly how Wolves they shine, and it was just like half a second kind of delayed push from Geeke where Wolves they struck out and they found, you know, a trade 1-for-1, whereas if Geeke were a little bit quicker,
Jackal
the
this time, no
from the
Finger this
aqua
time.
staircase would have gotten the kill first
going back
and
to the
allowed the
Finka,
catwalk
but
player
no
to stay
Jackal.
alive, and then they could collapse together. So very, very small things not going Geeke's way, but that's what gives Wolves that round.
Looking for some impact from P4 this round. 1 in 5, obviously not been the greatest start to this game. He's been roaming all the time, kind of near dining, near cafeteria. He's been kind of on this middle floor quite often, and so I want to see if they do go for the clear on him, as they have been, if he's able to maybe have a bit of a frag, maybe pick up a couple more kills here. He has been playing the Valkyrie quite a bit. Maybe use that intel, right? Whether you're on those cams yourself or you've got a teammate feeding you those intels, it can be really, really helpful. So I'm hoping we get a better round out of P4 because he has been sorely missing this game.
Yeah. I mean, when you're roaming like that, it can be tough, right? But I'm more worried about the bomb site right now than the roam. There's no mirror windows this time. You got Capital. They got more hoppers this time, Parker, right? The can openers and the Mavericks, so things are guaranteed to be opened on up, but
Got
it
4
seems to be a different approach
C4s
with
on
DK.
defense.
Yeah, there's still some people up near the roam looking to enter the building, but has shown this time with a clear presence on the breach itself, droning it, looking for a way in possibly, and go for this off-pace kind of play, maybe looking for a pick on site itself.
Yeah, I mean, going just from the south side is so tough, right? Because you don't have that pinching angle. Typically, you want somebody exo, you want somebody cargo to try to put that pressure on multiple angles. They don't really have that right now. We still have Mowgli playing cargo, P4 and exo. I guess they're just going to toss nades in and try to make something work with this. They're hunting for that pick, but still not finding it yet.
Trixon is so close to hitting this bomb site right now, over by AnneMunition. Nice nod to an Assassin's Creed series, also created by UB. Fires will go in, and Key hasn't really had a lot of impact when it comes to kills, but utility work will need to be there.
There's
no
one.
kill to be had in this entire
I don't know
first
how the
half
Jackal
for
tracker
one of the 5
works with
players
mute
from
jammers.
GK, and yet
I
they're
think
still
if
as
you run through it,
competitive
but
as
I
ever.
could be confusing it with the Dokkan.
Yeah, I mean, that's C4. That's going to slow things down. The fire, the smokes are gone from the Capital. And yeah, one fire did go out, but didn't really get the job done. It forcing it to move, but didn't get the kill for them.
He actually... He coming through there actually stepped on a goo mine when he ate that C4. A bit of a disruption coming through, and that's kind of stalled out this push, as you mentioned, Nick. I mean, we're seeing Trix trying to continue to push on in with the defuse kit. But again, what do they have here? Do they have top pressure up above? Not really with any sort of significant soft breach. Do they have anybody storage? Do they have anybody exo? Kind of, maybe. We're looking at storage for this is going to be the pinch coming through. But Mowgli is there, and he has been so on so far today.
Still waiting with the setup. It's going to come down to gunfights again. It's Mowgli against the
Oh
world.
god, peeking that on ADS
Some of the
just
ceiling
gave me
above
so
him
much
will explode.
anxiety.
Trixon has
Holy
moved off
fucking
of this
shit,
position.
why would you
And
peek
there's
that
only
without
30 seconds
ADSing?
left. Wolves in the advantage right now.
Scaring
Looking
me.
to close out this first half, 4-2. A show him outside of the building, but so close to the B-bomb as well. Down he goes. The guns from Wolves hitting their marks. P4 doing some work. Trixon finished off now by Shinka, and it's Mowgli and Beaver getting active to give Wolves their 4th round. They win the first half.
I feel like Wolves almost, they were gifted that round. It didn't seem like there was a lot happening from Geeky. They were trying to change things up. Clearly it didn't work, but Wolves, they get that 4-2 half.
So we're going to get a call in now, which is something that, Nick, you and I haven't done. And Helby, I don't know if you can hear us, but we're going to let our analyst, Jesse, actually speak to you because he's far more valuable when it comes to the numbers than either of us.
Welcome, Helby. We talked actually the last time that you were jumping in on the call-in, so it's good to see you again. So far this game, you know, you guys, great defensive half, 4-2 split coming through here. Anything surprising you from GK? Obviously, they've played this map a little bit before. Anything that you didn't expect that you're seeing in this game?
I am being told that apparently he can't hear Jesse. Can he hear you, Nick?
Can you hear me, Helby?
I can hear you both, yeah.
Oh, awesome. So, Helby, kind of break this down for us. What do you like to see from Wolves so far? You got that 4-2 half. Break it down for me real quick.
Well, the first 4-2 half could have been better. I think we struggled a lot to handle their solo roaming, the lurking. They usually were able to get a free pick by isolating some of our players. So a 4-2 mark, considering it was a bit of a struggle, is pretty good. I think we got, after the 2 win they got, we finally figured it out and managed to adapt. And I think for now on the next side, it's going to be if we are able ourselves to do it.
Then I have one final question here. With Mowgli going 7-4 already so far in the first 7 rounds, are you afraid for GK's half? You know, they're like, you know what? They're not going to make this because Mowgli, he's on fire right now.
Well, he's on fire, and he's been on fire on attack. Ever since we had our back against the wall, it's been good. I think we're playing a little bit more freely, more trying to have fun, trying to just play our style instead of playing who's in front of us. And so far, it's working good. So, you know, I want to see Mowgli get at least a 15 bomb.
Oh, yeah, let's go for it. Thanks so much, Helby, for your insight as well. And sorry you couldn't hear Jesse, but we figured it out.
Bomb.
Let's see here.
Awesome.
You want 15 kills, Jesse, from Mowgli, he said.
Okay, well, listen, I couldn't hear him either, so we'll call it even.
Okay.
Big pick from Noodle to start things off, taking out Bibu down inside of the bottom floor. Again, we see a very similar take where it's very direct from the south side, and they're already planting the defuse kit.
Yeah, that's fast. I mean, hello, there's still 2 minutes left. The bomb is going down.
Oh my, GK! Your return to the bomb site will not be well welcomed. Mowgli looking for that 15 bomb. Well, he's over halfway there. An 8th kill found. Shinka's the first casualty for Wolves. Leader
He's trying to long arm it.
Long arm this amidst the chaos. Will somebody read into it? Leader is sitting on it.
Oh,
there's
come
no
on.
way he gets away with
No,
this,
they don't know.
Right?
Oh, there's too many.
No, he
There's
does
just too
get
many
away
bodies
with
on it.
almost brilliantly played by Wolves, but even better played by GK. And I mean, you gotta point some fingers after that happens when there's
Critter
still
Cracker, thanks for
7 or
18
8
months.
players
Echo, thank
alive.
you for the 77-month resub.
Yeah,
Appreciate
so
it.
we saw some
That
players
was
up
like,
above
they
that
should have
maybe
had
could
that.
stopped
for
that
sure.
disable. Mowgli was
should've had
there.
that
Obviously, the
round.
hash is a really
There's just too
important
many
tool
bodies
that you
on
can
it.
use to win that retake. But I mean, even going for the execute, it's like both teams caught each other off guard
Yeah.
when it came to that diffuse kit, right? Because we saw the mute mods, the Vigil Roam coming through from GK. They were
chaos.
really, really out and about. And Wolves, they capitalized off that. They go in, they immediately plant. It's so fast. It even catches, us off guard for some of us because it is so fast. But still, for them not to be able to hold down that coverage,
was a
again,
good,
I think I
like,
saw Mowgli sitting inside
they
a garage. He's kind of got to be
found
the
the
guy to play around
hole
there
in the
to maybe
defense,
have that impact,
and they
but
planted in
unfortunately,
it,
just
but
wasn't there.
there's just
that's
too
the thing, I
many,
mean,
too
I
many
wanna say
bodies
that
to
the
try
le-
and
the depth here from both
deal
Wolves
with.
and Geeky saying, okay, we recognize the room is strong, go for a quick plan, but then Geeky realized the post plan isn't all that great. The breach is, pretty narrow, and they didn't have any, like, I guess, tools to deal with the diffuser guy afterwards, like cabins of fire, grenades, for example, it's the hatch verticality. So, yeah, getting the diffuser down is great if you're the attacking team, but if the post-plan position isn't strong, you're kind of baiting yourselves into what looks like a strong scenario for you, but it isn't.
Nice thing for Wolves, it's your first attacking half. You can try something. You were up 4-2. You don't let that get to you if you're Wolves, right? This has been a very momentum-based team at times. We've seen them really use the energy in the room when we're in that player area of how much that can affect them. I don't think that will halt their emotions too badly here. They'll go to the top floor to try to attack for round number 8. I do think that GK setting up once again. They are trying to. They brought the Bandit to maybe deny some of this hard breaching. I believe Bandit's still kind of over in IT. That's the first exothermic charge used, at least for Connector, though.
That's the thing. This is what I like about Wolves. They pick up 2 primary hard breachers, the Ace and the Thermite. Bandit can only be in one position at a time. So if Bandit's on the main breach, well, you go for the Connector breach instead. You kind of change things up. And now you know Bandit is probably going to sit by this main area. B was droning it right now with the Thatcher. EMP's in pocket ready to go. And once they confirm that Hashom indeed isn't in that area of the map, they will EMP out, exothermic charge. But Hashomi's got there. He's putting down the Bandit battery, but he picked the wrong side.
Nice. He's close, 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 please.
Hasham as well picks up a big frag here.
I mean, at that point, if you're Hasham, where do you go? You have to swing your way out of that position. It's very similar when we do see some teams opt to Bandit trick that wall in Clubhouse. When it gets opened up and you fail, you're going to get picked from the window, maybe the stairs. You're going to have to fight your way out of it. GK looking for yet another round. Unless P4 with that diffuser can fight off pretty much the entirety of this team minus Noodle. Who's broken double digits, and a great round from Hashom will give GK their 4th round to tie it up.
And I feel like, I mean, Wolves, they have so much time to work with, right? They got a minute and 20 seconds when the round ended. They lost bodies way before that. Maybe slow things down a little bit here if you're Wolves. Yeah, you're in the attack. If you can't go quickly, great. But if you're going quickly and things are falling apart, utilize the clock because they got more time to work with. And speaking of time, they just bought themselves 45 more seconds because they called their tactical timeout.
Yeah, Nick, I think you hit the nail on the head, and I think Laloon's going to be telling the team the exact same thing. Slow things down a little bit, right? We have 3 minutes on the clock. Let's use it. Because really, when things go wrong in the early round, what they've not been able to do on the side of Wolves is pull things back. What we just saw from Hasham was real initiative, jumping out multiple times, going for the wildest swings in that 4v2. Not just going to let them stall out, not just giving them that opportunity. He swung from electrical into connector, found the first one, jumped out to find the second. Hasham was saying, I'm going to end this round as fast as possible. Make sure that you have no chance of pulling this round back. So if GK are going to play like that, Wolves really need to stop letting these rounds end so quickly.
Yeah, I honestly just think that if you're Wolves, I'm not gonna say that you're not respecting your opponent because, I'm not gonna say that. But when you've been watching GK play, you're underestimating them. No, like when you've been watching them play every single game so far, every team, G2 themselves said, you know what, GK on paper looked like a bit of a joke. They didn't look that difficult. We fought all teams were just bad against them. But oh my, in the server, they are so hard to play against. Maybe we'll set the same scenario here where it looked easy on paper, but it really isn't in reality.
Yeah, and we heard that from a lot of teams. It feels like every opponent that goes up against GK, win or lose, they come out of it saying, damn, that team's good. And so I think Wolves, they're kind of finding out the same thing. Not that they necessarily underestimated, but just that sometimes these fast plays don't really go their way.
It sounds demeaning to the teams that don't consistently play at the top level in the big regions, but I feel like there was a whole host of NA and EU teams and even some Brazilian teams coming in and seeing these LATAM teams, APAC teams, and GK and turning around and not really giving them the respect that they deserve.
Yeah.
And I mean, a good team that got underestimated consistently was Fury.
Yeah.
Fury was underestimated so often. Bliss was underestimated. GK, I think, is starting to get to the point where teams are now taking them as seriously as they deserve. But there's always hubris when you play at this level. Teams come in and think they're going to smoke these smaller regions, and well, this event should show you some of them have been in for a rude awakening.
GK have used their attack timeout to cook up a kitchen strategy, which is not a bomb site that we've seen so far from them. They're going to be defending it now with a lot of these really wall operators, these map-changing ops. You got Castle, you got Azami, you've got a lot of grenade catching coming through from the Wamai as well, and of course the Bandit, which we do see, of course,
when the levy breaks,
here as well.
thanks
the
for the
top
18.
Floor, especially around meeting, super
Haunted
duper
King,
important
thank you for the 62-month resub.
Yeah, that vertical destruction. You see Noodle with 3 keeper barriers now, but almost gets taken out in the window. Bad time, but it works out for him. But it's going to force him back to the hallway instead. Maybe surrender a little bit of meeting room for now at least. And Speeble this time with the opening kill into Twixt.
Good.
It's nice that we're starting to see some life from
guys.
Wolves when it comes to these first engagements, because GK have been exceptional through all 9 rounds at getting that first pick. Wolves establishing some good breathing space
They know
with
he's
Noodle
there.
and
He's
Trix
almost
being
dead.
taken out. Now it's Hasham
He's still
on
being around.
fire as he has to escape as the Selma's go. Leader getting softened up too. This is all Wolves at the moment.
What do you do if you're Hasham at this point? Because we saw in the last round, he likes to take these kind of awkward moments and swing and get aggressive, but with 1 HP, I mean, you hear the air jabs being thrown at it as well.
Ooh, they're all
it's
very
very
low.
tough to do anything, but you kind of have to. 3v5. If you just sit and let this happen, they're
Those
gonna
3
execute,
players
they're
have the
gonna win
health
round.
of 1 person.
Yeah, it's still got so much time again. Wolves take the seconds that you need here. Don't overgo too far, but Key's down for the counter splits. P4 this time getting that. He's going to keep storming through this bomb set, it looks like.
Oh, he
He
got
doesn't have
the
a
air
kill
jab,
through
but it
9
doesn't matter.
rounds. Nobody in GK might get one unless Leader can get on the board, or else it'll be flawlessly done by Wolves. Mowgli is dropped but not secured, so flawless round for the Wolves. Still very much a possibility. What can they accomplish? Leader will have to reposition. Warden's a good operator, suited for taking multiple engagements, maybe more so than others, but Wolves have looked so practiced. They've given up on kills themselves to allow their teammates to get it in this previous round, and
boys.
Mowgli, who was the player who decided to exhibit a bit of trigger discipline, now finds himself getting that final pick. Wolves again breaking the streak. 5 rounds on the board for Wolves.
Almost a winnable 1v5. I like the positioning, to be honest. They were all grouping up on that kind of north side, around the front door, inside the bomb sites. They lined up for him. He missed a couple of shots, unfortunately, on the entry there on the side of Leader. But yeah, couldn't quite hit those shots. Really comes down to the meeting hold. You know, I like the idea with the Azami and the castle. I like that you're going to make this top floor into a fortress. But the angles weren't really there for you. We saw Wolves finding those opportunities, even without destroying every single Kiva barrier that they saw. They still felt really, really good about clearing that meeting area, and they used it expertly to win the round.
And also, Wolves came with like 4 or 5 people from the same side of the map, just like bulldozing their way through. Instead of spreading out thin, looking for angles and cutoffs, said, let's brute force the top floor hold, because you said it so well, Jesse. That meeting area, so important. Let's clear that if you're Wolves, with 5 people, and just guarantee that success. Force has shown back and hit the bomb site by just locking down the top floor with the air jabs. And the thing is, it's a pretty close series. It's 5-4 now in favor of Wolves, but Key is still 0-6. This is effectively, on the scoreboard at least, a 4 versus 5 match, and it's still close. So what happens if Key had like a average game for himself here? All of a sudden, this would be even closer, if not just an outright lead for PK.
Yeah, Key's been solid so far throughout the tournament. This is a bit of an unusual performance from him. He's not been somebody who has consistently been sleeping for the team. He usually does find his fair share of frags, so to see him down there is not ideal coming through. Hasham and Noodle being 2 big fraggers is not super surprising. Hasham in particular has really surprised me. His aggression, his movement has been so good so far. So nice to see that out of these expected players from GK, but yeah, I think wanted to see people step it up for sure.
Yeah. Also, just again for Hasham, he plays a pretty unique role. I mean, we're in the green room with the talent, and Daxon's like, he kind of plays like me.
Yeah,
he rats around the map, he lurks, he, you know, he goes across the other side where his teammates are, and he makes it work so well time and time again. A very consistent player. But Mowgli, he's not the one lurking around looking for his first kill, and he's right behind the defenders.
You can hear the shotgun of Key going, and he looks the wrong way. Got the James Bond on the board of the 007 of Key through 10 rounds. Consider how close some of these rounds have been. Even a kill or 2 from Key could have completely swung the favor of this map. I'm sure
It's
it's
mute,
something that
so
would
it's
be a
not
cause
terrible
of
for them to
frustration.
lose
You have
early
to keep
on.
your head in the game. For an experienced team, that's still a challenge. For a team that is now playing in the biggest match that they've ever played in, I would argue that can be tough for GK to keep their mental wits about them.
Yeah,
Zero
we kind of got the same
kills,
story. Key goes down early,
zero
but Hasham's in a
assists,
dangerous
7
position,
deaths.
of course. Just over inside a cafeteria. He has been droned now, double droned even for good measure. Blocks him off, and he could find a pick here if he finds the angle. Third Kiba, why not?
He's got more.
Just make it as annoying as possible to kill you.
Oh, and he walks
Oh,
away
Jesus,
with
please.
it. No,
Come on.
No, there is no way
There
he
you go, there you
prevails.
go.
Not with P4.
All right.
Hot on his heels.
Slow it down.
That could have gone so bad for Wolves. They only walk away with a single dead player with a minute to go, though now they lose P4 to the well-read Nitro cell from Noodle, who is currently leading the way on his team, trailing Mowgli by a single kill. That 15-kill game for Mowgli, 3 kills away.
He's very close. I mean, but the thing is, the mental game there from Hasham, definitely a one, and he stalls for time, and again, he kind of gets his 4 kill for his team as well because he forced him to this bad position. And now Wolves, they gotta just kind of walk down the staircase. Try, guys, let's, you know, duo up, go for those trades, go for those picks. They got 1 hit in pocket from Mowgli, but what are you gonna do? Destroy the soft floor? It's very low value grenade usage.
Bibu watching that hatch, just inches away from getting the heels of Leader, who will be active in the calls to the rest of the team. Mowgli also positioned close by.
Where is that Legion? Is
There's
he?
an
He's like in a
Adrenal Surge to
little.
go. One stands in his pocket, tearing away with the
no,
caliber-based
he just-
destruction. Bibu dies to Leader. Now Leader picking up yet another.
No.
A third kill to be had.
Everybody
by
pushed the
Leader.
same door.
He pulls it off. All 3 of the final players from Wolves swallowed alive. Tie game.
I really didn't love the way they pushed that 3v3.
No, that was
Bibu was
terrible.
all alone with the fuse kit, trying to drop that south side hatch, trying to make something working where the rest of his 2 teammates were inside of cargo. And I think it can work if those 2 players are trying to get in way before the planter drops, before they can draw that attention away, right? But instead what we saw was Leader immediately found the kill onto the 1 solo player who had the fuse kit, and you don't have to worry about that side of the map anymore. You can fully focus on these 2 players pushing cargo. That is exactly what Leader did. They set him up in a really great position to make that big 3K, and Leader delivered.
That's the thing about basement bomb set is that you can really bunker down if you're a defender. Oregon basement, same story. Theme park, not sitting at basement bomb set, but that Armory Throne, you can play that 3v3, the 2v2, even play down in numbers on the defensive side, and you're still heavily favored. And it's why we often see when you're attacking those kinds of sites that can be bunkered up on, you bring utility operators, the Capital, the Ying, the Monty, etc. And we haven't really seen either team bring out all that much utility. Yeah, we saw, you know, 1 Capital round, and then Capital died to C4 very early on. Wolves are going with a very, I want to say like standard cookie cutter. We can kind of do it all lineup. They don't change too many things around, and it kind of is a story of Wolves relying very much on Mowgli to get those kills. And if they don't, then it just kind of doesn't go all that well. I want to see them play more utility. I wouldn't mind to see a Monty, wouldn't mind to see a Ying whatsoever, but so far they just have not shown us that whatsoever.
So the underdogs tie it up with the Wolves, 5-5, heading into round number 11, and we go to the top floor. We've again got the Bandit try to hold down IT. We've got mirror windows, we've got Kiba barriers. Going to be a lot for the attack to deal with. No Twitch being brought by them, but they are bringing the Flores, which has been, I think, a little less popular than Twitch since the changes that we've seen coming through from the defender-sided meta. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do with this. Of course, the Kiba barriers, very susceptible to that, but those mirror windows might be a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, you're key and you're playing Fish with 0-7. This is the round where you want to get a kill. Those Fish stairs, very crucial position. We know Wolves, they love to attack that portion of the map. And if you just fall without doing any damage, that's not going to be good for DK.
2 rounds. 2 rounds, and we do the next map.
Clearing out the roamers from above.
I believe.
Good pacing right now from Wolves.
This is also
behind when the first bit of action was on
this
the
is also
previous
GK's
round,
map
but
pick.
This is a completely different beast. You don't have 2 layers to cut through. You just have a direct assault on that upstairs bomb site.
That's quick. I mean, Bibu's just kind of in electric. He's just sitting there. Bare window, that's a bit of a problem.
They lost 1 drone as well on the side of Wolves. Now they've lost a couple. At the time, they still had plenty available. So intel was not a problem for the attackers.
look how this push is completely focused on the northeast side of the map, right? They really want to take control of Connector. They're in here. They're in Electrical. No pressure in IT so far. No pressure inside of Garage. No pressure Aqua Stairs. A lot of this push is being directed from really one side of the map as well. I expect we'll see maybe a late push coming in through Rafters perhaps, or maybe through Aqua Door instead. But where that comes and when is going to be really critical to how this push actually goes for the Wolves.
I agree. You gotta get pressure elsewhere. There's Mowgli downstairs looking to make that exact play you just talked about, that bottom Raptors position, but Trix is there waiting and sees the drone. And again, there's only 50 seconds left. If Mowgli doesn't want to commit to this, he has to now go elsewhere. The time is taken away very quickly.
A very critical round now is... It's my favorite. Team that wins this moves to map point.
Wait, do not let him do this again. Don't let him do this again.
That bandit trick, but a familiar position, fighting his way out of that spot. As nades from below, at the moment, not finding their targets. They're doing some work to take out various parts of the ground. It's all
come on.
All the way down the kill feed. P4 and Deadshot remain. Noodle with the kill on the Deadshot, leaving just P4, who's slaughtered by Trixt. Key still doesn't get a kill, but it doesn't matter.
Logo is...
He's killless so far.
Yeah, it shows who picked the map.
But GK
after someone wins, then it'll show who wins.
One of the most Hasham plays I've ever seen. He fails the bandit trick. 99% of players in that situation, they back off, they play Raptors, they play somewhere in sight. Hasham says,
it'll show who won after.
Gets the opening pick all because of it. That really opens things up. I also want to credit Leader on the Mira. Push really aggressively into Electrical. Managed to find a frag there. Continue to push out that side of the map. We did see those pinches come in, obviously, as we talked about. Mowgli down below, P4 through Aqua Stairs.
The things that they are holding are hand warmers.
But the brunt of the push actually was what really stalled and what really didn't find success. With that time so low, they didn't necessarily have time to get that intel to maybe make that push exactly what they wanted it to be. And because of that, GK match point.
They get warm.
You go nades below with no red pings, yellow pings going out. Mowgli, your star injured player is nowhere to be seen on the bomb site itself. He dies sprinting downstairs, for example. But this is again GK understanding the game, the objective, the strategical side very well. They're like, there's no pressure anywhere. We don't have to swing. We don't gotta go for the roam clear.
Defending is easier.
You know what, Wolves? You can have this side of the map for free. We're just gonna hold the bomb site and Rafters and let you make the first move.
They put all the castles in one hallway.
You said it. Just throws on the floor and deals with it. And now GK on their map pick, to be fair, they're a match point. They're up 6-5 and they go back to kitchen. So they're cooking it up again. But it's not a pretty bomb site always.
Their hands would be sweating up without hand warmers.
On the line at the moment is
their hands are probably sweaty and cold because of the adrenaline.
He shaved his head. Not a matchup, a map. And it looks like this Mina team might be the one to get it done. Poor Bibu, but at some point streaks are always meant to be broken. They will inevitably break. Unless Wolves go flawless through the remainder of the entire tournament, win the whole thing without dropping a single map, which would be very impressive. And at that point, I think every player would start shaving their head without any second thought.
Yeah, I mean, it would be possible too, right? We're coming here onto a bomb site, which Wolves looked very, very comfortable on the last time that they attended this bomb site. And GK, it's a very similar setup, right? They're again rocking these castle barricades. They keep the barriers top floor. They want to get into the meeting hall. A bit more passive from GK. We haven't lost any bodies yet. That's really, really massive for them. That's good. But already the connector side pressure is coming in. We saw the ace open up that angle, and we have a couple players lurking around there. So if they come in and pinch it, it could be bad for GK.
Come on, boys.
The same-sided push, but this time I think that GK realized instead of falling back, we fight and stay our ground, and so far it's paying off.
Honestly, a lot of the last couple maps have really just come down to that Mowgli buff that the team has had. Mowgli gets an opening pick.
Nice.
Mowgli finds some information, and here we go. Crucial round.
Good. Another one.
The supporting cast needs to be good enough. Shinka and P4 with a pick as well. Adrenal surge to get Mowgli back up off the ground, and one remains, meaning that a bit more HP will be returned to the Finka, as Mowgli's the only one who's taken any damage at this point. Wolves with just a little bit under a minute and a half to go.
Figure out where they are.
5v2. That's an excellent spot.
Progress towards site. You still have a minute and 10 seconds.
Melted on that top floor like
plenty
of
cheese time
on a fine sandwich. Sorry, I'll start with the kitchen puns. 2v5, this is going to be tough for GK. Hasham's roaming around that top floor, but Bibu is holding him down, so it's going to be unlikely for that flank to work out. He's actually going to go ahead and drop and connect with up with Leader to try to play these trades, and it's a great start. Finds Mowgli in the hallway, so 50 seconds on the clock. Their position's a little bit scattered. This is actually doable.
Don't peek him by yourself. Don't peek him by yourself. Oh my fucking god.
What about now?
It's gone.
Still doable?
That's doable.
Leader in the 1v4. An opportunity to close this match out has slipped through the fingers of GK, but Leader has been great in the clutch. Shows so far, taking out Deadshot and now P4.
Do not fuck this up, I swear to God.
Be had by GK to win this. As Leader's positioned by that A-bomb given away. Here's the greater issue, though. There will be one player outside, vaulting out. Shinka seals the deal, and we go to overtime, but boy, what a spectacle that could have been if Leader pulled it off. Alas, we will wait. And Key now also has 2 more opportunities to finally get a kill.
Next round.
That's very true. And how often do you go to a kitchen bomb site, you lose it flawlessly, and you say, you know what, let's go back there at match point and try it again. I don't know about that one, Kike, right? And Wolves the exact same push, but even better. And it's that domino effect where the second Noodle falls in that meeting hallway, everything else across the top floor hold, it falls shortly after, and Wolves, they make it look so easy in that round when they push together with 5 people.
There were some great shots to try to make it happen. We said it was less doable. It didn't mean it was impossible, and we certainly saw Leader give it his best go. Unfortunately, though, the positioning in that 2v1 is perfect. Outside the window, unkillable position unless he swings the window because you're on the defuse kit. The last player was up above as well, so they are in the 2 perfect positions in that 2v1. Very well disciplined by Wolves to be able to close out that round and force us into overtime. And we see the basement bomb site coming through from GK. I talked about at the start of the game. Previous to this match, they were undefeated on both attack and defense on the basement bomb site, 4-0 overall. They have lost it a little bit, but it's still been their best site on D, so I'm not surprised to see it back in round 13.
I'm actually curious how the players right now feel the serve, because when you go into overtime, you know, one team has to start on attack, and that means you get 2 attacking sides, and that, you know, assuming that you play all 3 rounds. And I'm curious if Wolves, they prefer starting the attack to keep things kind of the same, you know, because now they can do like a 7th round in a row, things don't change up, then they get their defense, so maybe adaptability-wise, this might be easier to deal with mentally, but if they lose this first attacking round, they do have to go back again.
No. Brilliant.
They feel terrible. They hate this. They wish they were in defense now.
P4 getting shut down early on, not great for the chances of Wolves, but again, this is a spot that they know quite well, as the numbers still very much favoring GK on those opening picks.
And Hisham, I mean, he's not leaving. He's still inside a cafeteria, ready to get aggressive. I believe he's just being droned by Deadshot now. There's a drone lurking in the area at the very least. There it is. Shoots that drone, but the position will be given away. Deadshot and Mowgli will be the 2 trying to pinch out Hisham and find this trade. It'll come late, but if they can get it without casualties, it'll be very well worth it. He retreats back, though, shoots another drone,
please,
and
please don't do it.
Greedy. And not out.
Collapse on him together.
Escaped, but still lurking around inside of vending, and finally backs on off. Great time waste.
He's min-maxing, that's what he's doing. And he's staying for as long as possible, and he played that middle line perfectly.
Trix kills P4, or Mowgli rather. So along with P4, now that's 2 players from Wolves that will await the afterlife.
No, it's win by 2.
Bibu taken out by a Nitro Cell of Noodle. All these kills to be had by GK. Boy, oh boy, Defenders having a very good time on this Labs map so far.
This looks more like the
whoever gets to 8 wins the map,
regardless
of what the other team has.
Because this looks to be a flawless one. We've seen Wolves be in this position.
But this is only map 1 of 3 maps, and this is also GK's map pick.
Problem, and there's so much time. The cameras are there as well. Deadshot finds Noodle somehow. We're able to expose, swing out that doorway, but there's still 4 defenders upright.
They don't have any drones.
Okay. He does have a Nitro Cell, though, of course, all good fun. Don't take it anywhere too seriously.
Poor Key.
Hisham in a good position, as he always is. Crouched in behind the Kiba barrier.
He's playing on it real close.
Crazy. He's making it so annoying just to get into this room. Another swing coming through from the Legion of Leader. That wheel. Oh, actually shut down from Hisham, and there's Leader. Big 2 kills to finish that one off. Obviously, tough position to be in 2v5. You're pushing down. I like that they grouped up. You know, they gave it their best shot. Ultimately, though, I think it does kind of come down to that roam game. The drones are good from Wolves.
They are.
This is the thing, right? Like, they always have this information, but the way that they're playing on the side of GK, they're always willing to get aggressive. They're always willing to get that first step going, and I think it's just been a little bit tough for Wolves to get a grasp on that in the early round.
No, I agree, but I also think there's a bit of a miscommunication between the droner and the injury, because Deadshot had a drone on Hisham and Kitchen about 10 10 seconds before Mowgli was like in striking distance. So it's like either Mowgli is not saying, hey, I'm not ready yet, I need more time, or Deadshot is just not really looking behind him, because the issue with joining is that
it's win
you're
by
looking
2,
forward.
yeah.
Where's the enemy?
Whoever gets
Sometimes
to 8,
you gotta
there's no
realize,
infinite
hey,
overtime.
what's behind me?
Vadal,
Oh,
thanks
my
for the
teammate
82
is
month
so
resub.
far
I
behind,
appreciate
I
that.
should
Thank you for the
wait for
82
him,
months.
because if you get the intel, act upon it,
there's an
shut down
ad.
a Sham, and you don't allow him to like
run
fall
it
back
now.
towards the bomb site, you buy yourself an advantage. Instead,
realize
he
it's
just
already been
keep a
25
barrier,
minutes.
shoots a drone, shoots a second, keep barrier again, runs back, and it's like, what are you doing, right? Efficiency here for Wolves and the droning it into job isn't really quite there. And it's why some of these attacks are kind of sloppy, whereas in the attack kitchen those 2 times, there are 5 people in the same exact portion of the map. So they did have the drones, and they did have the follow-up, and it's how they won those 2 rounds, basically both flawlessly.
Well, we've got 1, maybe 2 more rounds.
Time
for
flies
teams
when
to
you're
try to
having
get on the board, and
anxiety.
for Wolves to try to figure out those droning issues.
how I
They'll, of
feel.
course, go to defense, and they'll
Final
also
has infinite
choose to
overtime,
play down inside of
maybe.
the basement.
The final, I don't
Obviously, a
know.
bomb site that most teams prefer. Late reinforcement, Tricks trying
Not
to
this
punish
game.
that on the connector wall. Doesn't get lucky with it,
Other games,
unfortunately,
maybe,
as
but
Deadshot on the other side of things,
not this one.
who will get away. He's inside of meeting right now in a cheeky spot.
To speak to that bomb site as well, this is the 7th time we've at 14 rounds. Half of the rounds played on this downstairs bomb site, and I do appreciate that teams have approached it completely different on both attack and defense. You know, we talked about GK only bringing this single hard breacher that one time. Look on the left side of your screen, they're doing it again. Just an ace to be brought. But the other attempt, they brought what? They brought a Maverick, they brought an ace. Wolves also bringing more than one hard breach to try and tackle this site.
No, what the
Noodle,
fuck?
nice shot onto Mowgli, and this
just, like,
could be
running
the
in.
start of the end of Wolves
Come
on
on,
this
Mowgli.
first map.
Yeah, look how disjointed the Wolves' roam is going to Geeka, right? They don't know where the attackers are. They don't got intel. They don't got the trace. Not P4. He's alone, looking to make the hero play that they need.
What are you guys doing? Use your fucking cameras. Why are you just wandering into rooms where there's
working out the way they want it?
opponents?
I think the intel is the perfect point there. You're bringing a Valkyrie every single time on P4. You are dying.
They're just
every single
running
time
into
on
rooms
P4.
where
They
there's
get a bit of
people,
damage
and like
back on
they're
the Tricks.
they're
Even if
sprinting
they're
into these
kills go up, they're
rooms,
just trades.
completely
This is
unaware
really
that there's somebody
roam-heavy
in there.
defense from Wolves. They don't have a ton of good site utility. One C4 from Shinka, that's about it. 3 Kibos from Deadshot,
boys.
don't know what that's gonna do. So you need to be winning this round in the early portions of it, and they aren't.
No, I mean, strategically, this is just around the walls, they fall flat, and Geeka completely counter it. Deadshot
It's
again
really-
alive, he finds one, but that's all that's going to be around him.
I mean, nicely played to get the kill onto Shom. Now it's Tricks to take a lot of damage as well. Have to be very careful of your ankles, as those Capcan traps can
They're
catch
just
you off
full
guard.
sprinting
Deadshot
into.
heard
Okay, you got
one
the yellow ping.
over towards garage. Could decide to go in that
This is a
direction.
terrifying location. Holy shit, this is
Prioritization very
terrifying.
key here.
Please, please,
Catch
please,
him
please,
off
please.
guard.
Good. There's another one. There's another one. There's another
Noodle,
one.
Not wanting to re-engage,
Yes.
buying time, hitting the ground as Beaver
Come on,
is
Deadshot.
off the board. He's down but not out. Deadshot looking around. No kill to
Okay,
be had.
that was close.
GK
I feel okay
prevail
about that.
on
That's
map
okay.
1, 8
It's
to
okay.
6. And they do so with a player not getting a kill, which is the most remarkable feat of them all.
Okay.
Listen, Parker, at the end of the day,
Next.
the only stat that matters
GG,
is
go
the
next.
one at the very top of the screen, and that one reads 8-6. That'll
Next
do
is
for
Skyscraper.
GK. Brilliant win here on their own map pick. I think they're going to be very, very happy with that.
And we might have 2 more maps to go, but we know for sure we'll go to Skyscraper. That's Wolves' choice. Long faces on their side
boys.
of the bench. They'll have a few minutes to sort it out as we have a break ready for you. We'll come right back.
GG, go next. Okay, I'm gonna go feed the cat during this break. I will return.
I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92 da W7M e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí, Caves. Hi guys, this is Boys from Team M80 and today I'm playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうもスカーズ所属のピョンです。Drone in the Unknown.
My map knowledge, pretty good I'd say. I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono uns dronezinhos aí pra galera matar. É, isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is a dragon on the map Skyscraper.
The architect is giving it away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Acho que você está todos, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけどなんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's cafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Café.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure.
I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map.
Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong.
I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though.
I want to say Skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's Skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ?
Yeah, I'll just go chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah, fronteira, border. No arquivos.
Border.
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは上の。
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one.
They both have radios in the map, so it's Night Haven or Consulate.
Vou chutar chalé.
Basement on clubhouse.
Night Haven Lab.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage.
Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown.
Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした。
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra dar pro seu time aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
What's up, Candid? Thank you for the 63-month resub. That is okay. That was GK's map pick. It was close. They just need to lock it in, play together, use your intel. Stop giving them free picks. They gave them a lot of free kills there at the end. Way too many free kills.
Well, it looks like GK actually might still be in their heyday a little bit as they hope for a return to form that got them those first 2 initial best-of-1 wins earlier in the tournament. As they knock off Wolves on their map pick, they waltz right into Nighthaven and take it straight away from the French 8-6. It does go to overtime, but even still, it does stop the losing skid that they were on, and it actually ends Wolves' win streak. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's fresh. Map 1 was pretty darn good, but it just leaves me with a bunch of questions about how the hell map 2 in this series is going to go.
Well, I was a little worried because Wolves did start out initially strong, and it made me wonder, wow, is this what I was talking about with GK being not able to handle those losses? But then we saw going into the little bit, getting into that half, we saw Wolves immediately turn that around.
Yeah, I think it's
I think Wolves
I think it was that
playing.
round, the 7th round, where
like
Noodle managed to get the fuse off. It might be leader, I can't remember who it was. Managed to get the fuse off with the cover in, whilst everyone was still alive. I think that was the turning point, and it looked like GK got a lot more confidence after that once they got onto their defenses.
They gave them like
well,
so many free
them
kills.
Just talking briefly past us
So
that they were talking about
many.
they were playing a little too passive in that beginning, playing a little too scared, and then one of the calls, whether that was from leader or Noodle, said that we need to step it up. We need to start taking aggression, taking this map control, or just fighting these fights the way that they can. And then again, like you said, that was the turning point.
And that's why this map is great for them, by the way. Because if you look at this individual performances on the scoreboard, you got 3 players in double digits, even though 1 player's dropped a donut. And I think the map in terms of Nighthaven is still big. It's still new. There's not a kind of fortified process for how you're going to drone it out when you're on the attack. Where you're going to play. Where are exactly the hotspots? There's lots of opportunity for individual plays to be made. And what are GK good at? Making those individual plays. We saw Hasham
I wonder what they do for like
just standing on the bridge.
Their IGL is not their regular IGL. So if they do well at this tournament, what happens to the dude who was the IGL before? Like, does... I don't know, it's weird, because this guy is just, like, subbing for them.
Valuable, sure, you might not get a kill,
But
you are extremely valuable.
Yeah, like, does the... I mean...
Map 1 off Wolves, and to their own credit, they did look considerably better on this map than they did back when they played Sonics way earlier in the tournament. That was a blowout. Sonic 7-1 them, and there was no opportunity for them to get back into that game. So for them to take their own pick is fantastic. Now we go to Skyscraper. That's Wolves selection. We did say this was going to be a map 3 looking series. So Jack, how good are they at Sky?
Yeah, and I think we still believe that. Wolves Skyscraper is literally one of their favorite maps. They're happy to go to it any time that you want, and they'll take any team there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up their map pick. The one thing that I will caveat that with is that we saw GK play Skyscraper against G2. They lost it, but they arguably could have won it. It was getting very close. It took a big G2 effort.
And that's what I'm worried about too, is GK, well, not necessarily worried about GK, but more worried about Wolves, is GK was close to beating G2. They did have that initial start against G2 and coming away with those rounds, but they did come up short and did lose it. But I do
His
believe
beard
that
is so red.
why they lost to G2.
And his
now
hair
with
is so
Wolves,
brown.
I mean, I wanted to know if Mowgli was going to keep this gas
He's
going.
Heroic's
If there was
IGL.
still anything in the tank. And clearly,
IGL is in-game leader.
So I think if Wolves does
Heroic
really want to scrap
is
this
dropping
game
their
and
whole
come away with
roster,
it,
though, aren't they?
everyone needs to be getting out of Mowgli's backpack.
Was it them
You
that
wanna know what I think?
weren't
just
they
told
like
them
leaving?
in the break in between maps? Yep. I think they were like, you know what? You lost a map in overtime. Not the biggest deal in the world. It wasn't your pick. You're going into your own pick. They were like, keep the mental game high. So you know what I'm hearing behind me? Somebody was barking. I don't know who it
It's
was.
been a Bibu special. So he started it last night. He barked on the interview last night and he's barking again today. I mean, that's the thing. Is like even when Laloon did the timeout yesterday, they were looking down, and that's what she said. She said it doesn't matter about the siege. Raise your energy levels. Get hype. Get in the faces of your opponents by being loud, and that's exactly what they've done here between the
I
guys.
mean, he might look like Mr. Clean, on the outside, but on the inside, he's got that dog in.
Jesus Christ, man. I love the fact that we're seeing somebody who decided, hey, I'm going to go with a really stylish haircut for this event, and then decided, you know what? Actually, nah, this is the reason we're losing. I'm going to shave it off. And look at what they've done so far.
Hey, sometimes you just got to change, you know, new look, new you.
Maybe he needs to get it back because that's the first map Bald Boo just lost. So
Ooh, is
get him a wig, bro.
Is there a wig shop in Atlanta anywhere? Yeah, might need to make it.
I would never take a shot at my region ever.
They're leaving
sure
on
about that?
November 13th.
I've taken many shots.
Yeah, so like after the major.
We missed a few as well.
But they're
We're the
effectively
real
gone already because they didn't qualify for the major
boy.
anyway.
I think this series for me, I mean, just from a storyline consideration, if GK were to win, they are already so far the furthest advancing MENA team ever to qualify. And if they were to make main stage, it would literally be the first time in history. Is it actually going to happen? We are only one map away from determining that, or are Wolves about to put put two in a row on us to go to playoffs? Casters, go!
Casters, go!
Well, a huge match for GK. Nick and I are joined again by our son, Jesse J. Chick, who did a spectacular job in the very first map, just as GK did. But Wolves made them work for it. Now we go to Wolves map. Do we have any different expectations for Skyscraper? Do you foresee Wolves winning this map and sending us to Oregon, or does GK make history?
I do in Bang, and the reason for that is because Skyscraper is an absolutely awful map for GK. It's statistically their worst map with 0 wins and 2 losses in official competitions. They fell to Falcons in Stage 1, which is the reason they weren't in Copenhagen. That was the only map they lost through the entirety of Stage 1. And in Stage 2, they lost this map yesterday against G2. Or, sorry, that would have been 2 days ago.
Yeah,
against G2, the one and only time they've played this map this stage. This is a map that they have historically never won. It's a map that they have historically never really enjoyed. So they'll try it again. They left it up for a reason. They clearly knew this was a possibility. Let's see what they got in store.
I should point out that the GK game against G2 was a 5-7 loss. It was close.
It was.
So it wasn't like they got so slaughtered on it. It was a close series. We saw a Key in the in-game chat saying, I'm going for 0-16, by the way. So not only does he say, we're taking it 2-0, he also says, my team doesn't need me. I'm saving it for the main stage.
Fair enough. Hey, listen, I appreciate someone who can set realistic goals.
Is that realistic, though?
Listen, the other side, obviously not great results from GK. From Wolves, 4-0 on the season. 3 of those wins coming recently in Stage 2, taking out Heroic, Into the Breach, and in Atlanta, D plus Kia were their most recent victims on Skyscraper. So there is reason to believe that we will be headed to a 3rd map. The bans coming through here as well, as we saw the Kaid, I believe the only repeat ban from these two teams' previous matchups or on this map throughout Atlanta. Funnily enough, both of these teams banned the Montaigne when they initially played this in Atlanta. Neither of them banning it today.
That was my big question was, is Monty gonna go through because it was not played on Nighthaven, but it's also, Nighthaven isn't that big of a Monty map, whereas Skyscraper, we see a lot of specific Monty rounds, especially on this bomb set of T Karaoke. So it's not being hovered as of now by Wolves, but of course attack repick is in action, that could change. But what I really think is interesting here is that GK went for the nuke ban. And I'm always like, I see Hasham like on Nighthaven, I'm like, he should play the nuke role, and he doesn't. And so this is obviously a target ban towards Wolves, towards Mowgli, to Deadshot, etc. because they like to utilize the nuke on Skyscraper, lurking about. And of course, this also means you have one less set of grenades on the attack side, usually, because now you're forced into Sledge instead, or you're forced to play Finger every single round, whereas the nuke is usually more of a niche pick, but now that's just entirely gone.
Yeah, Deadshot and P4, generally the Nook players on Wolves. Both of them have 4 rounds on this operator. Excuse me, Deadshot 5 rounds on this operator. So a little bit of play from both of them, obviously, but not going to see it now with the Nook being banned on out. And then the Glaz, also a weird one. Also popular on this bomb site in particular, Tea Room Karaoke. You'll often set up a Glaz on the karaoke window to try to watch in for a quick maybe smoke plant or something like that, but we don't see it. Instead, it's going to be a full east side exhibition clear over coming through from Wolves. Hasham, of course, roaming on that side of the map as well. He, maybe Noodle, maybe Trix will likely be the first ones to get into an engagement.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time in a row that Wolves have banned out that Glaz. So, I mean, obviously it's a comfort pick for them, or rather a comfort ban, I suppose you could say. It's because they picked the operator to ban. It's just different. First bit of Selma's going off, and, well, unfortunately, Hasham's not able to spray away at the Selmas. That means some of that wall opened up leading into Terrace, or, well, that one, not technically into Terrace. Wolves leading into office. Noodle gets on the board first. Down goes P4. No IQ for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a decent loss. It depends on how these Valkyrie cameras play out from Trix. Then so far, I mean, when you go for the roam clear, the Valkyrie not going to be an issue. We can tell from this top-down view that every single defender has fallen off the roam. They're back towards the bomb site, bunkering up, and that's because when you get the opening kill on Skyscraper, you've got what you want. You don't want to risk yourself dying now on the roam, so you fall all the way back, establish crossfires, and Wolves, they still have to respect what if there's a roamer. So we hide in the corner, drone every inch of the map, every corner, and then progress up through. But this top dragon, top drum position can be hard to break apart.
Nice full opening pick. Hasham's given up nothing sitting inside of Drum. You know, he was playing inside of Office at the very start of the round, fell off very early, left Noodle kind of alone. Kind of very good that Noodle got that pick, because there would not have been a trade if P4 had actually won the gunfight up against Noodle. They're going to focus their attention over towards Geisha, and a bunch of frags coming in for GK. Wow.
So much for their worst map. Now, I will say that even though you can contextualize it with numbers, that you are completely wrong just because of the first 3 kills in round number 1, and that's all that matters. Now it's Deadshot to engage with Key. No, no, no. Can Key get the final kill? Deadshot will have to reposition now. Give it to him. Just give it to him at this point. Nitro Cell, Deadshot getting away from it. Hey! He does it!
Key gets a kill!
This play from Key this time.
Come on, boys.
His very first kill of the series. There wasn't a lot of HP to get, but I mean, that's all that does matter.
Key unlocked.
Oh.
No.
Okay, he got one kill against
somewhere
someone who was outside with their back turned in a 1v5.
Thanks.
Calm
You're
down.
welcome. You know what?
Calm down.
Not
He
us,
basically
them.
did nothing.
I don't know if our mics can even- I don't know if they can, do our mics pick it up? I don't.
I'm not sure.
I'm clapping.
I mean,
I was clapping.
I mean, GK bad on Skyscraper, supposedly, statistically, but they start defense. And I feel like, I hate to be like, oh, defender-sided map, blah, 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 whatever, but it is incredibly difficult to attack on Skyscraper. It's hard to get in, it's hard to pick up out at the middle section of the round, and the bomb site itself is also, for the majority of the bomb sites, besides Master Bedroom itself, which is rarely played, they're very strong. So there's no, like, kind of like easy part for the attack. Whereas, let's say you're doing like a clubhouse basement attack, it's easy to roam clear, it's hard to hit the side. It's always hard here.
Yeah, and I really do like the playstyle switch up from GK. We saw in Nighthaven, again, I'm going to focus on Hasham here. He was so often wanting to play in those aggressive positions. Even if he gets droned out, he re-swings. He gets more into your face. He's not wanting to fall off. That round, he fell off immediately. He was gone, out of there. And for them, I think that did waste a lot of extra time from Wolves because they were expecting somebody to be there. Noodle was there, obviously, and he did find that pick. But even after that, Noodle got out of dodge. Wolves spent a lot of time just droning on that side of the map afterwards, trying to find a pick in, trying to find some sort of an entry, and they never really were able to do that. So we'll switch bomb sites. Still on the top floor. It's going to be Office Exhibition. And again, it seems, at least for the start, Wolves are focusing primarily on this east side take. They're not full clearing over from T and Karaoke side. So we'll see how this goes for them to start. They also have an Amaru on the board, although I don't know if it's going to do a whole lot of Gara hooking in.
I was gonna say, you usually go downstairs, up the hatch with Diffuser, if anything, try and get a plant and a botch nade maybe from Mowgli, but I think it works out and clears out that barbed wire instead.
That
so
wasn't
it's
a
all
botch
good.
nade, he did that on
But the thing
purpose
is,
for the barbed
there's
wire.
no distraction up there to help P4 on the Amaru, no Ying. I mean, they have some flashbangs, but that's again, that's on P4, and then Shinga, who's outside the window. He's gonna find the balcony though, not up the hatch.
P4's got maybe some different weaponry than what we expected. He's got that supernova shotgun. Nitro Cell goes out, almost killing P4, not before Noodle.
Oh,
has
Jesus
taken a
Christ.
near mortal beating.
Slow it down, slow it down, Mowgli. Come on, you know there's somebody there, and then Shinga
TK's Noodle and Trix get on the board.
Why? You know somebody's there. You saw him. You saw him in the drum. Why did you give him your back? What was that?
I mean, they didn't even commit to that, Jesse. They were kind of half in, half out. Mowgli
Why did he
sprints
do
all the way
that?
into the bomb site, and then Shinka and Beepo, they're outside the building. I'm not really sure what happened here, but it seemed like either somebody didn't believe in the call or just didn't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really have the control for that. Obviously,
They've got,
jumped
I mean,
on
they've
it,
got
and we saw
3
Mowgli
really
getting
low, so
forward,
it's like,
bit of
I don't know if
siege
they're
time,
just
they're
like
gonna
losing
not
their
see Trix inside
gunfights
of
or
drum,
what.
But even still, like, you don't have control of that room. You're walking into a crossfire. Even if you're watching the angle and you get luckier on the timing, I mean, you're still in a pretty rough fight. Now they're in a 2v4. Again, as you mentioned, Nick, not a lot of distraction operators coming through. They find
they're
one,
all
breaks
so
from BB, okay,
low.
but he's now very low HP off of that. And still working in with Shinka.
They're more
Everybody
low,
on
it's
GK,
fine.
just willing to let them waste their own time.
They have a
Yeah,
C4
but
and an
speaking of
impact.
numbers, GK, 3 members on
They
1
don't have any
HP.
drones. They don't know where
All
anybody
of a sudden,
is.
this looks very
They're
winnable,
like
but it has to be
face checking
Shinka
'cause they don't
most
have
likely to find
drones.
those skills to do that damage. He's on Thermite, not your typical clutch
real
operator,
dangerous.
but he can get it done.
Well, HPs on GK obviously are not
30
to their
seconds.
strengths.
Oh,
at
you
the
see his
moment,
foot, you
with
see his
Team
foot, you
Yellow
see his
and Leader
foot!
All on a
Yes!
bullet away, but, well, you still got a gun at your disposal. You could still shoot away.
You hear him.
One
You
player
hear him.
close
You hear him.
range, right
You hear
next
him.
to Bibu. That's
Nice.
Tricks.
Good.
Out goes a Nitro cell, and a
15
shotgun
seconds.
there will be the undoing of Wolves if they go through that door
Come on,
without
boys.
checking. Now Bibu hopefully
Underneath.
waiting for something
Yes.
now down below.
Come on, that was so
Missing
close.
most of his opportunities.
Shit.
Tricks to swing, 3 kills, no deaths. Can he make it a 4th? On the stairs he does indeed. GK up 2-0.
A lot of faith in Trix in that 3v2. They just let him handle the 2 players over by the house stairs.
Movie's
The
gotta
2
slow it
Brits
down.
staying back. They're on low HP. They know the time's very
Shotguns are
low.
really
Even if he gets 1
ridiculous now.
kill
I don't know what
delay
the hell they
sometime,
did,
they're like,
but
Trix can handle
yeah,
this, okay?
tactical.
We're going to chill.
Slow
We're going to
down.
win on time even if he does go down. So they don't help their teammate, but it's fine. He's got a shotgun close range. They handed it out very, very nicely. Yeah, I think that push was sloppy. Nick, the very start of the round, you said it. They don't have any of these distraction operators. There's no Ying. There's no smokes. That's typically what you see with that push, and it just wasn't there. Instead, they jump on in and get slammed.
I mean, they got absolutely slammed, and when your coach calls a tactical timeout when you lose the second round, you know something's going really bad.
Some problems.
There are some minor problems here at play, yeah, and I think this must be like a mentality thing and communication thing, because mechanically speaking, we know how great all the players are on the server. Wolves especially, I mean, they're known to just kind of break through some of these hard holes. You know what? They have a shield, they have ADSs, we don't care. Mowgli walking, pew pew pew. But in that round, it was like Mowgli's in and everybody else is out, and Shinka looks away, doesn't cover, then team kills and he flicks back. It's just, what is going on here, Wolves?
It's a calamity of errors, and I mean, one thing that has been consistent with this Wolves team is always that they seem to struggle under pressure an awful lot. When things get really tough, this is a team that has a bit of a history of folding. And I mean, not like every match up to this point has not been tough, but you're now playing in the toughest match. You win this, you go to the main stage, you lose, you're out. This is the end of the road. This is the toughest game that Wolves will play until they get onto that stage, and they need to actually get there first.
On the flip side, you could say that about every other game they've played at this tournament so far. They've always been backs against the walls.
I did say that. I said that it's not, I said that all the more elimination games. But they knew that there was still more work to be done afterwards, right?
Sure.
They've been fighting for their lives, and this is where they can form a beautiful rebirth. A new set of wolf cubs to grow up on the main stage. Wouldn't it be beautiful to see 5 little wolf puppies growing and coming into their own?
I'm lost on this analogy,
That's
Nick.
very visual. I don't know about that one, my guy.
I think it's delightful. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I hope they make it, Parker. But you're right. I mean, Wolves, they've made every single major under this organization. Even made the previous event on the Vitality for the change.
Yeah.
But they've never made it past quarters. And sometimes, more often than not, they go out doing groups. So then exiting here at the tail end of the second phase would be right on where they usually exit, unfortunately.
That's Barbecue Kitchen for round number 3. Wolves, after their tack timeout, are going to be trying to clear quite a bit of the map there again. Kind of mostly
There's a
entering
guy in
from
there.
the office exhibition side. We do see Noodle in a bit of a cheeky spot for Sean.
In the toilet.
In the toilet, as you say.
There's some players down there with him, too. I think that's P4 running around on the bottom floor. Yes, it is. He seems to have absolutely no idea, and he's making a lot of noise. Might be fresh meat.
I mean, the thing is
don't know
now
if
that
he's,
we got
like,
that middle
not-
line, we wait for enough time, just go for the kill. No,
Like, is he
bye-bye.
not
Fine.
droning it?
I mean,
Is there a reason
often
that he's not
players will hide
droning
the
it?
corner for as long
Why
as
didn't he drone
possible,
all
go
those
for a
corners?
late
Like, he
round
looked
flank,
in that
cause some
room, but he didn't
chaos in the
drone it.
server. But instead, you know, a free kill's a free kill, and now you see Wolves
Why
kind
is
of
he
running
doing
back
that?
saying, okay, now I guess we gotta deal with
I don't know
Hasham,
if
but
that
where is he?
is-
Sledge above the check, over the hatch,
Like,
open
is
the
that
floor.
the
But the droning,
expectation?
the intel from Wolves,
For him
only
to
4
not drone
drones
that?
left, it's really lacking in this round.
Hasham is still in this position by house. We get swung on and targeted from multiple angles. Bibu collapsing on him, as you saw those nuisance operators that you talked about in the previous round being absent. Get brought, at least in the hands of Jokobi, which, with her ban rate being what it is, she can have such influence on these rounds, and immediately it pays off when she gets brought in round 3.
Okay, so I like that clear from Bibu. The only problem is now there's about a minute left.
Yeah.
All the defenders are in the west. All the attackers are in the east. So they're making that move over now. We've seen Shinka kind of rotate over to Geisha, getting that open. We're seeing him now on the restaurant window as well. Trix taking some damage. So this is potential. Trix is, of course, up there on the top floor. This is going to be, it's going to have to be explosive, honestly, if they want to clear this out and make it happen fast.
Yeah, they don't have to look at phone calls either, so they gotta do it just kind of going in with the guns blazing. I mean, they have, again, 4 drones, but they need all 4 members with the manpower to move into the bomb side. They don't have the intel here.
They gain it, at least on the position of that player inside of Barbecue. Leader taking one down with him before he's traded off right away. Now a swing onto Mowgli from Key, who's performing much better on Skyscraper. Tricked on stairs will have to work with Key as Bibu hunts him down, but the time is just not there. There's nowhere to go unless Shinka can get that diffuser down. He attempts it, but he's on 0-0-0. And Tricked will get the final 2 kills. The timeout did not work immediately. 3-0 from GK, who seem to have the wind at their backs.
Yeah, when you're going for that low time push, right? A lot of players still on the board, 4v4. You don't necessarily have that intel because you didn't have the time to really gather it. You didn't have the time to clear every single position. I want to see these teams pushing more.
I really want to know why
P4
P4 didn't drone
in
that
these really
bathroom.
tough pushes with low time because it's going to get messy. It's going to get explosive, and you're going to lose
I really
want to
know.
So have those bodies there to get for the trade. Bibu, I think, got 1 trade. He played
He
pretty
should
well
not.
this round. I thought
He
was
looked
really
in the
solid.
bathroom
However,
and
the
he
rest of the
didn't
team is
drone
just not able to
the
really
bathroom
find
to,
anything.
like,
This
actually
example right there
clear
for Key with the SMG.
And I don't know if somebody else was supposed to or what, but I really would like to know why he.
And that's the thing, it comes also down to like utility spending, right? If you spend all your utility in the first minute of the round to clear 1 guy on the roam, Hasham on the Solace, you don't have anything else with the remaining 4 defenders, the remaining last minute of the round, and for the most important one, the bomb site itself. So if you have people on Dokkaebi and you use both calls to hunt down 1 player, I mean, imagine you had 1 or 2 calls of the bombs that execute. You can walk in without the drones, you can hear where they are, go for pre-fires, and have a more, let's say, more confidence going into it, because right now Wolves, they don't look all that comfortable nor confident. I mean, they're running in the building,
2 or 3
they're dying pretty
attacks.
early on, Mowgli's 1-3, Tetris 1-3, P4 is 0-3 as is Shinka. It's Bibu with 4 kills, but half of them are kind of exit kills in the round, so they're lacking early game presence right now. They're getting shut down very early on.
What's up, Ricky? Thanks for the 51-month
I don't want to
resub.
mention it, but I'm going to.
Thank
0-3 after really struggling the last map as well, especially in those early rounds, right? When he's in those early engagements, we need to see him performing. We need to see him stop getting caught off guard. Hopefully this is his turnaround. He's going to be playing kind of up towards this top floor, alongside Mowgli, actually, very nearby. Noodle bottom floor. He was roaming up towards the top of house stairs. He's now down at the bottom, trying to make a bit of a play, trying to be a little bit more sneaky, but he's in a bit of trouble here. If he can't get out, runs up to his mute chamber, turn off his phone.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Good job.
Yeah, I mean, do that. Meanwhile, Mota gets the opening kill now. Wolves looking a little bit better so far in this round. They're Tricked on 6 kills.
Captain Dallas, thanks for the
That's
109-month resub.
So all of
Appreciate
a
it. Thank you for the
sudden,
109
looking a little bit
109
better.
months.
But the thing is, yeah,
damn.
you can have a pretty decent early round here. The thing is, you gotta keep up the pace now of your Wolves. Go through the map, clean it downstairs, maybe see if Mota can get a grenade kill or 2, and then work your way up those staircases. Plenty of time, but again, it's all about the intel. These drones have to get the work going for them to share
so
the
many
intel with Mota
grenades
downstairs.
The Geisha wall opened up, so at least if you're not necessarily getting kills through some of this action, you're getting your utility on the board, though there was a kill earlier from Wolves. They're in significantly better position. Nade will go out, but Jesse, I believe you said they went fishing. In this case, they're going to go home very hungry and very empty-handed. So we haven't really seen a lot of success with these nades from below. Oh, Peter is not. Oh, he's so close to P4. Mowgli is there as well. Can he get him? There goes the grenade.
Oh,
Swung
God,
on
nice
Leader.
shot, nice shot,
Outdueled
nice
by
shot.
Mowgli.
Holy
Wolves
fuck,
with
my
1 minute
heart.
left find themselves in a
God.
5v3. But there's Key playing on the window with Noodle not too
Nice.
far off. Taken out by Mowgli yet again. All the kills so far for Mowgli.
You have
We've
sight.
got 2 players still up on the side of
Who's
GK.
got the
They're quite
diffuser?
spread
Where's
out.
the
Hasham
diffuser?
and Drum. Noodle actually holding the crossfire with him up on that top floor, looking to try to make something happen. Bottom floor, excuse me. He's got that C4 down below
Where's
as
the
well. They
case?
do have Valkyrie on the board.
Where's the
but
case?
do wonder
Where's
if
the
there's
case?
some
Where's
intel
the
for
case?
maybe a
Where's
late
the
round
case? Shinka's got the
plant or
case, okay.
denial. They've got
Shinka's
Shinka
coming
down there
back.
too. He's got to get up
Bibu
to the
lost
bomb
it on the
site. He's gotta
window, that's
rappel
why.
into the karaoke
Noodle's going
window.
underneath.
This
He's
is gonna
got a
be pretty
C4?
low time.
He has a C4
Mowgli
underneath.
knows that this is a problem, so he's hunting for the
Okay,
bottom floor
good.
player, and he finds him 4K,
Quad
looking
kill?
for the ace with the last guy alive.
Now you got to
Just
cover the
gonna
plant.
Hasham.
That's him and Shinka.
Just 20
that will be
seconds. You got to cover the
fighting
plant.
for
Or
this
Shinka kills this guy.
honor.
Come on.
Shom's inside of Geisha. could be a showstopper.
Planting.
Potential for 4K.
The ace, the ace,
If he can
the
find
ace.
it, but Mowgli softens him up, still in the
Yes!
hunt. An ace for Mowgli, and Wolves
Yes,
get
Mowgli!
on the board finally.
It's all it took. Superhero performance, 1 versus 5 essentially. And the thing about Mowgli is that he started with the opening kill, then he runs up the staircase, gets another down the staircase, gets another shots on the C4 vertically, and also covers Shinga in that 2 versus 1 plant. I mean, this is the thing. Individually, Mowgli did such a good job in that round, but the issue is, what if he doesn't? What if he didn't? That round doesn't go that way, and Wolves as a team are kind of falling apart.
It's really scary that Mowgli could have gotten a 4K, and that would have definitely been around for GK. If he loses that final 1v1, plants going down, that's it. That's GG for the round. So, I mean, great from Mowgli, but yeah, I agree. The overall play needs to be better from Wolves. I like in that final 2v1 how he was really not even trying to kill this last guy, not even trying to kill Hisham, but to distract him. Make it so much noise here on the staircase, firing his gun before he even saw him, and then he goes to cut off the angle which the player would take to deny the plants. That's really nice to see from Mowgli. It's not even just the gunplay, but it's the individual decision-making in the micro. That's great to see. And the other thing that's good to see, they're yelling. They're loud.
The vibes are
Wolves
back.
win when they're loud. We've seen Lailoon literally take timeouts for this tournament, literally just to say to her boys, listen, we got to be a little bit louder. We aren't bringing the energy here, because when Wolves are yelling, when they're having a good time, that's when they've seen the most success.
Yeah, and I do want to take back actually, like, I didn't realize how much P4 helped Mowgli in that round. He was IQ sprinting in front of him, actually enabling Mowgli to get those kills. So yeah, Mowgli did all the job, but he did have support this time. So I want to take that back. Wolves they don't seem like they're falling apart.
Mowgli go kill. It's it's the same thing with Shaiko. It's like all the teams.
Exhibition once again.
You have
no
like
Amari
one
this time,
fragger
maybe-
who just
maybe
goes
less
in.
of an
Like that's the whole
explosive
point.
Execute, but it still feels like a pretty direct take. Most of the players on Wolves starting over on this east side doesn't seem like they're going to clear from Tea Room and Karaoke. Perhaps down below, as we do see the drones down there in P4 as well.
Shit on the
Taken
stairs.
out from the house stairs. Key so good there.
No, we missed an opportunity to see P0 and 4.
Oh, God.
P0 and 5.
Oh god.
Mowgli
Oh!
just couldn't use the adrenal surge fast
Oh,
enough.
that
and now
first one
using
was
it
nice
and
though.
getting outdone
Damn.
by Key, who's
I thought he had the
fifth
second one
kill,
too. That would have been great.
Is doing excellent work. Second
Okay, slow
only
it
to
down.
Tricks
Slow
on
it
the
down.
team.
Clear.
Shinka also looking for a first kill. Combined with Deadshot, that's 3
he
players
downed.
with
He
only
downed
a
the
single
Mira.
kill combined.
Shit.
He will
Come on,
potentially bleed
boys.
out, but Bibu's last alive with 1:45 to go.
Man,
And
what are
Tricks
you
will
guys
just
doing?
soften
That
him
was-
up. Oh my, maybe the Wolf Cubs are already here, and that's why they aren't as strong as grown wolves.
That was a messy round.
Maybe that's possible.
That was
Maybe
really
they
messy.
had the wolf puppies too soon.
No, it's okay. One more attack and then defense.
It said
I
they
believe.
liked it, by the way. That's all that
Then they
matters.
get to defend.
That's the justification I need.
Come on, boys.
I saw the alert pop up, and it was like, for the record in Taro, I loved it. And I was like,
No.
go.
You and your one-man army. That's all there's going to be about that, okay?
There are dozens of us.
Just one. Just one. I mean, you go from winning Mowgli ace, convincing round, in that regard, to kind of getting stumped in this one. And it kind of falls up again. Very early deaths and walls, so they don't take the time they need. Mowgli didn't win that second gunfight. Then all of a sudden, Key gets like 3 kills now because of it. So these very small 50-50 gunfights have way too much impact, I feel like, for the side of Wolves.
When Key wasn't in the server, when he was dropping a donut, we saw an incredibly close 8-6 game. When GK are playing 5v5 and not 4v5, it looks disastrous for Wolves. Key played so well in that position. Obviously, the C4 coming through, the shotgun play, the long angle, or the SMG-11 angle, down to the player at the bottom of house stairs. Absolute performance coming through from him, and what we're seeing from Wolves, that was their second direct take on that bomb site. They never got the chance to go for the full clear. If we see this again, maybe in overtime, I wonder if that will come out, but for them now, they've just got to put that bomb site to rest, put it in the back of your minds. You've got one more round to attack. It's Barbecue Kitchen. Good luck.
I mean, this is... I'm gonna cope here a little bit. This is attack in Silent Skyscraper for Wolves.
Oh, okay.
If they can get the
Okay.
full half, just buy themselves a little bit of wiggle room when they get that side swap comes through, I think they might be okay. But going down 1-5, you're gonna be in the back of your head going, guys, this is not looking good, and if we make a single mistake, we're out of it basically. We're staring down match point at least. So the risk assessment changes, but Mowgli so far is still keeping it up, applying pressure onto Hisham, and Jimin jumps in the window.
Yes.
Gets the kill, takes advantage
Yes.
of that adrenal
No.
surge. Not
Fuck.
good enough for a
He did.
second, though. Noodle trades him out immediately. And Nick, further to your point, not just a 5-1 for GK, but a 5-1 where you've got no parachute. Because you had to use that timeout so early on, Wolves will just have to roll with it. The only way they could presumably do a timeout would be the SQ timeouts yesterday, where if you saw it was used repeatedly in that match, where Sonics were consistently in a bad position, and then they would just have Grixer go and sit and wait and talk amongst the team. Now, you can't talk to your coaches, but you still get to talk to each other. And if you're in that position, that means you're on match point if we're actually going all the way in this hypothetical, which for Wolves is terrible. That means you only have one more opportunity. If you're Sonics, you almost got there. I was actually watching Super Stream and I was enjoying it very much. Came so close. For Wolves, you'd be lucky at this point to get that close.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, right? You've now lost your second body, and it was a little bit better than the first round. They had a bit better time pushing in this 4v4, but losing that body of Bibu, man, that is really, really rough. The top floor will be a little bit given up by the side of GK. They haven't fully given it up. They've still got Noodle up there. We've got the smoke up there, too, from Keys, so they aren't giving it up. But they have retreated out of Geisha. They're not playing so aggressively inside of here anymore. We're finding that out on the side of Wolves here as Deadshot walks in, and the plant's going down from Shinka.
How does Shinka have the map control to do this with so many players up from GK? Or are they just simply not aware? Deadshot eliminating Key. Now
what is going on?
Still looking for his first pick, but Deadshot is so good. Diffuser doesn't go down. Noodle goes huge with Leader there in tow. It's Noodle and Deadshot in a 1v1 with 30 seconds left. Leader might be retrievable, but it's hard to say at this point. I think the play for Noodle is to just simply wait it out. Only 20 seconds left. Diffuser picked up, and possibly in the corpse of Leader, the Diffuser goes down. No. Deadshot will reposition towards that barbecue door. Noodle could play off of this. Pros don't fake. Deadshot wins it all. What an absolutely inhuman effort.
Oh my god.
Still some life for Wolves.
They needed that. Mentally speaking, confidence speaking, they needed that so badly. Now there's a bit of hope in their eyes again. They get the 2-4 half. They go to that favorable defensive side, and they can maybe, just maybe, pull back this comeback and go to a third map. But if you're GK, you don't really mind this too much because that round should have never gotten that close from their side. They really brought it back to that 1v1.
No, I'm nervous now. Maybe it's copium, but not only do we have them going to the favorable side, not only do we have Wolves fired up and going with that energy that we've seen work so well for them in the past, but the statistics for GK on the defense are also not great for them. GK have the worst the worst attacking entry, I meant to say, coming through here. They are attacking for the second half. The worst attacking entry out of any team in Atlanta. They get the opening hit just 29% of the time, and that may be okay if Wolves aren't great at capitalizing off that opening pick.
No. They're going to capitalize.
Have an 83% defensive entry conversion. That means if they get the opening pick on entry or on defense, they win 83% of the time. This stat may come back to bite GK. Obviously, this is against other opponents. This is maybe a small sample size for some of these squads, but they did both play in the play-ins, and those rounds are taken into account. So for Wolves, that's kind of the light in the tunnel. You are down 4-2, but the stats say that this is a much better site for you because of the map, because of the entry statistics, and because of the momentum that they're bringing into this round. So I'm not worried for them yet. This is their map pick. They should have good defenses on Sky. Anybody's game still to play.
No, it is. And while we got this technical time, I just want to talk about the fact that I spoke to Valentino from Falcons back in Mana. I was like, you know, I'm missing you this event because you know he was showing up and he was becoming like a stable, you know. And then it was always been GK and Falcons domestically always being first and second, back and forth. And Valentino said, you know what? Well, how well GK are playing, I'm not even mad that I'm out there because they're representing our region so well, putting on such a good performance, and he believes they can make main stage as well and represent their region in the quarterfinals.
I mean, it'd be a story.
That would be a story.
Right? The first time in a major. We saw Falcons attend a major for the first time back in Copenhagen. Now we could see GK attend top 8 with a crowd behind them at a major. And I got to imagine, unless they're playing some NA favorites, this team will get the crowd behind them because you know an NA crowd loves the underdogs.
Sorry, Minna.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't watch Twitch chat while I cast. None of us do, actually. But we can always go back and rewatch this portion of the broadcast. Chat, would you cheer for GK if you were here present in Atlanta? Yes or no? It's very simple.
No.
Nick's already cheering.
I'm sure. I also like to.
He's a biased caster, though.
I do. I'm always biased for everything, apparently, right? But no, I think
I'm just kidding.
building
I'm sure
the
they're very
future of
nice
the game for
people.
those of like pro players, up-and-coming
But I don't
players,
give a
up-and-coming
shit.
teams, orgs, I think it's very important for the longevity.
Yes.
Let's say it's always
Skyscraper,
G2 Dark
we know
Zero,
Skyscraper
they
really
go,
well,
You know,
okay?
retire, you know,
It's
get
like
new
one of your
players,
best
Troy
maps,
disappears,
just play your
it's
game.
like, who do we care about anymore, right?
Play together.
We wanna get
Troy
new
disappears?
boys.
He's got this.
No, he's inevitable. He's always here.
What do we do to make that happen?
We just need
Too many overtime
5
games.
defenses.
I only say this because
5
he
rounds.
watched our TriCast 2 days ago and he said I look like a grandmother. Well, that was really hurtful. I think with my hair and all of that, I'm like Qui-Gon Jinn from Star Wars Episode 1 meets Cottage
you're
Core.
not.
I think
No,
that's
it's
Cottage Core Qui-Gon Jinn.
That's
is how I would describe my look today.
Wolves on T-Room karaoke.
Not a
for their
grandmother.
first
I always think they're gonna blow
defense.
themselves up with those grenades because they hold them so long.
We've got a Geisha-focused execute right now with the defuse kit held by leader just outside of there. Hisham down below trying to work some magic. He's already used both of his grenades. Didn't find anything with them. Those are the half of the nades that have been brought by GK. They still have 2 more in the pocket of Noodle. Although I don't believe that he is down below.
It's weird how they did it. I guess Mowgli DC'd because everyone else still has their stats, and Mowgli's the only one who doesn't have stats anymore. So
it's going to be Shinka inside of Geisha trying to hold this one down. He's aware that nades could come below. He's aware his phone is ringing. Bibu, his phone
please,
too.
Bibu, please.
This is bad.
Bibu, get up, get up.
Is he alive?
Oh God. Jesus Christ.
Hisham somehow dies to Bibu. Noodle now primed and ready with a nade, but still Bibu persists inside a pantry. Backed up, of course, by Mowgli now. Who that delay was to get Mowgli back. But by the way, Bibu and P4
there we go. Come on,
the
boys.
board
Come
now
on.
as well. 2 kills for P4 as he broke into that goose egg previously.
Good.
GK
Crush them.
They slaughtered on their entry. Leader holds onto that diffuser. GK about to lose their very first attack. Does lend some credibility to the argument that you've made about this being a dramatically defender-sided map.
Yeah, my goal there. I mean, they were focused so heavily on people downstairs and they couldn't clean it up. So all of a sudden they lose 3 members in the process. Now it's all down to leader. On Thermite, you know, breaching walls, droning, and now last man standing. And I mean, somebody please help this guy. He's fighting left, right, center, and downstairs. And P4 swings and gets the kill. Wolves, they got that final attack around. They're feeling good. And they also get their first defending round victory.
Yeah, I am very impressed with Bibu for winning that fight down below when he's literally prone. Hisham peeks him once, sees that he's there. Then he fires, I think, 1 bullet, goes for the reload. I'll have to go back and see the replay, how many bullets were actually in his clip. That's either a problem of not reloading ahead of time or maybe misclicking his reload button. I'm not exactly sure. But regardless, that's a gunfight that the Finka should be winning most of the time. You saw him there. You had the phone calls ringing out. The fact that Bibu was allowed to persist, get another kill after that, completely opened up the round to come through from the Wolves. So rough one from GK. You maybe would like to have back. That's the kill, which unfortunately didn't go the way of Hisham. But still, wow, Bibu's so good. Still, you know, I think that on the side of GK, it's your opening round on attack. It's their best bomb site. It's okay. You just gotta not let this momentum get a little out of hand.
I have a question, Jesse. You were going through that
GK
round
still have their
early
tech
on when
time
people
out
first get
also.
into a confrontation
Wolves use theirs
downstairs. You
after
said,
round
"Oh,
two, but
on my minimap,
GK
I see
still have
this. Do we have a minimap here?
Okay, it's a big map.
Are you leaking some stuff here?
No, it's not a leak. It's just we have another observer feed.
Okay.
And it
So a
shows us a top down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe I was missing out on something here because the minimap sounded kind of delicious.
They've given
there.
analysts secret tech that they don't give to casters. That's the key.
Damn.
Oh, they have the
I mean, I was an analyst back in Berlin Major, and I did not have that tech.
They don't have
so it must be
any
you.
pocket reinforcements either. They're just gonna leave it open.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, the site's over on the other side.
NA Major, and then Bias was the NA analyst as well. It is what it is.
We're all NA casters, you idiots. Like, what is...
I said analyst. We're not analysts. We're casters, like you mentioned.
We have to analyze when we're in the game.
Okay.
So we're splitting
Let them
hairs.
have this wall so that they can defend that wall, because that one has a longer line of sight.
He's gonna marry the wall. Yes. What? That hurts. Kill.
It hurts so much.
Fire throw there.
Exhibition office for round number 8, of course. We saw the map play coming through. The castle barricades, decently common strategy with the mirror window, then looking into T-room as well. You really are just drawing a line down the map saying, we will not go farther than this, nor will you. The castle barricades and mirror windows make it very tough to make it on in.
There you go.
Starts to break down these barricades now, though, but look how much time we've already
they put in a zombie there.
on the clock. We still have strong positions being held by both Bibu and the mirror of Shinka, so these two, whether they want to hold here for a little bit longer and then back off, or whether they want to take some fights and maybe make this even worse for GK if they win them, it's really up to them and how they're feeling.
I love the setup. The castle barricades, the key bass, all of it. Just like saying, we're just going to sit in these corners and GK got to make all the first moves. And so far, they haven't really made it yet. Boost comes to Adrenal Surge. Noodle with the Gun 6 in pocket might look for an aggressive play here, but the thing is, what's the setup going to look like? We see 2 members on the balcony near the bomb side and 3 members in the Geisha portion of the map. They're very split down the attack.
Waiting on that Gon 6 to open things up, and they'll have to deal with the Kiva barriers first. P4 eliminating Tricks. Just Noodle is the next one involved over by Terrace.
Meter's almost dead.
Fighting that bar hold that's been established by Deadshot. Noodle throwing yet another smoke just to conceal. Down goes Leader. Deadshot finally finished off as Wolves hold the upper hand with 45 seconds remaining.
Great use of the Yana smoke grenades from Noodle to get on in there and lock off the line of sight from Bibu, who's playing inside of Drum. He didn't have the angle as the player jumped in the window, and now Bibu himself being pressured. The Maverick's still a bit of a problem that Bibu's got to deal with. Unfortunately, the defuse kit went down, jumping in exhibition window, so that's a problem they've got to fix at some point from GK. But still, I mean, with a good little positioning coming in from Noodle, I mean, it's not impossible here. That's a great start.
Excellent follow-up as Hisham gets some control over towards Dragon, and now sitting on flank watch. Will not await anybody over on the side of Karaoke or T, though he does have a player close left in Bibu. Bibu's waiting for the cross, losing the duel. No, that's not how it's supposed to go. A frenzy breaking out as GK needs to find the last kill, and they do so.
How?
Brilliant. How? And they rush on through. It's a bit linear, right? They're all kind of coming through from the one side of the map. They're all in Dragon side, but it's okay because whilst they had lost the defuse kit, they understood the assignment. They know they've got to rush through the bomb site. And again, that smoke grenade from the Yana, Noodle used it to jump on in. That's a perfect use of that utility to get in and stop that pinch. This was a very similar push to what we saw from Wolves. I believe it was round number 2, where they're trying to get into exhibition. It's a direct take, and they don't have any distractions. They get slammed jumping in that window. There it is from P4, killing Tricks. That should have been the end of the push. That, in many ways, could have absolutely dismantled things because that's defuse kit on the ground completely alone. But the play from Noodle, the pressure from the rest of these players to get on in and take control of that site, excellently done, really well called, man.
It might not have been called by P4 or Wolves that they did indeed have the diffuser case on the bomb set, because if they knew that, I feel like you could have played it a bit different. A bit more far back, a bit more passive, and try and play on the clock, because there was only like 2.5, maybe 3 seconds left when the round actually ended up being finished. And I mean, every single tag around right now for both teams on the half, they're so important. Wolves only got 2. One of them was a 1 versus 1 clutch. GK already have gotten their first. 1 more, and then are guaranteed at least to go into overtime. And yeah, the Noodle play with the smokes, Lana brought them a way in. But more importantly, they did something that was like unorthodox. You can't really prepare for those things. And I think it was like a mid-round thing where GK said, you know what, we see an opening here, and it might get really, really messy, but it might also work. And sometimes all you need is a bad plan that everyone's following, because that's better than having no plan at all.
100% it is. And we're seeing a very similar strategy with the mirror windows and the castle barricades, drawing a line down the map. You're going to hold inside of Drum, you're going to hold outside of Dragon, you're not going to let them pass the T-room. But one thing that we're seeing now, which is a little bit different, we've got Mowgli down below on the Valkyrie, a pre-play C4 actually put a little bit earlier in the round. Not sure if that's been utilized yet. No, it hasn't. There it is. Fine scheme. Brilliantly done. And that's a great little adaptation coming through. They didn't have last round. That's now started them off on a really good foot in round number 8 or 9.
Yeah. The question now is, do they fall back, solidify, play those crossfires? Well, they're playing that middle line again where they hold Dragon, they hold Drum. Just kind of waiting again. Oh, that is a disgusting shot from Bibu. Didn't need to take that risk, but he does, and falls back immediately to the bomb side.
The thing with Wolves is that they're always capable of these individual heroics. I mean, typically it's Mowgli that we see doing it, but throughout the course of this entire event, everybody on this team has pulled it off at least one time. Maybe Shinka's not in the best position to do so today, but otherwise, can absolutely make his impact known. Outside of that, Wolves has established themselves quite well in the previous round, still didn't go in their favor. Through the mid-round now, there's patience exhibited from them, but they're still lined up to greet these remaining players from GK. Before Mowgli dies, though, and Noodle's got two nearby in drum. Deadshot to the right awaits him first. And oh my goodness, what a shot by Noodle, who might lose out on another player to the left. But
give up your advantage
here. There's a push-up coming alongside Noodle from GK. They need to get to this bomb site quickly, only 45 seconds left.
So Bibu falls back, but Deadshot sticks around. It's kind of puzzling where they play both sides of the coin, where either you play bomb site or you play the roam. Don't spread yourselves too thin. You got the 5v3. That's not back to a 3 versus 3. And we saw GK push the side successfully last time. They could try to do that same kind of thing again, but this time they also have Diffuser.
They've got the cams, and there goes a logic bomb as well. Last bit of this operator utility now expended, and a perfect time to do that. Leader gunning down P4. Two players from GK stacked up inside a Dragon. Shink is prepped and ready for that with a Nitro cell, but now falls off. Might play for the post plant. That leaves more on the shoulders of Bibu, as the diffuser will be walked in by Leader. Bibu by Bar, miles away, but Leader stops the play, and it gets dropped at the last second. Sloppiness from GK as they have no idea where these last two players are. Wolves win it as the timer runs out.
Shinka with the C4 down below,
I don't know what just
Valkyrie cam in sight. That felt unwinnable, and I think getting off the defuse kit the last moment was kind of GK recognizing, shoot, workhouse. They saw the mirror go downstairs. They had no opportunity to take her down, and so they know there's a C4 below us. We're on a red ping. Pretty unwinnable at that moment. Unfortunate that it went down that way, because as you said,
I would have held it. I don't know.
Recovery. I was a little bit shocked that they continued to pressure on from that west side. They really wanted to play inside of T room. They focused these kills.
Why not
I didn't think that they would want to stick around after their Maverick died, because again, with Kivas and Castle Barricades and mirror windows, there's a lot here. And
I think I still would have held the button down.
They do stick around.
Myself,
they get those kills for it, and they actually have a pretty solid.
Maybe he
push
thought he
to
had
come out
time.
of it.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's just unfortunate that
I'll take it.
Camera intel coming through from the end was just a little bit too much from Mowgli.
Yeah, and Wolves, they understood the mission.
I don't like how close
they
these rounds
didn't
are.
realize
It's really
what the objective was for GK. So that, okay, do they have diffuser? Do they not? We don't know. So we're gonna find out, I guess. This time they knew they do have diffuser, and they do want to get it down, but we have a C4. So again, communication was there for Wolves.
3 more defense.
They almost tied things up now, only down with a single round. But that's office now locked for them for the next 2.
He had to move or he would have gotten C4. Yeah, so like I understand that, but I'm saying,
well, if the roam works,
I mean, if you don't have time to move, then I would have still just held the button down.
But if the exhibition roam fails, that's
he either didn't realize he didn't have time to move, or he just decided to like, sometimes the C4 gets fucked. There we go, Mowgli. Yes, good.
And Mowgli takes down Hisham on the bottom floor of roam, on the top floor, pushing around there.
Play your
really
advantage.
Nice to be able to take him down. The big thing, right, is that we do see Bibu down below inside of kitchen. He was the big player last time they attacked this bomb site, but they've also got a really good extension over into exhibition. In fact, almost every player on the side of Wolves is over on the east side of the map right now. Only Shinka and Bibu remain on the west. So we've got a lot of players extending over towards this. They want to fight GK early, even though they got this first pick. Some teams, they'd say that's fine. We're going to back off. We're going to let them play 45.
Nova came in here earlier right as I yelled, and she immediately
I think sticking on is a smart choice. You got to make them breach, kill some drones, then fall back, because they know they can get more out of this. With Hisham being dead, with the finger being out of this round, you have a much more strong hold against this. The nades are gone, the adrenal surge is gone, one of the lurk/injury players are gone as well, so why give them all this map control for free? Stick around for a bit longer. And Deadshot has been doing this entire series, never quite falling back, sometimes to his demise, but this time with support from his teammates.
And they've got a bit of a cutoff coming through from the window too. We see Tricks down there, we see the Thermite as well, potentially going to catch these players. They've got to leave first, of course. Mowgli's kind of in this position, fighting against Key on one angle. Bibu is kind of with him as well, down below to try to support with a vertical angle. The smoke grenade comes out. We saw that earlier from Leader. Are they going to jump in and take something off of it? They're just working on the exhibition wall at the moment.
They're looking for kills now.
Don't do it.
This Leader will stumble into a goo mine. We saw some damage done earlier. Multiple goo mines, in fact. Key reduced, but still upright before being finished off.
Come on, boys.
It's the first kill as well for this GK squad. GK, and they get another now. Noodle is gone. As Wolves will add to their tally. In a 3v2, Trixton Leader, last 2 remaining. P4 plugging a hole with that Kiba barrier. Trick's waiting it out. No utility remaining on his end. 45 seconds to
Come on,
go.
boys. They still have so
Tough
much
spot
time.
for GK.
Oh,
They need to find all these kills. If they don't, then they're going to be
Yes!
Oh my! Hold on, there's
Yes!
life, and then there wasn't. Tie game
Fucking
between
go.
these teams.
Let's
as
fucking go.
it
Two more
really
rounds,
is a
two
very
more.
defender-sided skyscraper as we expected.
Yeah, I think the big thing I've noticed from these last couple rounds is when GK just choose a push, they really commit to it.
They do.
Both of those rounds, we saw them face a real big problem. They faced, first of all, it was that kind of Castle and Mira setup over on the T room side. Then in Exhibition, they faced these really heavy roamers who were hungered in. It was Mowgli, it was P4, bodies that they tried calling, and they just never retreated. And we never saw GK make the decision
got
like,
his
there's
keyboard
a lot
on
of
a
players over
t-shirt.
here on the east side. What if we swap west? If we go towards the bomb site, they're going to follow us, because if they don't, we take site, they lose the round. So if we just go put some more pressure on the actual bomb site itself, that could work out for us. Now, they had a good pinch coming through the south. They started to have that little bit of pressure coming forward, but at the end of the day, like, it wasn't enough for them to actually draw those players back, and Wolves full committed. They just never retreated back into those crossfires, and because of it, Wolves had enough of a man advantage that when finally the scuffle ended over on the east side of the map, there was no defuse kit and no bodies to push the site.
Yeah, that round lives and dies on the roam, and that's usually how things go. But GK, they're usually so strong at adapting mid-round, like we saw when Noodle used the smoke grenades inside a connect, or inside a jungle rather, just kind of buy himself like a shroud of smoke to get into the bomb side. That kind of stuff is what we expect from GK. When they find these small gaps, these small adaptations, they didn't do that last round. Like you mentioned, they were stuck on one side, didn't rotate over, but it's Skyscraper. It's kind of time-consuming to go from west side to east side. It's a very long map, if you will. So while GK's direct pushes have been pretty clean and pretty committed so far, it's a bit of a mixed bag right now. Not really finding success that often. A nice little bit of impact trick vertically from P4, and again, the castle barricades, the utility, right? Even the now Melusi Banshees being brought by Bibo as well. There's just more things stopping GK from kind of entering the building and taking these fights.
The one thing I'll say about Wolves on this defense is, you know, they are playing relatively spread out positions. Nobody's over towards the east side, but you could isolate somebody. We saw Mowgli and Drum for a little bit, not really with the rest of his teammates. He's fallen back now.
I thought he was going to destroy his own
so they
drone.
can kind of play around Bibu. They've got Deadshot as well up inside of the... Oh, no. Up
Good.
inside of T-Room as Noodle.
Good. Get him, Shinka. Or don't. That's fine. Play safe. Play your life.
Just in
Don't
case
throw.
anybody didn't know.
Come on, boys.
No,
not like this, not like this, not like this. Mowgli, we need you alive. Please stay
As
alive.
action started to break out. Gentlemen, please proceed.
Well, Parker, yes,
It's just a privilege to be here. It's just a privilege to be here.
For real. Yeah, we've got the top floor mostly forced out at this point. We saw kind of Mowgli still sitting on main stairs. Noodle has seemingly control of... Oh, never mind. Noodle's got control of nothing. He dies.
Yeah.
That's going to be him being taken out by Shinka. So this top floor, you know what? It is still a problem, and they don't have a great answer to it.
They can't get in. They're pretty much all outside the building, still looking for a pathway somewhere, but they're getting shut down in the windows, and the doorways, and the breach as well. And no one's really aggressing from GK either. They're waiting for a swing, which, yeah, it's happening, but then when it does, Wolves win that initial gunfight again.
This time it's key to die is you're being rebuffed. There's no step that you can find that is safe inside of this building whatsoever. And I mean, when you've got the favorable side of the map working for you, then you just need to let it do its thing. I mean, Skyscraper so dominantly in favor of the defenders. Wolves are proving just that. Final 35 seconds, and GK in a 3v5. They had a lead. It looked mighty good when they were up 5-3, only 2 rounds away from securing main stage, but that stage is getting smaller and smaller as these rounds go on. Ashom gets his team on the board, denying a flawless round for Wolves.
Come on, boys.
There
Come
might
on.
be a chance now.
No, play together. Play the site, play the time. They have 12 seconds. They have to push in.
Crosses will be held by Wolves as Leader and Ashom need to get into the site. Leader with no information. Sees one, can't outswing the Frost of Shinka.
No time. He has no time.
And now it's Ashom to let the timer run out.
Yes.
Wolves move to map point.
Again, we're seeing the Vault cams come into play late in that round. We did have
one more
players
round.
always on those cams, watching for where the push was coming in and the late execute. It really feels like Wolves like to have a
they're
Vault cam
scaring
somewhere
me.
in sight,
Every single
just so that
fucking
know
round
when
they get
things get
opening
scrappy,
pick,
they
and then
have
a
that
second
advantage
pick,
to fall
and
back
they're up
on. They're gonna have a bit
5-3,
of an
and
intel,
now suddenly it's
advantage
3-3.
coming through there. And I think this is a smart timeout.
Stop
for
it!
GK. Something is not
I
going
hate
right on
it.
these attacks. They're always fumbling, stalling out, not able to get the
that's
early
fine.
advantage. They've got to find a way around this problem because round after round after round, Wolves are presenting it, and there's been no solution.
But so I agree that it's smart to take a tactical timeout,
on, boys.
but it's 5-6 if you're GK. Is this not a little bit too late? Possibly.
Yeah.
You might only have one more attack around, then it's over, and the attacks, well, they never went well. They won a single round, kind of a clutch round where they pushed through right without diffuser, and that was it. So they could have taken this 2-3 rounds ago and still been in that same unsuccessful position, but now they're just super
Did she say a bad
unsuccessful.
word? I didn't
and
hear
if
what
you
she
lose this
said. I
upcoming
was too busy
round,
yelling.
map is done.
And Wolf's got that fire behind him too.
Yeah.
We saw Lailoon put up her microphone with like 10-15 seconds still remaining in that attack timeout. She was like, there's nothing I need to say. You guys are killing it. You're crushing it. They've got that momentum. They're getting loud, which again, that's what Wolves thrive off of. They thrive off that energy. So I think that they're in a good position. GK, it's really going to come down a test for their coach. Can they make this comeback happen?
She said the P
I
word.
said something many rounds ago.
She says
all
that a
the
lot.
way at the
I hear that
onset of this
across the
map,
house all the
when
time.
I made a comment about, well, the only way that Wolves is going to get a timeout is if things go really bad and they decide to just sit around, you know, and throw around. The one thing that I omitted to say
then we
was
have to do
if
another map.
GK throws a timeout, then Wolves also get to benefit from that.
Yep.
At the time, it was 4-2 in favor of GK. It didn't look that
So
promising for Wolves, but we were
she just like
waiting on
yells
results
swear words in
of
French,
this second half
and then
to
I'll
come in. Well,
repeat
guess
them to
what?
her later,
They
and
come
she'll
in
be
and they
like,
are fantastic
"How did
for
you
Wolves
learn
at
that?"
this point. Setting themselves up to go 5-1.
Like, I learned that
close
from
this out
you.
without overtime.
You're always yelling
Because
at
GK
everyone
have now
across the
called their
house. I
timeout,
hear it all the time.
Wolves get to benefit from that too.
This is how like toddlers
which
learn
might
swear
actually
words.
be quite good given the circumstances that they're in.
She's like,
GK
don't
have
say
had
that.
some
She's always like, don't say that.
serious
Don't say that
struggles
around
on
my
their
family.
attack.
It's really
I
rude.
genuinely don't know what they can do to improve it through one round.
No, when I see a tactical
I'm
timeout, I really want to see
basically
like
a
a big
toddler.
change in like operator lineup or spawn
Okay, come on,
positions
boys.
because
One
I want to see the
round.
coach saying, guys, let's
5
go for this
lives.
one-off strat
Got
that change things around because this just kind of leads me to believe it's the minor details they spoke of, right? You know, maybe getting up and killing a certain position, you know, setting up a crossfire somewhere, doing a certain drone thing. And I just feel like if you're losing all these attacking rounds, a bigger change is going to give you a better result than these minor small details because we always know you might change up your drone or something, but Mowgli's still going to swing you. If you lose that gunfight, the result will stay the same.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Amaru at the very beginning of this round. We talked about potentially jumping up the hatch. I think that would be a good option here, but they don't go for it, right? They are going for a bit of a more direct take. We still have the Maverick over
I always
on
love
this,
the sounds of the
Geisha
Maverick
side
getting
who wants to try
electrocuted.
to make some kind of an impact. He's got Sledge with him, but the majority of this push, the defuse kit coming from GK, is by the bomb site itself. So it feels like this is maybe a bit of an early pinch, maybe two players who want to apply some pressure. And they've kind of rotated up towards the north-hand side. No, they're pulling some players over here. I think they will once again try to clear this castle and Mira setup.
Yeah, going a little bit back and forth, and I think this is like phantom pressure. Start somewhere, go somewhere else, and then back and forth a little bit, and keep Wolves guessing as to what's actually going to be happening here. And they almost get a kill because of it, but Mowgli, unfortunately for GK, he gets out live.
It's the slowest round when it comes to time so far on this second half that we've seen. Usually, somebody is
Yes,
dead
Mowgli.
at this point. I mean,
Okay,
I
no hero
hate
plays.
to curse them into it, but it just happens with leader dying.
Come on, boys.
Noodles flushed out some of the hallway. Shinka cannot play off of this position as now this karaoke and T portion of the map has been lost, though the bomb site is not over there. That's the focus at the moment for
Watch
GK.
your toes. They can see your toes under the castle.
They're committing to holding this too. Like we see BB again in an aggressive position right on this wall. It's gonna be tough for him to get out if he wants to now. Although
comes the
maybe
nade, yeah.
no, he sticks around a little too long and he gets punished for it.
Overtime could be coming, friends.
Nice,
but
Shinka.
Shinka says no. We want Oregon to seal
Come
the
on.
deal.
I want to see Oregon. Let's
For the
fucking go.
First Middle Eastern team to ever play
oh my God,
on the
Mowgli,
main
please, no
stage.
hero plays.
They'll
Please,
need to win this
please, just
round
fucking...
to try and do it in 2 maps. Only 30 seconds remaining. Mowgli will chase one off of his position on Dragon.
20 seconds.
Still
Play
not
the
moving himself
site.
out of that
Play
spot,
the
but
site.
Down goes Shinka. We're even at 20 seconds now. I'll have to beat this pace. Hashem over towards Dragon. Key walking through Terrace. They'll push
Yes!
on out, but the Azami of Deadshot is poised.
Yes, Deadshot.
Primed and ready. Time
Yes!
not working in their favor.
Referee!
Hashem goes as well. It's off to Tricks who dies.
Okay, now clean that shit up before we go to Oregon. Holy fucking shit. Do not let it get that close. Do not let it get that close. Please. Please, 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 please.
Between these two
I beg
teams,
of
as
you.
we will go all the way.
Yeah, and Skyscraper defense was
Yeah.
the key
Feels
to
feels
victory
bad,
here.
huh?
On that side, they won more
Almost
rounds
makes you
from
want
the
to quit.
attack, and I mean that guarantees
Doesn't
Oregon
it?
at least. Yeah.
It's always been the weakness coming through from GK. These defensive sides,
Mind games through
particularly
my
when it comes to
screen,
these
huh?
attacking sides. When it comes to getting that opening pick, the early round attacks continuously the bane of GK. We've seen it throughout the tournament. We saw it here in this match. They need to fix it for Oregon.
There was hope for it to be a 2-0, but that hope has vanished. Still a shot for GK, but it'll be a best of one on Oregon. Which of these teams qualifies for the main stage? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Holy fuck. I knew. I was like, it's not gonna be 2-0 because that would just be
I'm Joshua Mills, and
too
this is
easy.
Siege Intel. Shields have.
My sister just texted me, being a Wolves fan is very stressful. Oh, I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed out. Jesus Christ. I just knew. I was like, there's no way it's going to be another 2-0. I was hoping, but I was like, it's going to not be a 2-0 just to make it fucking terrifying for me. Please, please, please do not let them get close to overtime, okay? Max 3 rounds for the other team. Max. Because if you let them get 4 or 5, I might actually die on stream. And that will be my legacy. And I don't want that to be my legacy. It's too stressful. It's too much. Okay, I have to go give the dog her meds, so I'm gonna do that while we're
one of the most successful and
while we're
dominant
in
esports
between the
organizations in the world.
When the
in
manager
between the maps, so I will be
for a coaching
right back.
position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from Amedi.
Hello guys, this is Felipux from W7M.
スカーズ所属のフィッシュライクです。今回はCGサウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's Organ Spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's Clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in Clubhouse.
My final guess is Clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right?
オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going cafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on.
Dun, 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 dun.
What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet?
Is it consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's clubhouse, because clubhouse there are police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから
That was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess bank.
I hear a kid screaming in the background. Chalet.
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 Chalet. I got to.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
All right, guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the major.
Well, just like the desk predicted, the French decided not to surrender on map 2, and we needed all 3 to determine which one of these 2 is heading to the main stage in Atlanta. I always love it when it comes down to a third map because you really don't know what to expect. But so far, both teams have picked their own map picks up, and now we got to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is the what more can you ask for in a situation like this, that no team is giving up and laying flat dead on the ground?
I feel like every single best of 3 at this tournament, not just this one specifically, has been so good.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I want to see them on main stage, never mind at the
I know,
Swiss
I
stage.
wish it was main stage. Could you imagine a crowd behind any one of these games?
I know, the energy these guys would have.
I don't know.
They've got it already.
If the Americans start rooting for the Europeans, I think something has gone
Honestly,
horribly wrong.
We just need production and staff and admins just all screaming in the back.
Yeah, that's what we need.
That's what we need. Include them a little bit more than what they are.
Speaking of the screaming, as soon as this game was done, we heard Bibu and Mowgli screaming war chants and things at GK about the way that they played that game. This one was really, really close, but very clearly in the end, GK just did not have the skyscraper knowledge.
This was a beautiful ace from Mowgli. I think you were saying that this was the first. I don't know who said it. This was the first
one of the first. I swear there was another one earlier.
I mean, I don't know. I was just going off what people were saying that this is the first ace in the Atlanta Major, which is crazy to think about because I feel like aces have kind of been very common in this sort of meta and play style.
Yeah, I think, GK started out well as well. In terms of this aggression that they had on the defense, there's always going to be an element on defense that you can make aggressive individual plays. Now, obviously their style relies on that. Their whole style, attack or defense. And I think the one thing that Wolves did really well is they layered themselves and their utility to not allow any GK players to make those individual plays. And I think that's what we were seeing. We're seeing a lot of Legion, a lot of those kind of trap operators that you can play off the back of. And Wolves did that very well for me.
You were saying earlier, Mowgli didn't have a pop-off game. Homie went 16-10 this time.
No, and I know, and you know, in the beginning, he was having a slow start, and I was talking about his team really needed to excel and really step up, and they all were, but Mowgli just decided to be like, all right, guys, get back in the backpack, climb on in. I'm gonna end this game right here, and he definitely did that. I mean, it was still a team effort all the way up until that point.
Let's talk about one thing that it was Bibu who was screaming as soon as that game was done. You guys know one map, maybe two, but there's 9 of them because we have to have a 3-map series here, and they've never played a best of 3 before. How significant is that?
Yeah, it's very significant, and I think it's also in reference when we talked about the map bans, and I said at the time was that the trade-off for GK being able to pick into one of their favorite maps, Nighthaven, was that if we got to the later end of this map veto, we was going to see Wolves on 2 of their best maps. We was going to see Skyscraper and Oregon. And I think the Wolves boys knew that, and I think that's why they were screaming it, because I think they're trying to reinforce to themselves and to their opponent that they've got the advantage in this map veto, because Oregon and Skyscraper, 2 of their favorite maps.
Well, so this looking at this last map, I mean, yes, Oregon again, very default map, but they originally, GK lost to Los. It was a very close one. It could have went a lot faster, being maybe like a 7-1, 7-2. And then also same situation with Wolves losing to, I was going to say Pasha specifically, but Virtus Pro, VP losing to them. So are both these teams going to take from those losses and really implement that in this game?
Yeah.
Or are they going to still run into those mistakes that they were having in said games?
The one thing that I will say is that Wolves have bounced back since that VP game.
True.
They've played Oregon a couple of times. To be honest, they've looked great on it. It's one of their favorite maps, so I would certainly sit, we said we thought it was going to map 3. I think now we've seen the first 2 maps, I would probably just about put Wolves in the ascendancy.
And the reason why I want to use that comparison, obviously they did beat M80 on that map, but now this is playing against Mina, and they have, I believe Titan said these guys specifically play a ton of scrims against EUL teams, so they have that general consensus of how EU plays.
Yes.
But I think for Oregon, because these guys are going to be playing on defense first, is that like it would probably be the preferred side for a slightly weaker team or a team playing with a sub anyway, because like we said, defense may be a little bit easier to coordinate than attack, but once that side swap happens, Wolves might be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the nice thing about getting defense on Oregon, you can almost, on some maps, you can almost guarantee a win, which that win would be coming from basement. Right, so then you have that automatic win already in your head that you're already securing around. You just got to figure out where on those other sites that you can come away with those wins or do something different here in this last map to really surprise the other team.
All right, these guys are going to have a bunch of nerves, right? Well, I mean, Wolves have been in this position before. They've been on brink of elimination, but for these guys, again, this is the last map before the brink.
This is it.
All right, you boys ready?
I'm ready.
We're ready.
Let's do it. Parker, Pengu, Jesse, take us home.
Thank you, Jacob. We will indeed. And home's going to be Oregon today as these 2 teams battle it out. One will go to the main stage top 8 in Atlanta. One will be headed home. It's Wolves coming up against GK here on the final map between these 2 squads. Defensive sided series so far. We'll see if it keeps track on Oregon. GK start on D.
Oh boy, I mean, I was watching some GK this morning, prepping for this, and I was watching them on Oregon. And they were all over the place, flying around on attack, on defense, looking for kills, bombies, and really applying so much pressure everywhere across the map. But I think that Oregon is going to favor GK a lot more than both Nighthaven Lab and Skyscraper, because now they're allowed to really be fluid on the map, and someone like has shown it's really gonna shine through. I think Noodle, Leader, so the whole team and how their philosophy is when Leader is calling for these guys is, guys, start on the strap, you go here, you go there, play together, do your thing, and make that magic work.
Operator bands underway. Nomad. An interesting ban from GK. Really not something you see. Right out the gate. Maybe to stop some of those flanks that you see coming up from basement off of the times. That's going to be kind of where we see that being played out. Might suggest that GK are going to go for a bit more of an aggressive play style, maybe roaming in the basement whilst defending top floor.
Yeah.
Theory crafting a little bit here, but you never know. And then like a Brava ban coming through on Oregon. Nick, why?
I mean, it's the counter intel, right? We saw GK play Brava on Nighthaven Lab a little bit, and yeah, okay, you can say, okay, Brava spend, what about the Twitch? Well, that's true. You can always play the Twitch, but it has not been the case as of yet. Maybe it's the weaker gun, lower preference, whatever the case might be. I like these more target-oriented bans because Fenrir, for example, just kind of banned time and time again, where neither team wants to deal with that operator. They both want to have free, clear entryways throughout the building where they can see and take those fights.
Yeah, all of these bans as well. We've seen both of these teams play Oregon once throughout Atlanta thus far. Wolves banning the Kaid is the only repeat ban that we've seen before, so clearly they're not too thrilled about running EMPs when they want to attack that basement.
Yep.
Just get it out of the way, not something that they want to worry about in this map, and so they won't. They'll start on an attack here as we go downstairs. A lot of powerful operators still up, of course. Mira can be really good for this bottom floor. We're seeing her being played right now. Souls will be active potentially for some of those basement roams if we see them, which again, maybe you'd like the Nomad for, however, it's not going to be available to you. And otherwise, you know, we've got Valkyrie up, we've got Azami up, a lot of strong options coming through from both teams.
Yeah, like also an attack, right? When you see this basement stronghold of a site, when you're attacking, you're thinking Flores, Twitch, Ying, maybe a cheeky blitz every now and again. You need those kind of operators that can break apart the bomb site, because unlike on Skyscraper, this bomb site and this map in general, it does not live or die on the roam. It more often than not comes down to the bomb site itself in like a 5v5 or a 4v4, and attackers, they have that difficult job of problem solving all the way through.
And we talked a little bit about defender-sided maps, and for both these teams, when they previously played Oregon, the maps were extremely defender-sided. GK had a 4-2 defensive half the first time they played Oregon. Wolves had a 5-1 defensive half the last time they were here.
All right, well, for those of you that have not necessarily been following along from the beginning, what is at stake in this particular map is a spot on the main stage. 2 teams are left to secure the final 2 spots at the Atlanta Major main stage on Friday. Next up is Bleed and SSG. One of them will play on the main stage. Will a second North American team make it, or will the first Southeast Asian team make it? Here, the first Middle Eastern team could make it, as GK, despite playing with the sub, are hailing from that Middle Eastern region. Wolves want to be another EU team to get representation as well. So far, EU and Brazil have had no problem whatsoever qualifying for the main stage. The only representative from NA has been Dark Zero so far. A lot on the line. The first Middle Eastern team to ever qualify for main stage. Could we witness it? Well, there are 15 rounds that will determine their fate, but more importantly, their play will also determine their fate.
The mirror window in Laundry was on the other side of the wall than usual, and the publisher was put down to cover that line of sight, but that's been destroyed now by the Flores drone from Bibu. So we see Wolves already paying good respect to the setup here, picking it apart. Flores drone's going out. Hibana finishing on the board. Mowgli doing the best thing the thing that he does best, rather, finding that opening kill to Noodle. A very important player that played that pillar Shago spot, and this is exactly how you want your basement attack to start off.
Yeah, and you do it without wasting any utility. They still got both frag grenades in the pocket. They still got both their smokes. They got loads of flashes. I mean, that's a free pick onto Noodle. You're super happy to get that for a bomb site that we typically say is extremely strong for the defense.
And not just anybody, but Noodle has been the best player so far from GK in this best of 3 up to this point. You know, not that the other players haven't shown signs of brilliance, but when you've been looking at these kills, when you're looking at making space and using your utility effectively, you've got Noodle leading the way. To lose him early is pretty damaging.
And that's the mirror I spoke of. It's on the other side of the wall, so then the keep it bearer is keeping it up, but look at this. Trickster swings on out, it evens back to a 4 versus 4.
Mowgli to die inside of blue. Key with a shotgun out to finish off Shinka as Hasham has also died. 30 seconds remaining as it's a deceptively fast round on Oregon, as we've come to expect.
Oh, no.
Trickst seeing the gridlock of P4, but she absorbs bullets like nobody's business, and because that nitro cell was used earlier, you can't stop the plant. P4 another kill, and it's a leader in a 1v2. It trades, but it doesn't matter if he kills P4 because Bibu is still alive with the kit down. First round goes to the French.
And as he screams as a madman, I want to credit Bibu in that round. You know, we had the smoke of Tricks.
P4 has a problem with his
playing close up onto the E-box door with the shotgun, with the smoke out. Bibu drops through the smoke through E-box, swings the corner, pre-fires, hits a headshot onto the smoke, holding the shotgun angle. The smoke should always be able to win that. That's a very favorable gunfight for him. But Bibu says, I don't care about the favorability of this gunfight. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna rush in. I'm gonna get that kit on the ground. His teammates were in perfect positions. They had freezer control, they had pillar control, and again, I do point to that early death from Noodle as one where maybe it wasn't the thing that completely collapsed the castle, but it was the most avoidable death. Like, look at this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like the fact that 2 members of GK, they push up together to try and make something happen, but again, if you're pushing up to the outside of the building and the attacker's already there, he has the angle on lock. And there was one thing that I was kind of fearing for Wolves when map number 1 started. If they keep being this loud and energetic, by map 3, are their voices going to be shut? Can they still make communication happen? Can they still call out in the game? Because they are screaming every single round. And it's been a while since we had like a funky round with some funky operators. And we saw Capital ones, Armor runs. Finally, it's happened. Bibu on Blitz, right? On Oregon, on another basement attack. So I love this when teams, they attack, you know, a bomb site a certain way. The defenders, they lose it, they go back there again, and then the attackers, they change things completely around.
Yeah. And Key started on the top floor playing Smoke,
really
which is extremely odd. He's going to get back
kind of,
now.
like,
he dropped the attic hatch, was able to retreat back down through tower stairs, so no issue here. But what it's done is it's actually drawn the attention of Wolves. I think they recognize that there was somebody up here playing aggressive. It wasn't a heavy committal, right? It's a Smoke. If he had died up here, it would have been real bad. But they do at least distract this, and they get a pick out of it anyways. Mowgli, aggressive on the top floor, taken down by Noodle on those tower stairs. Excellently played for the very short-lived roam of GK.
Yeah. Bibu's following up very quickly with P4 in tow. P4 already doing better through one round on Oregon through the vast majority of that Skyscraper matchup. So as you can see, the ebb and flow that goes with these games, just as we saw back in the very first map, Key didn't get a single kill, period. Already got one through the first round of Oregon and did significantly
it's not
better
just his
as
hand,
well.
though. It's like it's an actual like heart
positive
condition.
or close to on Skyscraper. So depth for both of these teams, a very common thing to see.
Yeah, this is like
Oregon's pretty balanced.
First round replayed, but
I think like a 3-3 would be. I would be okay with that.
Who got the kill to Noodle, now died to Noodle instead. And again, now it's on
them going on to the
thing as that initiator to disrupt the hatch and go for the picks.
Always nice to see those hatches blow. And
wait, how did he get shot through the shield?
It's a joint effort. Shinka so far the only kill for Wolves through this second round, and a second attempt on defense. The same bomb site. GK wanting to go back down the longer supply room so quickly. And with Bibu being the only one left alive at the tail end of that first round, I think they thought it was close enough. We can make some small adjustments and prevail. Right now, if you're betting, it's good to bet money on GK as they double up in a 4v2.
Yeah.
Talks to Babe again, forces Shinka out of where he wanted to plant. He's really exposed now, actually, in the bomb site. Key or Trix could maybe get an angle, but he goes deep. That's a nice little position from him. Noodle in the back lines finds a big pick. Third on the round from him. Now it's just Shinka. Terrible spot. 1, 2. Kills coming through from Shinka.
Slow down, slow down, slow down.
1v1
slow
to
down.
find this
Slow down. You have 30 seconds.
No!
Oh my
Leader
god.
clutches it out just barely.
Oh, that was so close.
Almost the ace, the play
Still at
of
30
the map,
seconds.
but not
like, slow down.
You know, Leader did something very small in that 1 versus 1. He kind of sat back for just a second, let the adrenaline kind of slip away from Shinka there, and then went for the swing. You saw Shinka's face there, just kind of back in his chest. Oh, I had that, but then he didn't. What a phenomenal attempt of a clutch, but realistically, it should have never been that close.
It's okay, Shinka.
Certainly not.
No, and I mean, while that was an unbelievable effort by Shinka, that
See right
one
here, he still has 30 seconds,
headshot,
and I feel like
I do want to say, I feel like in some ways he misplayed that final engagement. I don't know if you need to go for that level of a wide swing when you know where their position is. I don't think he was in any imminent danger of getting swung from that laundry
he needed
area.
to slow down there for
I
a second.
don't. I think you're absolutely correct.
You were making
Parker.
faces.
No, I was just.
You were making faces.
It was a fun round.
I mean, I'll play the devil's advocate then, because I think
I think he could have tried to play his position a little bit,
and then you get, you know, the first kill, second kill,
like you said, he went for a really
but it
wide
comes down to the 1v1. Your brain goes, wait a second, this is all of a sudden a winnable position. Oh snap, I'm nervous, right? And if you let yourself kind of, I don't know, I think if you just sit on that for too long, you start shaking in the 1v1. So utilize the adrenaline, the hype that you have, and go for that moment, seize that opportunity. And sure, it might have been a quote-unquote wrong play because he didn't win the gunfight, but let's say it played out for 20 seconds longer, Shinka starts shaking, lose that confidence, it falls apart.
Life as a support player, you nearly clutch. The adrenaline is pumping. Now get on hard breach, grab that defuse kit, and start droning, boy, because
my god,
round 3 is underway. And of course, Wolves, they'll be attacking onto the top floor now. Here come the drones inside of Armory. There is a nade from Mowgli. Actually, this should land. It does indeed. Brilliantly played. The intel there. No, shot gets 2. Leave. Hasham, a terrible position. So close, he still might die.
How is he still alive in that position? Goodness gracious.
But it barely is. It's 1 HP. Wolves, though, I mean, they go 1-1, right? But they've already beaten one basement bombs on attack. That's what we kind of gotta look at here.
Yeah, I think
when
he needed to.
How many times do you win on the basement attack?
I understand what Pengu's saying to like.
They're in an excellent position despite
take
being
advantage
on
of the
numbers.
adrenaline.
On this third
but
round,
I think he could have. I think he didn't need to take 20 seconds.
And
but he could have taken like 5 seconds to just chill for a sec.
That's why you don't really see people playing inside of Armory. The vertical play so bad. P4, wait a minute. He's got a free opportunity, but he missed the shot. A little bit eager on the trigger. And a little bit early means that he's going to miss out on that kill. And Leader escapes with his life, potentially to late reinforce this too.
Oh yeah, there it is. This is like, when you only got 4 members alive, you can't hold onto the entirety of the maps. You got to reinforce something off and kind of pick and choose what you care about the most. Funny enough, though, it's a Sham, Armory, and Trophy. Newton's at the Master Bedroom closet, actually. A crossfire being established to hold onto Master Bedroom.
Yeah, this position from Noodle, a little bit risky, but you are in the 4v5, so you kind of need to get a little risky. Mowgli, I believe, knows that he's in there. He's holding the angle. Really a game of chicken, but Noodle doesn't have a whole lot to gain. He's just sitting
Does he know he's in there?
Mowgli, I guess the time is ticking on down. A lot of the players in Wolves have actually rotated over towards the big window side of this. P4 droning up the white stairs. They're actually completely changing what this take looks like, and they're actually getting ready to
Please
jump
tell
on
me you
in.
know he's in there.
Just under a minute to go now.
Please tell me you know he's in there.
Needing to
They
push
switched
up
off of him.
Trophy to start to apply that pressure
that was Shingo,
across the way, but Noodle will have that angle covered. Shingo dies, a 4v4. They change things up,
really having a tough.
You cannot let the clock continue to get away from you. Mowgli
He's having a tough event.
attempting to see if somebody will make their way towards that games area, but nobody will. Couldn't tell what was being tossed out, and there he goes, running into the waiting arms of Noodle. Leader with one as well. Wolves tripping over themselves as now it's Deadshot on white stairs. Last one standing for Wolves. No way to do it based on time. And it's the Deagle from Hisham to get the final pick and give GK their second round.
It looks so good for Wolves, though.
They
got
the
pick,
observers.
they got Hisham, and I think the rotated adaptation was quite good.
I don't think they droned him.
Going wide staircase, having mode to capture.
There was a yellow ping, but it was too far away. It wasn't actually where that player was in the closet, so I don't think they actually droned him.
No clear sign of engagement, no execute, no flashbangs went down.
It's okay, guys.
I'm not entirely sure.
That's only, I mean,
it's well, I'll tell you what.
Oregon is very
like
balanced
alone
on
outside
attack and
of
defender
big
sided,
window with the fuse kit in hand. Leader goes for a massive swing, absolutely puts him into the dirt. That means the fuse kit's cold on the ground. Nobody else is there for a good maybe 15-20 seconds. Bibu eventually rotated over. He eventually picked up the kit, and what happens? Leader swings again. He takes that out one more time on the big window angle. The fuse kit was never in their control. They had some pressure white stairs, but ultimately with that kit cold on the ground, GK knew they were in a really strong position and easily able to convert that top floor round.
Observation of this game must be extremely difficult.
Good start on the Armory side there from Wolves.
Fault them at all
switch over
for that.
to the dorm side.
It's frustrating when it happens, but it's like this game is so hard to. I can't imagine how to observe it.
On paper, but it is harder to attack that side of the map. So you hold that it's weak, but it catches them by surprise.
There's way too much going on.
It didn't. The thing at Oregon is it's one of the most played maps historically throughout all of Siege Pro League. So any team can play it, a ranked stack can play it. Catching opponents by surprise, that's difficult to do, especially about like an Amaru or a Blitz or a Lion to kind of speed things up tremendously.
Fast phone calls coming through from P4 to try to force out some of these top floor players. We do see them sticking around more or less though. Trix, Noodle, and Leader all up here forming a bit of a triangle as Trix falls off. That leaves just 2. We have the smoke of Big Tower as well, who could maybe come.
Yeah, no, it's like
currently there.
They are swapping at the worst time, but it's like bad luck more than anything else. You know,
through, but they're going to just start walking into some angles unless this nade can do some magic. But at the moment, they're still just trying to find.
It is really difficult.
Ooh. Seems like the final 30 seconds,
good.
But it's not quite as Mowgli pulls out the nade, then the gun, pulls the gun back out, walks on in. GK with a single kill. Leader picking up 2 for the same price.
Collapse on him together. Not 1v1, not 1v1.
Gets it, but dies at ace.
Why? You needed to wait for your guy to come up the white stairs so that he could help
in a clutch scenario. This time, though, with far fewer players to go against. A 1v2 with still a minute and 30 to go. Probably more winnable for Wolves than you'd think.
I mean, Leader was a turret in that round, just standing his ground, getting 4 kills single-handedly. And now Shaman and K just gotta play together. Crossfire's there, Freeza Stairs and Sulu, just wait for that swing.
I was making fun of the enunciation.
Yeah, I missed
But you couldn't hear what I was saying. Jesse didn't pick up on it.
I'm oblivious. I was
Yeah,
lost.
he was too busy. He was too busy doing his numbers. Shinka rushing in.
Siege
Bit of
timing again.
disorientation. A show finishing it.
Siege
Some
timing.
Curse words being sent their way. GK 3-1.
Too busy doing my numbers indeed. I'll tell you those numbers. 9 and 2. That's leader's KD right now. He has been ridiculous through 2 rounds. And having those big swings on big window when they're defending dorms and then playing fantastically up in a very similar position. Wasn't fighting the big window as much, but still, I mean, had so many players trying to pressure him inside of the dorms corner, playing so well. Here's the clip. Still was some players outside of big window that he was able to take on down, but man, oh man, leader stepping up big time for GK in this matchup. And again, he's a substitute player. For him to come in, have so much good mechanical skill, it's been really great to see.
I mean, they also showed the outlines there. Wolves were a little bit separated on that push. It enabled Leader to initiate the 1 versus 1s 3 times in a row. If people on the white staircase is a little bit quicker, it's a crossfire that should guarantee a 1-for-1 trade. But because of the small mistiming, it's 2 separate 1 versus 1s, both of which Leader won and traded in that scenario. So small things with massive impact.
So from a side percentage point of
It was-
view,
it was
Oregon's a really
P4
weird
too
map
slow
because
and
you've got the
Moogly too
basement, which is
fast.
so strong for defenders. You've got top floor, which is pretty good for defenders, and the other 2 bomb sites statistically are really tough for most teams to defend. The fact that we've seen Wolves now fail to attack onto the meeting room bomb site is a little bit worrying, and it may set us up if GK, they go basement here, they go dorms in round number 6. A 5-1 split is really in the cards for GK now. Wolves, they've already won 1 basement attack. Not really the start they're looking for. That's actually exactly the start that happened when they lost their basement attack.
Yeah, I think you cast a curse in there, JC, because that's usually what that is. And Mowgli always in the first battle, winning or losing it. Ayana, not the biggest loss of operator these days, doesn't have that set of grenades any longer, but you still lose all that fragging potential, the power that Mowgli brings. And the thing about Oregon is, it's hard to find a kill elsewhere. We see Defender hiding upstairs. They know there's somebody not where he is. That's a messy one.
Equalize.
He goes to the runaway instead. Could have just, fought it out, but didn't.
Yeah, so we saw this roam from the smoke top floor from Key attempted in round, I believe it was round number 2, and he fell off really quickly. He decided to back off. This time, his teammates get the kill, but he doesn't really have the space to retreat back through tower. They shut that down really quickly on the side of Wolves.
Honestly, I know this might seem very simple, but if Mowgli dies early, I think that's a huge win for GK every single round.
Yep.
Obviously, we saw that almost clutch by Shinka earlier. Bibu's popped off a couple times. Deadshot had moments of brilliance as well on Skyscraper.
Who's watching these
the real
stairs?
condition for Wolves is really just as simple as Mowgli staying
watching
alive,
these
getting
stairs?
a couple early
Please.
picks, and setting up the rest of the team to do the job that they need to do. If Mowgli's not there to give their team that lead, that early space, then the rest of the team seems to struggle to recover. And look at that, P4.
Whose
not
drone
going
was
out.
that?
Nobody's seeing the position.
Whose drone is that? It's right
Now
there.
Deadshot very quick to follow up, but again, he's going to do it with limited intel, and he can be swung from both sides of basement. 1 by Pillar, 1 from Harry Potter. Deadshot softened up, still not able to find his first kill.
Really tough spot here.
Yeah.
Wolves. I mean, what do you have to work with at this point? You do have some flashes,
there was a drone
smokes, I
right
suppose,
there.
but-
Why would you prone that?
Okay, you'll
What?
take what's free.
I'm not sure about the prone peek
I mean,
there.
fine.
I gotta be honest.
Good.
But hey, sometimes
Do
you
it
try to catch
again.
opponents by surprise, and sometimes you get caught.
Hey, Deadshot's in the land of the free right now, okay? And he's just learning from the best, because NA gave up
Come
every
on,
single game
Deadshot,
so free.
please. I believe in you. Come on, buddy. Come on.
We
Oh
cast
God,
this
I
with,
hate this.
Whistly.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Could see, again, we could see one of those two teams, including a second NA team, make it to
Please
the main
no.
stage.
Please no.
Leader, a relatively easy kill on Nishinka, knows there's somebody else inside a freezer. Huge
Come on.
round from
Come on.
Leader. Goodness
Please.
gracious. And what do the numbers say now, Stat Boy?
Numbers now say 1, 1, 2, 11 kills, 2 deaths coming through from
Tactical
Leader
timeout.
after that round. Ridiculous performance from him. Those last 2, not the hardest earned, but he gets them regardless. He's in a really smart position to find those frags, which I think is the key thing. for
You're in
him,
LA, thanks for the 4
in that
years.
round.
Joshy, thanks for the 5.
Really
Mouse, and thank you for the
aggressive defense from
19-month
GK.
resub.
Really
Thank you
odd
for the
operator lineup. That really felt like a defense that could have been punished. I think if Wolves were a little bit sharper on those clears, maybe they were expecting expecting some of those maybe more aggressive swings. You know, we saw the one prone swing down the basement. We also saw Noodle continuing to swing around that pillar door or pillar side of things. Tower stairs, if you're able to hit some heads, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing in the world, but
I wonder
there were opportunities for
if they'll
Wolves to
stay with
claw
leader
that round
after this,
back.
or if they'll
They
go
just
back to
never
the
took it.
other
Yeah,
player.
I think the reason why a tactical timeout has yet to be called is because things that are going wrong for Wolves here are pretty small and easy to look at. I think the players recognize that.
She's gonna
Noodle,
save
the
it
coach,
for the
they
defense.
recognize that too. Because in the previous round, it was like the bait play from Geeky, hiding a big tower, playing for those crossfires, finding a free kill here and there. That's all you need in a basement defense. So Wolves, again, they're losing to such small things, not joining a corner, not having two bodies in the same location, losing those small individual gunfights. The rest is actually pretty clean from them. The grenade, the utility work, the droning, the entering has been pretty good, besides Morgan dying twice. But then, like, the mid-round, Geeky always has, like, a little bit of a cheese strat hiding in a corner, or rather,
I really want to know who was droning that. If it was P4 again, I'm gonna freak out because that drone should have been able to see the Jaeger hiding in that
we can
corner.
see the same thing.
But they got distracted by the one on the stairs, and they didn't fully drone
the
it.
worst attacking entry team in the tournament, and we see
Oh,
Wolves being
God.
extremely proficient at converting defensive opening picks. So, you know, when we swap sides, even if this is a 5-1, it's not over for Wolves. I think the big thing is going to be, can they keep that momentum up? Can they keep the mental going? Can they keep yelling and barking in the studio as they have been? Because when we swap sides, this happens.
The gridlock died, but he wasn't the one droning.
Might be what you need to get the momentum
What did I say in
rolling.
the previous round? What did I say about Mowgli in the previous round?
The gridlock wasn't the one droning. Someone else was droning for him.
Mowgli gets to kill big win condition. That's how they can.
Oh yeah.
They live.
So you do
die.
I don't remember. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It's a yeah. That's what Mowgli did.
That was a good opening pick.
Great.
I mean, we always praise him for being a good gunner, but his nade usage has been phenomenal so far in this Basic series. So many good nade kills, and Noodle now, again, just looking for those openings, proning below a window, seeing anybody comes around that area of the map, but they don't. Wolves, they played smart. They're playing far back, droning, holding angles, expecting aggression somewhere, and not really risking dying, because last time they attacked this bomb site, as you said, Jesse, they got swung in that big window, and they lost because of it.
So with a minute 23 to go on the side of Wolves, I'm a little confused what this push is really going to try to accomplish. I assume they're all like kind of big window side. They're probably playing down instead of showers. We have Mowgli going to go for a bit of a pinch here over into the armory. Key's job is going to be to deal with that. He tosses the C4, doesn't find it. With the rotate from Mowgli happening to go over towards armory, he finds another key over here. Noodle on the white stairs though. Sorry, Hasham finds Deadshot instead. That's going to be a big pick.
Absolutely, and Deadshot has not really had the performance through this first half that we know he can live up to. Sham being potentially pinned down as that drop is going to come in. Shinka dies, as does Mowgli. Hasham's patience rewarded now as Bibu inside of Attic has tons of bullets in Ying's LMG and 2 Candelas as well in back pocket, so he could potentially flush his way towards the next step. But there's a shotgun waiting by the door. Hasham, a big 3-piece. Up the main stairs he will go. Armory stairs for a quad kill. Will he let somebody else take it? Right now, I suppose, GK just wants the kill. Doesn't matter who does it. Hasham is rushing in to try and do the job himself. What the hell is that? Key gets the final pick. Hasham wanted it so badly. Jumping around like a jackrabbit inside of Attic. Ultimately, that first half so dominant. GK up 5-1.
Yeah, and the thing is, the mid-round for Wolves is so poor, but the early round is so good, and it sucks to see because most teams struggle to build an early lead. Wolves don't. They get it every single time, but they don't build upon it, right? They got the Ying. They want to get to the bomb site. Candelas goes out, smokes, chaos, kills, etc., but they never get there. They always fall apart in the setup phase in the middle of things, and then GK just kind of runs away with it. Look at this. Sprint down the hallway, gets shut down. Jump in a window, shut down. No chance.
This one is not necessarily a surprise because he saw the barrel of the gun for so long, but I mean, just how well positioned Hasham was in that particular round. He was everywhere, all at the same time, over by the white stairs, moving back to armory stairs. He was omnipresent.
He was everywhere indeed. And again, we saw Wolves try to go for that big window style push. And it's confusing to me because you tried that for the first Storm's attack and it went really bad. And then you died again trying to push onto big window when you were attacking onto the middle floor bomb site. You go for it for a third time and Shinka dies to Noodle. Maybe you're thinking we killed leader, the threat's gone, big window will be open. But no, Noodle was there instead. Big headshot onto Shinka as he jumps in big window. That's defused, kick cold on the ground. And it's a 5-1 half for GK.
I think the good thing is here, though, side swap comes into effect, right? Wolves don't gotta worry about the attacks. What happened doesn't matter. They got the one round, a basement attack, actually, the hardest one to win, somehow. And now they can just go on defense. They will start downstairs, of course. Not really a choice here. If you can't go basement on Organ, you will go basement on Organ, especially when Mira is open. GK, they got a problem solved now. They got that one operator that they can break things apart. The Capital, they're firing the smokes. They can go for a front take or a back take, but either way, it'll be leader who's going to be leading the charge.
The last time we saw Wolves play Oregon against M80, that ended up being a 5-1 defensive half, don't forget, which if we see again, would be overtime. Now in that game, it was a 4-2 defensive half for M80, which meant it was a 7-5 game overall, of course. So it would be not quite as good of a result because they did do a little better on attack last time. But still, again, Wolves, strong defensive team. They're very good on Oregon. I expect them to see at least the first couple of rounds be pulled back. If they lose a basement, though, then I'm very worried. This round's important to win.
It absolutely is. You want to stay off, match point if you're Wolves for as long as possible and just kind of feel like you have space to work with. Risk assessment. If you're down on match point, serious point, are you going to go for those aggressive swings? Are you going to take those risks? Probably not. So as long as they can keep this 5 scoreline for GK, the better for them.
Leader going bunker with the Capitao is a very odd choice. Usually you see that over by E-Box. If he dies, and he can get swung by Shinka potentially, maybe Mowgli as well if he's around there. You could be in a bit of a rough spot. Minute 14, still 2 players on the big tower stairs, kind of trying to peek down now too.
I mean, we've seen 3 major applications of Capitao. E-Box, cut off elbow, and cut off the main entry to laundry. It really just depends on how you stack up the rest of your players. Now, in this particular instance, you've got a Warden governing over Pillar. Nice shot, but the Warden is no more. A huge C4 from P4 as Key and Noodle die, leaving just a Shom and Leader, who's still over by blue. There's that elbow smoke that I talked about. So now you set up a fight towards Pillar and E-Box, but he doesn't have any information. Another smoke to go out. Okay. Just a little bit deeper in this time. Maybe buy some time with just 30 seconds remaining. Hard to imagine GK bail themselves out of this particular situation.
Come on, boys.
It'll just have to be a frag fest as Leader walks up, doing damage to Shinka, but with a shotgun at close range, Leader will lose that one every single step of the way. Hasham is dead to Bibu, so Wolves look almost certain to pick up their second round, denying GK match point. And this is a huge win for Wolves, who desperately need to keep themselves and their heads in this match. The timer running out. P4 technically gets the last kill, but it was already over.
Disaster avoided. You don't lose the basement bomb site. You're happy about this. Standard defense as usual for Wolves. GK not able to make it down through the E-Box hatch. It's a tough one, obviously. Mowgli starting off with a big opening pick on that Warden as well. Didn't need the utility, but had it up anyways. I think that this is not a worrying round for GK. Maybe it would have been nice to see perhaps some Candelas, some more pressure to apply to that Warden, right? It felt like they kind of just dropped. They did drop, coordinatedly. They got the trade immediately onto Mowgli, which is great. However, if you have more utility going in there, maybe you've got some nades coming through. This C4 from P4, obviously, it's really tough to deny that, so it's not a lot you can do about that. It's good timing to come through. They had the beeper, you heard it too in the replay, which kind of prompted that C4 to come on through. So solid defense from Wolves. You expect to win this bomb site. There was the game against VP where they often didn't win that bomb site, and so it's good to see them turning it around and winning it here.
Kind of like statistically right now, if you're a fan of GK, you think, okay, what's the easiest way to win this or go to OT? Well, that's to win the tertiary bomb site attack. That's really it, because if you do that one time, you're guaranteed overtime because you're a match point. Do it this, and that's it. And then if you do it the second time, it's looking really good for you. So Wolves, they gotta go flawless in the bomb site rotation, win 3 in a row preferably, get the reset, get that first base in bomb site, but then you still gotta fight on secondary or tertiary afterwards. This comeback is gonna be very long for Wolves.
Been running the numbers, and Deadshot appears to be 1 in 6. Playing the Oryx this round. not in T3, as Trix will now find out. Jumping on in is with the Amaru. Deadshot's going to be playing down below inside of meeting. He's got the attic hatch open, actually, and as you can see, the attic walls are being reinforced. So Deadshot, if those get opened up, maybe could come for a late flank. If we want to see them coming through and opening it through attic and trying to push that way, that flank could work out from Deadshot. He's also got the kids hatch opened up as well, which he has an opportunity to come up through. And of course, the staircase is always available for him too. So we'll see if there's any impact coming through.
No.
Okay.
That was kind of sick.
That was dope.
That sucked.
That should have been tempted, but yeah.
Watching Tony Hawk's Pro Skater there as he was able to do some nice grinds, nice trick before getting it in. And Beaver's just going to continue to plug this hole and impact to destroy the hard breach
Nice
on the
Bibu.
double panel wall from closet into games.
Well played.
Bibu's expecting a follow-up, but has not been received just yet. They need to flush him out of the spot or else leader Selmas are going to continue to meet that fate. Good news is at least one Selma should go off as long as you stagger them because there's only one impact remaining from Bibu.
Well, Mowgli has a second one if he didn't need it, but maybe the flashman does trick. Nope. Second if it goes out, second Selma gets denied. Mowgli has not rotated though, so the third one should. Oh, he has.
He's there.
He denied the third one as well. There it is.
Oh,
yes.
Rotation.
Good.
Exactly what they need.
Good.
To
Now
do.
win
They
your
had
gunfights.
No more impacts after that. So they had 3 impacts, 3 Selmas. They go 1 for 1 for
No
1.
more hard
Perfect.
breach.
Still
They
a
can't
little
get
over
the
a minute
closet
left.
wall
Nobody
open.
died, even though
Thank you. Oh,
see
no,
some damage
stop,
being
stop.
done.
Don't
Caster
peek it.
cursed
Don't.
Mowgli
Please.
into the afterlife.
Please, you have
My apologies for that.
such a good
French fan.
advantage right
Why
now.
swing when you deny the breach, right? You've locked them
Why
out. They
swing?
got 2
Exactly.
doorways
Don't
and 1
swing.
big window. That's it.
Why did you swing?
Don't need to swing now.
Don't do
if
that.
you had the wall opened up,
They have a
maybe you go
minute.
for it, but you just did a great play strategically, and now you cannot throw it away
Yeah.
by swinging a door.
There's no reason
Still
for
strong
Mowgli to beat
positions
that.
on site,
That
and
was
we do see
stupid.
GK relatively
But it's
spread out.
okay,
We've
there's
got
still
1 on
4
big
players,
window,
I believe.
2 in attic, 1 over by armory.
Win
The
your
attic
gunfights,
player is going to
please,
find a
please,
contest.
please,
with
please,
Shinka,
please.
and they will
Another one,
be
another
on
one,
the
another one,
way.
another one, another one. No!
Oh,
Fuck!
followed in
Come
as
on.
now the vault from leader
Come
pays
on,
off.
come on,
yes,
come
they
on, come on,
sacrificed
he's
the
gonna vault
Amaru.
in.
There's more work to be done now as P4 in a very powerful spot, but the rest of his teammates are all being reduced as the numbers continue to dwindle.
Please, why are you in the
P2
middle
is
of the
gone as
room?
well. P4 to clutch, killed on the window by Hasham. Match point for GK.
Tactical.
1 round away from
don't know
main
why Mowgli's
stage, and they
swinging.
do it in a
Fucking
round
calm
where they
down.
should have not have any way to win it.
Yep.
Strategically, again,
Mowgli
Wolves
fucking
played
through that round.
perfectly
There's no reason for him to
until
beat
they
that.
didn't.
No
and again,
reason.
every single time Wolves did have a gap
No
somewhere,
reason to beat that.
GK take
Doing too
instantaneous
much. Doing
advantage
too much.
and they shut it down.
Mowgli's done so much for this team throughout the tournament. He was the reason they didn't go out on Wednesday, on the 3rd day of Swiss, when they were down 7-1, 7-1 through their first 2 days. Mowgli stepped up. He was their MVP back-to-back days. But that death, that swing is what they're going to look back to, is this is the round they should have won. This is the one that they should have been able to lock down. It's going to sting.
This is their problem.
They're not dead yet. They're not out of it yet.
They
We've got
get
attack
too
timeout, of course,
overconfident,
being
they
called
lose
by
their
the Loons to
discipline,
try
and they
to
start peeking shit that
bring
they
the
didn't
boys
need to
back.
peek. He did not need to peek that.
I mean, look at Shinka there. He is sitting in the corner, very quiet, hands in his face, being like, okay, boys, this is not a good feeling, right? We're in a bad position. And Shinka's an individual kind of, he flies under the radar, I feel like, because of Mowgli, right?
Yeah.
Where he is the backbone of this team. He is phenomenal in the clutches, in the 1vx, etc. But today, Shinka has not really found himself alive to do those kind of things. In the majority of these rounds, he dies early, he dies first. And it's not a good look. Shinka is strongest when he can clutch it out, not the strongest to entry in throughout the building, and now it's do or die for Wolves.
And they go meeting, right? This is
yeah, surgery.
This is round number 9, okay? So whatever bomb site you win here, you'll have 1 more chance. That means that they will only have to defend dorms 1 more time, assuming they're successful, right?
Yeah.
Man,
So
that was
they're not
such
gonna
good
get 2
utility
dorms
usage,
successful
and then
defenses.
it
They're
just
gonna
all
have to
came
do it on
apart.
meeting twice or
That's so
meeting and
frustrating.
dining. I'm
There
just
was no
assuming
reason
they
for
win
that.
the basement bomb site too because they need to.
Pissed.
So really, this is an
Come
interesting
on.
call by them. I think it speaks confidence from Wolves that they do have a 3-site rotation, that they are good on this site. We saw GK starting with a very similar, I believe the exact same op lineup they ran on the last round. They switched it up a little bit once they realized what the bomb site will be. All right, Wolves meeting defense. Let's see what you got.
I do think from a mental perspective as well, if you get this one out of the way and you're successful, you're thinking, okay, great, now we go to the stronger bomb sites, right? You build up some of those rounds and you might make that comeback look possible. Whereas, let's say you go like basement first, the strongest bomb site, it's like, okay, it only gets worse from here on out, so to speak. So I like this from a player perspective, but the thing is, there is the theoretical outcome and then the real outcome. And when you got the Ying, the Amaru, the Finger, the Lion, you're fighting utility, you can't move at the same time, and you can't see a damn thing against Cadillas.
This is
they're gonna rush.
Most pressure that this GK team has ever felt, I would argue.
Yeah.
And you might be able to seal the deal with an early pick. Trickst.
The Yin Candelas are gonna come out.
His way into dorms.
And then he's gonna go in. And they know.
Ready for it.
Yeah, there's the Yin Candelas.
To try and soften up that big window, and in they go. Trickst good enough for one. Immediately flicking over, pulling it off. Good trigger discipline to almost get a kill onto his own teammate. But Mowgli and Deadshot removed from action puts Wolves in such a devastating position, even if they did refrag by killing you.
Yeah, that's perfect. Exactly what you wanted. Candelas were in, Lion Charge was in, Trix finds the 2K. This is exactly what they need. Now, the one thing they have, P4's got Valk cams in sight. That was massive for them on Skyscraper. That won them so many late round defenses. It's going to get scrappy here on Meeting. It's going to get scrappy when they go in for the kitchen plants. They're going to need to rely on that intel from the Valkyrie to be able to push them through and win this last one. Wow, there it is.
Perspective was freaky.
But the thing is, the attackers at GK, they have no soft destruction, right? You get upstairs control, great. You get the 2 kills, phenomenal. But you can't do much with this. Leader on Ace has claymores, not soft breaches, and you can't deny those key positions downstairs inside of the bomb site.
Mowgli running into the Yin Candela was
forced to work with the last
really unfortunate. He like ran right into it.
A single smoke to your name, 1 grenade, 1 flashbang. Besides that, it's just 4 guns against 3.
I like that you noticed that. I mean, so much utility was used to get those first 2 picks, and I think it's inarguable that it was absolutely worth it. But now you've made the job harder from this point forward. You made it easier by getting the 2 picks, but that's where the rubber meets the road now, is you're going to have to just go in essentially dry, and the defenders will have some utility to thwart.
Gonna be tough here inside P4, a little bit alone. Not really having teammates too near him. Got Bibu all the way back inside of Meeting. Shinka somewhere as well, trying to help on out. P4, they don't know he's here necessarily.
They have intel.
They know he's there. They're looking for him.
Wolves.
That's going down.
3 against the 4.
Oh, the timing.
Missing out, seeing the Valkyrie for a second, buying time, knows he's under watch as the diffuser goes down, but numbers will equalize. The greater foe at the moment, the timer, as Shinka drops, Bibu's gone as well. P4, last one standing to keep Wolves in this with a tiny bit of HP, using the Valkyrie cam set up before, but history is made. Our first Middle Eastern team to play on
They really
main
did not
stage.
play well. That sucks.
GK,
that's so frustrating.
Wolves.
And they deserve it. Oh my God, the teams they had to go through to get to this spot. They played a ridiculously tough Swiss bracket coming through. First W7M, then BDS, then G2. Los and Wolves surrounded out. That was fantastic throughout start to finish. They have earned their space, top 8 on the final stage. It's
They
tough
really
for
made
Wolves,
some
obviously.
big
They played
mistakes.
so well to get to this. They had the comeback ready. They were talking about the Cinderella story going down 7-1, 7-1 the first 2 days, but it's not meant to be. It will be GK on the main stage.
But also doing
so
the
loud.
final round with a rush execute and then, not having
Jesus
self-destruction, but
Christ.
still the conversation, drop the hatch, set it up, win those gunfights, and Wolves.
Yeah,
they get
losing
the
that
same
first match
result
against
Legends
Bliss,
are so close, but they
like,
don't make it.
I mean, there's so much to talk about here. Is it the miracle lower bracket run from Wolves that ultimately comes up short at the very final moment? Is it Falcons and what they showed Middle East could do all the way back in Copenhagen, and now GK comes in with a sub that they thought, okay, this team's going to perform worse, but suddenly now they're on the main stage. There are so many good storylines that we can dive into when it comes to these teams. And I don't envy the desk because there's so many things that I would want to talk about, and they're only going to have limited time to do it. But at the end of the day, the story of GK has not been finished being wrote yet, because they're going to go to the main stage on Friday. They're going to get a crowd buff. The crowd loves the underdogs, and I'm sure everybody here in Atlanta is going to be cheering them on. With that said, that's it for our second best of 3 of the day. GK, congratulations. Welcome to the main stage. We'll see you on Friday. The desk, take it from here.
Devastated.
Congratulations are obviously in order for the guys on GK, but we have a little bit of
They
business
really
we need to attend to before the celebrations can really kick off. We got to talk to the people that they beat, a team that has been through a very long, hard road just over the course of the past week. Wolves are not advancing, but it was still an impressive performance. Let's talk to Bibu real fast. Obviously, commiserations on the loss. Talk to me about why that last map didn't go the way you wanted it to.
I think one of the players, I think leader, had an amazing game. I think he took us like 2 rounds by himself in attack, and I think it's in Oregon it's mean a lot.
Yeah,
it's very important to win attack rounds. We win one. We also didn't take the momentum, for example, on the clutch of Shinka. Could have been a turnaround for us too. So yeah, unfortunately we didn't perform as good as we wanted, especially on attacks. And in defense they play well, but I think we got the points. We were like on points on what they were doing.
They interview like the losing team in the best of threes.
Discipline.
And then they'll interview the winning team after, which I don't know, it bums me out.
Kills. And at the end, like 5v3 on site, maybe we are good, they are good crushing it, but if they are there, they are good too, they are good shooting, so yeah.
Across this tournament, you've had, it's fair to say, you've probably had a lot of ups and a lot of downs as well. So I guess if we focus on your elimination again, what's the key learnings for your team across this tournament?
I think the key learning is to put energy, because it's when we bounce back. At the beginning of the we had a good start against Bliss, and after that we go down directly, and it was hard to come back, especially on the best of ones. But I think the most important things to learn about that is to put energy, because when we put energy, we are practically unstoppable. And at the end, like a bit the discipline. Mistakes are.
Oops. Oh, sorry.
Just taken their tactical
I hit
timeout,
the wrong button on my keyboard.
Expensive, like I don't know how to say that. It's costing so much at this level. So discipline.
So even though this wasn't the result that you wanted, you guys still broke records while you were here. You, P4, Shinka, and your coach have all now set the record for most consecutive majors made at the same time, because you made every major last year. You were at Copenhagen, you were at Sweden a very long time ago. You're here every single major. But what's it going to take for you guys to finally get over the hurdle?
I think, it's like I said, I think going in the major directly, I think if we are there directly, like on the first games, it's different. There we were back on the walls. We made an incredible run, but the big bad picture that we have on this major is the beginning of the major. Yeah. After that, there is just us and our mistakes. Now we go back to home, work, boot camps. In SI.
And then go to SI. I think someone wants to give you a hug, by the way. It's a big moment for a couple of guys who have been in since the Xbox days, still trying to find a way to claw back and get a championship. Obviously, you'd like this to go a lot better, but what can you be proud of for this team anyway?
I'm just happy because, like I said, if you just see the 3 last games, we are just wolves, and that's the most important thing. I think everyone is impressed by how we play together, how we have so much energy, how we are a team, like a real team. And so I love these guys. I love my team.
I wonder if that means Fromage is going to be back tomorrow.
And just thank you. Sorry for the loss again. And thank you to everyone at the major. It's the last goal for us.
Oh no,
but,
so sad
so thank you,
lost.
dude, very much for playing. We will see you at the 6th Invitational. Obviously, Wolves not getting the result they wanted, but still wonderful to see them here. But now we might as well commence with a couple celebrations, because for the first time
I don't
since
feel like
Siege had an
celebrating.
esport, a Middle East, North Africa.
Don't care. I am sad.
Team will.
Man, they really just were not playing their best. No, I get it, man. I get that you feel sad. You don't have to post it 4 times. I got it. I am also sad. You don't have to feel sad for me. I feel sad for myself. They've already qualified for SI, so they're good at SI is all good. That's already locked in. Yeah, it's really just like their first. The problem was that I feel like they came to the tournament and they played so poorly at the beginning of the tournament that put them in this position in the first place. So, yeah, they'll still compete at SI. Let me open up the bracket. So it's like really, it didn't, it's not just like one match there at the end. It's like they should not have ever been in that position in the first place. But let's see. I'm trying to find the Where's my mouse cursor? So they were in this group here. This match, immediately. This, they should have never lost that. If they win this match, then they play Space Station here. Maybe they get dropped down here. Then they play Bliss or someone else, whatever. Okay. But this seeding, immediately, that put them at the bottom of the seeding. Which means for their first match, in here, they play Sonics on 1-7. So this was, where is it? This immediately put them on the wrong foot. Then they just like had this really terrible, like, I don't know if it was just like their momentum wasn't there, but like, look, if they, let's say they win this match, okay, then they're in here, and suddenly now they don't have to play a best of one, a best of one, a best of three, a best of three, a best of three. They played more rounds in this tournament than like any other team, I think. What was the score of that last one? It was, where is it? 7-2. 2-7. They played, if my math is right, if I have logged everything correctly, they played 160 rounds this major. They played 15 maps. They played more maps than like anyone else. GK didn't even play as many maps as them. GK played 7 maps. Space Stations played 9. Dark Zeros played 9. They played 15 fucking maps. And 160, like, that's insane. They took the long way. Yeah, because they had to play a best of one, and then immediately went into best of 3 territory. So they played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So the only other teams that are, I mean, GK is in like almost the same position as them, right? But GK is here. They win their first match. So then they don't have to play a best of 3. And then they win their next one. So then they don't have to play a best of 3. So they only played 2 maps here. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They only played 9 maps. BDS played today. They qualified. They skipped the play-ins, so they went straight to the playoffs, which means they didn't play anything before this. So they only played 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maps. Bleed was in this, but they won their first match, and then they lost their second. So maybe Bleed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Max they'll play is 12 maps. So I'm pretty sure that Wolves, because Space Station won their best of ones, so they got 2 there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Max they'll have is 12. So Wolves, there's like no one's, I mean, except for up to this point now, going into finals, probably some of these teams will have more rounds, but it really punishes you. Yeah, you don't win that first match, like, and they should have. I mean, it was against like a very inexperienced, a more inexperienced team, and that really sucks. Yeah, that's really just devastating. I'm so sad. Yeah, exhausting. And that's what I was saying, like, they played 2 best of 3s starting at like 9 p.m. and then today they were their call time was much earlier because they were the second match. So that's tough too. It's like suddenly changing your sleep schedule by a lot. But I think they just had a lot of like really small mistakes. They were really small that just added up and just compounded on top of each other. I really like Moogly swinging that after they successfully used 3 impact nades to deny the closet, all the Azamis to deny that window, to like prevent them from throwing grenades in, and then he wide swings it and just gives them the opening that they needed. They cut the stage into multiple days. I mean, it is multiple days. The first round was 1 day, the second round is another day. The third round, fourth round, fifth. Today's the 5th day of playoffs. So I'm so sad. I was so like, I really believed after those last 2 matches. I was like, they've got this. I believe in them. Having used up so much concentration may have something to do with the small errors. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, you know, Fromage is the coach. I'm just a casual observer. But it does all stem from the play-ins should not have been as difficult as they were. They shouldn't have lost that first match versus Bliss. They just really shouldn't have. They were playing really poorly, so they lost that first match. And that, like, that, you know, that meme of, like, the dominoes that just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger? That's basically what it was. Like, that was the first little domino that led to where we are now. So, that sucks. That really sucks. I'm glad at least that they had 2 really good matchups. And that last one, I mean, the last map wasn't as close as I think it should have been, but I'm happy for them at least that they didn't get 3-0'd. Because there were a couple teams, like, when you look at this, the playoffs, once you get to this one, like Scars and M80, M80 was like one of the favorites for this whole tournament. And they qualified from the first phase, yeah. So they qualified directly to the playoffs, and then they lost 3 maps. Well, 4 maps. And that was it. They didn't win anything. Same thing with Scars. I mean, Scars, I think, played the play-ins? No, Scars direct qualified too. So they also, these 2 teams came in, lost 3 matches, and then they were out. Sonics, I think Sonics and M80 were 2 of like the favorites, the crowd favorites to win the whole thing. And they beat Wolves, and then they lost 3 matches in a row. So I'm silver lining, like, I know that this is not the result that Wolves wanted. Absolutely, you know, they wanted to make the main stage. But at least they won some matches, because that would have been really sad. Okay, now we root for Bleed, because I hope Bleed wanna. I like SSG, but I also really want Bleed to make it. I want to see the giant fish on stage. Now what do we do with our lives? Do we just watch the rest of it? I just feel sad. The fish is the only thing that brings me joy anymore. Showing for APAC has been really good. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Might as well, yeah. I mean, I don't really know what else I'm gonna do. There's yeah, before the whole thing started, they went to Bass Pro Shops, which is like a fishing hunting store, and they bought like a giant fish. Like stuffed fish. I don't know what it's for, but God, I'm so sad they lost. Fuck. That first map also was like, I feel like they should have had that first map. But again, it was just small mistakes. Just small mistakes that added up. No, they went and like bought it, I think. And he was they interviewed the guy that bought it and he was like, "Yeah, I just saw it and I had to have it." It's like this big. It's probably like 2.5, 3 feet long. It's great. Spoke to him, yeah. I'm so sad. I'm so sad, chat. Okay, who is this? This is gonna be lead first SSG.
Nice.
Okay. Well, at least they made it to SI. They did make it to SI. I don't know what they're
Although
doing.
we thought we were going to go
Who's
for the
drawing?
3-0, but it was a bit stressful.
Is that it? He stopped. He just stopped.
I don't. They're like drawing a picture.
Chat, what is this? Chat, please.
يعني فكر.
What the?
Okay. Do you need a hint?
Think. Sure. Is it gadget?
It's an operator.
Jaeger?
لا يعني هي gadget الشخصية اسمها. Sense. لا. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I got way too excited.
Maybe draw a little more.
I don't know.
Maybe how the operator looks.
Fenrir? لا. Defense or attack? Defense.
Oh, okay.
شخصية تستخدم في كلوبات كثير.
Okay, you're running out of time. We need an answer. Lock it in. It's Maestro.
Maestro واضح.
Maestro? Oh my god, he tried to draw the laser.
I thought it was a sense, like this was like the line.
Unfortunately, you didn't get a point on that one.
What
You
is that?
erased your points. I don't know how many points you have.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I thought you had 2.
I don't know. He's like, I don't know.
Wait.
No?
His
1?
point
Oh, you
is
only
here.
have 1.
One.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
one.
Okay,
Okay,
so 2, 1. Okay, so no cheating. Okay. What is
it?
this?
Mine.
Oh, is it your turn?
Yeah.
Whose turn? Is it? Shoot, we're gonna do it hard. My bad. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Oh, this is easy.
Oh, easy. Okay. Let's see. Okay, and while y'all are erasing and drawing, I'm gonna see
That
if
ain't a
any more
cam.
questions popping in, and it looks like I do not. So
Hang on,
you know,
I'm
asking
gonna-
one of my questions. Who would
Maestro.
you want to 1v1?
Oops.
What?
Who would you want to 1v1?
1v1.
A duel.
Like I like to play against Shaiko always because he's the best
Ooh.
player I think,
Shaiko?
in this game right now.
Shaiko, I love that name. Why? Tell me more.
I love face best player always.
Oh, hold on. Oh, does this say ow?
Yes.
Okay. Sham, do you have any idea what's going on here?
That looks really bad.
Oh, you got it right away.
I know what I'm
Okay,
drawing.
here
You don't know what I'm
Okay,
drawing.
let me see. I gotta give y'all one that you haven't had
I give
yet.
up.
Okay. Okay.
I was
let's
like, it's got the thing that opens, you know?
This one. Are you ready?
It's got the...
Yeah.
Okay.
I just gotta close this real
Thinking.
quick.
What is he thinking?
It's,
okay.
you know, and it's got the
let's see
laser
here.
that shoots out.
Here's a fun
Probably
one.
it's a good
Most
thing that I'm not
overrated player
doing this.
in
Okay, that's a
Siege.
mute
These
jammer
are
for
hard
sure.
questions.
I know you can't see it because of technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. I can't
Okay.
close it. I'm scared.
Very
It's there
quick.
permanently.
Answer,
forever now.
go.
Canadian.
Oh, Canadian. Oh, okay. Those are
Bulletproof
right
camera?
words.
لا. أرونيكي؟ لا. شيء نحط على الأرض.
Okay.
What is la?
Cross trap. لا. واضح. It's obvious.
Jammer.
Yes.
Jammer.
Yes. Yes. Okay, there we
Jammer.
go. So you get a
Mute
point.
jammer.
Okay. I did get a question from my producer here. They wanted
I'm
to know.
scared to
how
draw
did Mina
anything now.
get so good, so fast. What's the secret?
Well, the great thing about Mina that we didn't have servers a long time ago, so we were forced to play on EU, and you know the competitivity in the European servers are pretty high. So we got used to playing at a high level of playstyle, and we can scrim like EU teams, even the Mina region. So it definitely helps us develop.
Okay. Here's a
No,
question for
I'm
you.
scared.
What surprised you the
Mute
most at
jammer.
the major so far?
Mute jammer go.
عجبني في الميجر فاجأني.
It has handles, doesn't it?
يعني كيف؟ Nothing, I think. It's
This one, there's no way this could be
but I think
misconstrued,
it-
okay?
Yeah, nothing.
This one has got to be.
That
It
okay.
has.
It's just been what it is.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll
yeah.
take that.
It has
who's
antenna.
next? Who's drawing? Is it you, Trix?
no,
I know.
yeah,
We're
me, me,
jumping a
me.
lot. We're
Me,
dealing
me.
with the chat. We're drawing. Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Okay, you feel confident about that?
Yeah,
one?
it's basically a
Okay,
little
let me
router.
see. Another question. Who would you want to see in the finals, Hisham?
I want
There.
face in the final G2 to take my revenge in the final, not in the beginning.
Okay. Uh-oh, racing. What did you race?
No, it was just.
It wasn't good enough. Okay. I also want to ask you.
It's easy.
Can you? Oh, it's easy.
Yeah, barricade.
No.
It's just
Keep on
there
guessing.
to
Keep on
display.
guessing.
بس عشان شرح.
Huh?
Don't look at the barricade. Besides the barricade.
It's a gadget.
Bullet cam? Default
No.
cam?
No. How is that a cam?
Valkyrie cam.
No.
No.
What is this?
It's a gadget. Just think.
It's a little proximity thing.
Not helpful,
Aroni?
Trix.
Aroni?
Okay.
ما أدري.
It's not a cap can. It's not attached to the
final
door.
answer.
Guess.
The answer is Elamine.
Ella.
Ella. Oh, I'm not drawing that.
Like an Aroni would be like this, pretty much. Like a barricade.
That
would be
makes sense,
something, I
though.
guess.
No, it's okay. It's a tough.
I forgot
game.
Ella existed.
Hisham, Trix, thank you so much for a fantastic interview and
Cap can.
doing this wild game
Here,
with me,
I'm
and
gonna
big
draw a
thank
cap
you
can
to
because that one is
Subchat
safe.
for
The other one is
participating in
not.
our silly little halftime show that we have. So that's it for the halftime show, but we have a very intense battle coming up. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Elamine, I'm not drawing that. I was going to, and then I was like, nope. Oh, it doesn't have a laser anymore, right? I guess they don't have different colors.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the
Capcan.
next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time
Damn,
to
look at
melt through the
me.
enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and
So
more
good at drawing,
specifically,
chat.
with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very
Oh, that's
handy
not
when it
the right
comes
color.
to countering
You know
the
what? That's
effect
fine.
of her fresh
Cap
new
can.
face.
I thought he was drawing. For a second, I thought he was
It wouldn't
drawing
be
the
Siege if explosions
What is it?
didn't
It's
have
like
an impact
a
on your game. And
this
this
thing.
season is the perfect moment to review
The proximity
your fast throwing
mine
skills, because
thing.
a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now. But make
I
sure
think
you
it
tune
has
in
a blue
to
light.
full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
What else can we draw that's not dangerous?
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
Said bulletproof cam.
I'm in JR and I play for Dark Zero.
I don't actually know what the bulletproof cams look like because
Watch out, I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat Mowgli. That's
I don't play anymore.
I
So
can definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box on the right side.
try glass. Glass. What? How am I supposed to draw glass?
Gotta be blank. Ah, I know. I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh, wait, where's the sink? Ah,
The
I didn't know
sink?
there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it. Club kitchen. Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like that's the
Straw
whole
glass.
theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
What does this look like?
No,
Terrible.
I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed.
Okay.
Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure. I'm seeing a painting. It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Teller's on border.
Or is it consular?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said. Said, no? I said border, big room, tell us. Oh, it was. Oh. Yeah, the still.
He has like a hood, doesn't he? This looks like a woman with green hair.
I'm seeing like a trophy case, with some guns in them. It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
How do I draw a hood that doesn't look fucking stupid?
That's a very strange kind of brick. Like, you know, it's like yeah, trophy glass.
He has a bandana?
That's Chalet trophy.
Capcan has a hood.
Chalet trophy.
What does oh wait, yeah, what does Glaz look like?
Not surprised.
Capcan has the
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh yeah, he's got a headset with a black beanie thing.
5 out of 5.
Oh yeah.
5 out of 5. That is inconsulate outside the garage breach.
He has like a
Consulates. Consulates. Garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
That's how
He's like that. And then like a headset.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
There.
It's time to make history.
Perfect. See? And then you just put the smoke. What's up, Ubisoft? Let me know if you need a concept artist, because I bet I could draw 2 toddlers in a trench coat. Okay, so there's one best of 3 remaining, and then the finals are tomorrow. So I don't know what you guys want to do. The fruit game. What is the fruit game? The Maestro cam rework? I'm not allowed to draw a Maestro anymore. My lawyer said that I had to stop. No, you know, that's a good point. Who are we cheering for now that they're out? Let's see. Oh, I closed the tab that had it. Atlanta, disgusting. Well, this next matchup is Bleed versus SSG. I would really like to see Bleed make it, because they are, I think, the only remaining Asia team. Qualified already are G2, FaZe, W7M, LOS, Dark Zero, BDS, BDS 2-1. Oh, see, I keep hitting the wrong keyboard. That's my fault. Sorry. It's not like anything's happening, I guess. That was 2-1, and then GK 2-1. So VP are out, Wolves are out.
We started with 24,
BDS
now
and GK are
only 9
confirmed.
remaining. Bleed has
there's the fish.
certainly made a splash, but is this where Bleed's Cinderella story
You
ends?
drop fruit, and when 2
Grit,
of the same touch, they
determination,
evolve into
and
a
their
larger
fairy
fruit.
Cod mother Joel make their dreams come true. Then North America's
Joel is the fish, by the way. They named it. Chat,
Former
I think chat
SI
named
winners. They're no strangers to the main stage, but they have not made it there in 2 long years. Are they on the road to redemption? Or will this be another tragic tournament? Who will make main stage and who will get so close but have to go home today?
So I hope
Everybody,
Bleed win
I'm
this
Jackie
one.
Jing
And then after
with
that,
Cassie and Maxine. You know, losing never feels
probably
good. I think that goes
G2,
without
I
saying,
think
right?
I would be
But when you
rooting
get
for.
this close-
There's 3 LATAM teams, FaZe,
Lots of wins,
W7M, and
too.
LOS.
But I'm saying I've had my fair share of losses.
Yeah, but I think the big thing is
Dark Zero
getting this
is the only
close
NA
and
team,
losing hurts so bad.
unless
I've been there
SSG
too,
qualify
it sure
right
does.
now.
I've been there at the start
And then
losing, I've been there in the
BDS
middle at
and
losing, I've been
G2
at
are
the
the
end
only
losing.
EU
And they all
teams.
suck.
Yeah, we've seen teams
Recently
deal
as
with
well.
that.
Yeah, no,
right?
we definitely have.
Even today, 2 teams have already gone home. We saw some really disappointing matches coming through. Of course, Wolves being sent home just in
Troy.
that last
Yeah.
matchup, and then earlier today
Dark
as
Zero,
well, we saw a really tough
I
team
think,
from
have
Virtus
not
Pro,
been
where they
playing well
also
enough
fell
to
out
win the
of
whole
tournament.
thing.
We've got to send one more team home, which is
I could
unfortunate,
see
but that's kind of how competition works.
FaZe,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it might be a little unfortunate for us 'cause this is
G2
an NA team for us. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been covering them. Do we want to see them go home?
or
No. Do we wanna see Blue go home?
W7M
No, but
winning this, I
somebody
think.
has to go home.
Well, talking about NA, you know, we've been calling them the NA killer, beating M80 and Sonics, but Dark Zero, you know, got some revenge for their region yesterday. But how will Bleed line up against SSG, Laxine? I think that's the big question for
Dark
today.
Zero, I
Well,
would
when
love
you
to
look
see
at
them
Bleed and the
do
teams that
better.
They lost to specifically
They're
losing
just,
to
I feel like
FaZe
they're
and
not
DZ.
playing
Those are
as
two teams that
strong
play more of a
as they could be. So if they can, then they could go
perfectly. They're
further.
a lot more
But I still don't
methodical of how
know.
they set up, but
I
the
think
teams
I
that
still
they
think
did
that
beat were those
in a
more
G2
aggressive
versus
teams,
DZ
with them
matchup, I
beating
probably
out
would
M80,
choose DZ as the
out
winners
Sonic. So
for
now
that
you're going to be
one.
playing against SSG.
Or
that is a very
even
aggressive
versus
team,
W7M,
so they
I
clearly
think
know
I
how to
would
handle
go with
that aggression.
W7M.
Yeah,
I think they're
Space
just
Station are
stronger.
aggressive, but they're not quite the same aggression that you'll see from.
The underdog of the whole tournament is going to be GK because they're the first MENA team to qualify for a major event. If Bleed also qualify, then those 2 teams will probably be the underdogs. So I'm hoping that Bleed can pull out a W here because that would be pretty dope. Even if they don't make it after that, I believe in them. And yeah, oh god, the camera. Even if SSG win here, I don't know that I see them going like the whole way either, is the thing. I don't think I could do what Jackie does. I don't have the energy that it requires. She's a very energetic person. Bleed, I think, are mostly Thai. Mentalist and Reaps are from China. Plus, I'd have to leave my house. Yeah, that's the worst part of it. I'm not doing that. Jackie is very tall. Singapore and China. Asfi and Hoven are from Singapore and Indonesia. Mentalist and Reaps from China. Turd is actually from New Zealand. That's interesting. I'm so excited for Fromage to come back. I hoped with every fiber of my being that they qualified for the next phase of the tournament. And from there, I hoped with every fiber of my being that they would go far in the tournament. I hoped. But now that it's over, and now that I know that they're going to be coming back, now I'm like just excited that Fromage is going to be back. Because they'll probably get them back tomorrow, I imagine. Oh, I just remembered I have to go pick up Rhea's meds. How long is that place open? Let's check. I don't know when they close. I'm gonna check. I think they're open till 6. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully this should be done by then, I think. Depending on how, hopefully the maps don't go like super, super long, I guess. Okay, well.
Being big wins, that counts both.
We'll
the,
just watch this
Station
and
League
hang out
here
together
inside
and
of Atlanta. So a bit of an interesting choice from them, but still we go to a couple of interesting maps still from Space Station.
Be depressed
as well. They end up
together.
picking Border. I do like this pick.
Do you guys want to be
from
depressed with me? Because
SSG.
that's what we're doing now.
Bleed lost Border to Cyclops during the Atlanta play-ins. The map that we know that they can be weak on at times. It's a map that SSG
Cozy
loves to
times.
play on.
I
It's a
gotta
map you can play
go.
very
Oh,
loose,
I'm
very
gonna.
aggressive. Fits SSG's playstyle very, very well. So not surprised to see us go there.
Now, when you say it fits their
Borders
playstyle
in
really well,
rotation?
you know,
Oh,
you look back at
Border.
the game against
Interesting.
NIP that
Yeah.
they played on
Cozy
that border,
depression
and
time.
That was a close map. That could have went OT. So I definitely want to see them pick up on some of those mistakes that they were making
Hooray,
and
let's be
applying it
depressed
here
together.
against Bleed, because Bleed is really going to bring that aggression on this map.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see. And then going forward, Cafe and Consulate to round things out. Consulate, I'm very excited because both these teams reign undefeated on Consulate. Bleed undefeated since it came out playing it twice in Atlanta, 7-3-8-6. Space Station undefeated, beating Mirage and Oxygen both through the NAL. So if we get to that third map, a streak will be broken.
I'm expecting we go to the third map.
I hope so.
Well, prediction time. Are we going with an A?
I mean, listen, I'm not going with NA just because it's NA, but I am. I think that
Okay.
the momentum is going to be super important for this matchup. I think that when you look at Space Station Gaming, their last couple of matches, Callout has been so consistent at keeping them going, making sure that they are in the server, always ready with those tack timeouts. Bleed, they've lost a couple of very close games. When it comes down to the wire, Bleed haven't been able to cross the finish line when it matters.
Ooh.
So for me, I'm looking at the mental, I'm looking at the maps we're headed to. I'm going to go for Space Station.
All right, well, I'm going to be an NA hater. I'm actually going to go with Bleed for the simple fact that they have been playing these NA teams that do have that
An
aggressive
NA
playstyle, and they have been
hater.
shutting that down. So for that
just realized
fact
my overlay is
alone,
missing.
I'm going to have to go with Bleed, taking it over
Or is
SSG.
it?
Okay, well.
And I like going against Jesse, so.
I thought that was more.
That's really what it is. I just like getting predictions better than Jesse.
Okay, well, you can be wrong.
Solid Brazil, thank you for the gifted sub for Shayna.
Okay, we're cutting this off here, breaking it up. We're gonna hand it over to
Jackie's
Antero,
like, shut
Pengu,
up.
and Dev.
Okay,
Take it away.
so.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
What? Pengu standing on a box or something? Since Fromage travels so much, I have made it a habit of every time she is coming back, I like clean everything and I make everything super nice and like, so that when she comes back, you know, it's just that nice feeling of coming home after being gone she's been gone for like 2 weeks, you know? Or I guess like a week and a half. And so I take the time to like clean the sheets and like wash all the towels and everything so that when she comes home, it's like nice and cozy. Because nothing on planet Earth, nothing is nicer than coming back to your own bed with like clean sheets and just like, it's so cozy. It's so nice. So I'm explaining all of this because I'm going to leave you here for a couple minutes while I go toss stuff in the washing machine because I was being superstitious. I was like, I'm not doing it until I know they're coming back. Because I'm going to curse them if I do that. But now that I know that they're coming back, because she'll probably be back tomorrow, I'm going to leave chat unattended, okay? You're in charge, McSwarlton. I don't know how you're going to be in charge since you're not a mod, but good luck, I guess. So I'll just be a couple minutes. I'll be right back, everybody.
Or smokes. You've got the Candelas available. Good primary utility, good secondary utility, and a suppressed gun that can hit you about 70 times and you have no idea where it's
Last ban, James, quick. Last ban. What is it going to be?
Kite.
Solus, Azami. Under the pressure, man. I can't perform. Let's hope that Bleed and SSG do a better job of performing under pressure. But yes, Azami Valkyrie ban, nothing too uncommon. The lack of Azami is going to make it really hard to extend those holds into CCTV. But of course, you've still got your mirror for those crazy good power positions back on the site or in the 90 hallway. And let's not forget Solus as well. So good for clearing out those pre-placed drones, forcing the attack to take a little bit more time and resources to take that map control if they're looking for the vertical nade play.
Yeah, I mean, I think these first couple of rounds really come down to who's gonna set kind of the pace, and they're kind of like, are we gonna go for a quick border or a slow border? Because I do believe the attackers, they have so much control early on. You can do the blitz executes that are really, really quick. You can go for the very slow, fishing for kills with grenades downstairs, for example, and Bleed. They're a team that, I don't want to say they play methodical Siege, but I don't want to say they play like Cyclops either, where it's just completely chaos. They play this kind of mixed style where they can change things around as they kind of, you know, see fit, so to speak. But I'm curious what style they go for here on border.
Yeah, well, Bleed are a team that love to get up in the face of their opponent. They love to play the mental game, and that has really netted them a lot of their wins thus far. Of course, they have been dubbed the NA Killers after beating M80 and Sonics. However, a loss, a grueling loss at that, to Dark Zero 7-8 just yesterday may have put that to bed. I think Space Station really could be the nail in the coffin for this narrative of the NA Killers for Bleed. But on Elimination Game, let's see if Bleed have what it takes, have the experience to make it to the main stage for the first time in their career.
We just had a Middle Eastern team get up there, giving representation to a region that we've never seen play in front of a live audience. If you want to split hairs, since I guess Southeast Asia became its own region, they've never officially had a team there. But I mean, obviously, Aerowolf made it.
Elevate.
Yeah, we've had teams compete from that region before, so you often just have to resort to semantics for this kind of thing. But I mean, we love semantics.
Well, it'll be one of the first times we ever see a New Zealand player on the stage. Turdster, of course, not being from Southeast Asia, but down in Oceania. The rest of this roster looking poised to start exploding onto a bit of map control. As we said, CCTV a little bit easier to take, Nick, with that lack of Azami, but Ashton will not give it up without a bit of a fight.
Yeah, the pace is so quick here. I'm sure they haven't fought one another just yet, but they're so close. Hoven inside a break room, Aspie outside the CCTV window. If they want to go for this first engagement, they are primed and ready for it, but they want that last bit of intel before they go for it.
They're not going to give it up easy at all either. You have to work hard to establish control inside of security. Hoven is there. Ashen will see the nade fly on out. And not just a talented player, but Ashen has been a big voice for this team to keep SSG mentally in the matchup. This is a vibes team, as we often talk about it in North America. Ashen's gonna have to motivate from the bench, though, as Hoven starts things off with the very first kill and has managed to tackle break room and cleared out that security portion as well.
That's how you play Fingam. You go in, you get the job done, and you get out and hold those angles. Again, they go for a wave, they push up, drones come out, reset, rinse, repeat now. You get security control, that's step one. Second step seems to be this office archives-oriented push here. Not the most common play to go for, but it might just work. Faults to Solis is downstairs below, could be a problem later on, and I don't think Bleed, they have intel that he's lurking downstairs.
We will have to be proactive, however. J90, what a great setup with this shield and long lines of sight. However, Hoven does start to move on forward, and he could be the difference maker for exploding onto this office and fountain area. Now, Reaps does not have any Selmas remaining, so that mirror window and fountain should remain intact as he looks to go on forward.
Well, there's the damage being done as both teams will trade back and forth. Bleed coming out ahead in a game of inches. Now with Diffuser in hands of Reaps, who's been simply phenomenal most of this tournament. He's shaken off of his position because the Solus down below has not been given enough respect. You gotta hunt down the last player as Fultz will see a never-ending stream from Bleed as he hops on, but the case is in a position where I don't think he can stop it in time. He's got multiple targets to focus on, but just not enough damage to be done as Bleed takes the first round.
And they set the pace, right? They go quick at the beginning, they get the opening kill, and they don't go for a conventional, let's go Armory, you know, that's expected of us. No. Let's change it up. Go for that office, archives, execute, but things they get bad really, really quickly. They don't have enough Harpies to open up the sidewalls itself, and they're forced to brute force their way through the bomb site, but they forget or don't have intel on Fultz downstairs on the Solus. And it almost cost them the round, but a great mid-round adaptation that only took 4 seconds to realize, and they just went for that downstairs play.
That's the thing that we've noticed about Bleed. Not only are they aggressive, but they are so quick at flipping that switch. For a team that doesn't have as much experience as world champion Fultz or a lot of this, the rest of this Space Station roster, Bleed have really shown an immense maturity at not only playing aggressively, but knowing when to play passively and knowing on a dime when to change tack, right? Okay, Solus below, we have that information, doesn't matter. No sweat, no worries, no nerves. Move that plant spot over to the hard floor and send 1 or 2 players down below to distract and hopefully kill that Solus. So really prompt, really nice stuff already in the first round from Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, it is so impressive, and I mean, we all know, well, I say all, I know Mentalist. Now, he goes back a few years, played on some pretty good rosters, right? Fnatic, for example, but Invictus Gaming. But when you have a new roster in Bleed, when you're doing something new, it can be hard to kind of figure out what's your role in all this. Who's going to lead the team internationally? Who's got the experience? Who's got the nerve, so to speak? And I don't know the exact system that Bleed they function under, but whatever it is, I'm very impressed by it so far, because no matter what big names they're up against, they don't just roll over. They always fight into those like late rounds, overtime, or at the very least, they always put up a really good fight.
I mean, from a diversity standpoint, there's a part of me that would like to see an APAC team on the main stage. I know we've got somebody. I know we've got a little bit of a biased actor here. Not exactly the most reliable narrator when it comes to the way that Bleed likes to play. That's a fine. You can get excited all you want.
Not the most reliable narrator. How dare you?
The bias is dripping.
Turt's gonna come and shut you right down, just like he's shut out hot and cold. Great work from Bleed as well. Dismantling this fountain position, that mirror window completely nullified. Same can be said for the mirror on Armory. No wall denial whatsoever. However, SSG do have a reply, taking down Hoven.
Yeah, good adaptation, and they're just gonna go for it. Take the fight with them. Reeps, it's both?
No bias. No bias at all. It's like the SI Grand Finals. He's losing his mind in the second round.
Mate, did you see that flick, Reeps?
That was great. I mean, that was just chaos, right? It's down to 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. Bleed, they pick apart the defense. They open up both mirror windows. Asher with a mute jammer in his pocket still, by the way, despite the walls getting opened up. And then SSG say, okay, we lost our stable positions of the mirror windows. Let's just run in towards the attackers and retake the map control that we had lost earlier. And even the score and the man count down to that 2 versus 2. With the Diffuser's down on the ground with a minute to go. And Bleed gotta make a tough decision. Go for kills or pick up Diffuser and hit the side.
I think SSG may have done enough here on this drone. They bled a lot of time, no pun intended, and they took a lot of picks with them as well to the grave. Like you said, Diffuser has been taken down. Mental is very thankful to have a DMR in this position where he has a few more options. He can open up these hatches. The question is, where are these remaining SSG players? I don't think Bleed have a lot of information, though there are a lot of pre-placed drones already out on the board. Asvi and Mentalist will have to look for a way to push that Diffuser down.
I mean, the entirety of those track stingers were used on the main portion of the stairs leading into that main doorway. You're expecting somebody to want to flank you through Workshop. Now you've just put it in a position where Ashen can play by this Workshop door. Yeah, he's got a cutoff that he can't run through, but you've effectively forced him into a spot where here's the engagement. Last track stinger to go down. Mentalist drops, and he will follow up on that noise. Attempting the plant as he doesn't have enough time. This should be an easy closeout as he sees the one player, and it's super shorty from Forest on the ground. Space Station answer back in round number 2.
Yeah, and Ashen fired up as we all expect. A big round from Space Station, really winning that roam game, forcing the late 2v2, and then just waiting and looking for those opportunities which were gifted to them on that hatch position. I think really well read from Space Station. They knew that in that mid to late round, they didn't need to get over aggressive because Bleed have to do the problem solving, and they were likely to make a mistake or at least present some kind of a window for Space Station to capitalize upon.
That's the thing, because like SSG right now, it's like a merge with like the former SSG players, or like former SSG players, and then Astralis as well. So they're kind of like this, half Astralis, half Space Station, and they've merged their playstyle where they can advance into their opponents, but the discipline they have from like 2v2s and 3v3s, understanding the strategical side of Siege, where sometimes doing nothing is doing something. Simply the act of staying alive and not risking yourself to get shot down from a faraway angle and nade from below, etc. That's all you need, because as long as your members alive, the attackers know that they can't just run you down, they can't just walk into the building, they gotta worry about angles being covered, the crossfires being setup, etc. And SSG, one of the strongest teams, in my opinion, in those 2v2s.
SSG have had quite an incredible run this tournament. While they had a fairly easy opening game against Alpha Atheris from Latin America, they were pushed to the wire by Bliss. They won 8-7, qualifying for the Swiss phase, and immediately lost their first 2 games. They had a pretty tough draw. BDS and W7M, not always going to be a lot of fun playing against those 2 behemoths, both major winners, of course. Then they took down Scars, great revenge story. Then they took down NIP, a beautiful rematch of SSG's championship back in 2020. Now they have to deal with the up-and-comers from APAC to earn their spot on that main stage. And I think it is possible, thanks to particularly the confidence they would have gained from those comeback games.
Yeah. You can beat big names previously in this tournament. You know you can beat them right now is when it matters the most. And again, the pace right now from Bleed not seeming to slow down anytime soon. Quick to E stairs, quick to that 90 hallway, pressuring CCTV windows, Hoven on the beast as well. Grim, they're looking for this pick. They got the red pings. Is it free?
Oh, what's this from Reeps? He starts to move on in. He is taken down. I thought he got down for a second, but I think Ashen might have been able to steal his way out of it. However, he does overpeak onto Hoven. So SSG can be pretty happy with that engagement, particularly taking down Reeps. Good cover. It almost came too late, but that player right in Armory helped back up Ashen, and he doesn't go down without a fight.
No numbers equalized, though, as Mentalist eliminating J90. It's a Kaid no more.
What? That was so loud. What's going on?
Imagine at this point the electric claws are down and likely on that back wall from Workshop leading into the bathroom.
What's going on?
My suspicion, at least. Actually, no. It looks like most of those walls are actually completely opened up. So, anybody's guess? Maybe on the hatches.
I was gonna say this could be the good old HG hatch strat where you reinforce the hatches, and if the attackers take top floor control, they can't necessarily get them open up. Actually, for the jail wall,
One on jail wall,
yeah, that was one of those claws went. And again, I said earlier, in the 2v2s and 3v3s, SSG understand when to play aggressive, when to play passive. Right now, they're waiting for the first move happening from Bleed. They got the bomb side, they got Vert control, and if Bleed don't move a muscle, why should SSG? They know the intel that they have to work with, and Force and Solus can tell them if they're going to be planting and where that plant goes down as well.
Well, it is a very similar story to what we saw on that Teller's Archives defense, right, Pengu?
Yeah.
SSG, no, they don't have to make a move. They're once again looking for the opportunity that Bleed can present, especially vacating that side. Bleed are unlikely to find a free pick.
We've got that Solus still on the board, which for me is the greater issue if I'm Bleed, because we saw how pivotal it was in round number 1, even if it didn't ultimately win them at all. Hot and Cold surviving, Turds to not, Nitro Cell goes out. It's Turds to now last alive as all of them get dropped.
That was pretty nuts. To Hot and Cold's credit.
It was good. I mean, the thing is, right, you're thinking, oh, he's kind of loud in our ears. Imagine if you're Hot and Cold, right? You're sitting next to him with the in-ears wired in. You can only hear Ashen screaming into your ears. You're like, buddy, chill out, man.
I got a question for you. How much when you're playing at LAN can you actually hear the person sitting next to you, not through the headphones, but like just through the air sitting next to you, especially when they're screaming that loud? You hear them twice.
You want a Skittle? Oh, Jesus Christ, they're everywhere.
In this setting, phase 1, phase 2, before like the main event with fans in the crowd, you hear most things. Like if you're playing against SSG as Bleed players can also hear like a muffled scream in the background, right? And it's why these players, they get so loud. It's that mental warfare upon one another where, hey, SSG win, get as loud as you can. Let Bleed know how you really feel and try and kind of throw them off their game, if you will.
I think we've seen more of that this event than potentially any event we've ever seen before. Of course, Canadian is very known for it. Ashen, at his debut major, is making quite a reputation for himself. Even players like Bibu and Renshiro, who you wouldn't typically expect it from, have started to really rile up, and sometimes it has a positive effect, sometimes it doesn't. For example, look at M80, right? Bodega is one of the loudest, if not the loudest people, and he's not even playing in the damn server, right? It certainly didn't help him, but it can be a double-edged sword, and especially for Bleed, I think when this is your debut and you're playing up against names like Faults, like Hot and Cold, like Forest General, there's something that clicks in the mental. But apparently something has clicked for Turd this round is he's already taken down the loudest guy in the server.
Well, it's 2 rounds in a row where this Doc experiment, if we want to call it, has not netted anywhere near the results that I imagine SSG could have possibly hoped for. And yeah, I mean, this is what? This is the 3rd round now where Ashen has been one of, if not the first to die in the first 2 for SSG. Now, obviously, His role means that he's going to be at the forefront of most of these assaults on attack and also roaming on defense. But you cannot be forfeiting this advantage every single round.
No, you can't. The thing is, the domino effect kind of takes place here because now there's no cross of the break room players. All of a sudden, he's very much under fire. That's Foltz now. Nade below, Asher on the door, but Foltz somehow finds a kill, survives the nades, and can just fall back as well.
This is utter domination from SSG. As I say that, there is something to walk away for Bleed. 1 pick, 2 picks might be a numbers equality that they can capitalize upon. But SSG are really forcing these early engagements. They want to make it so Bleed are not in these 5v5s in the late round.
And I get that. I mean, it's border. Bomb sites themselves relatively weak compared to other maps. So if attackers can get there with 5 players alive against 5 defenders, they tend to win more often than not. When you play ranked on border, that's how that plays out. So here in pro play, you extend out pretty wide, pretty far, and you play around the entirety of the map. East stairs, break room, CCTV, but also, of course, the bomb site itself. Turk now, looking through the side window, fishing for a kill, can't find any as of yet because SSG again, they know they don't have to move and take those risky positions. They're once again waiting for Bleed to make the first move for the 4th round in a row.
It's a bit of a game both directions as well, as a lot of these Bleed players are simply paying fairly close attention to the site, holding fairly passive angles and hoping that someone will push. A few of these objectives opening up these walls are proving difficult, but J9O perfectly times his swing, takes down Reaps. And there is no reply whatsoever from Bleed. J9O now on a really nice angle, and he will find a second, not a third, but Turtza once again in a 1v3. And look at this from Bleed. Knowing that they have the Solus on the board, they fully forfeit control. No C4 available, but it should be very easy now for SSG to cover this in the post plant.
You gotta plant on
Turtz
something.
has got that diffuser up above, making a ton of noise. Let's not
he's on the hard floor.
talk about how simply loud that is. I don't know if there's an angle here. Yes, there is. Forrest to get it done. How is your voice held up? That's the question I have. It's like, I feel like I drink a single glass of water, cast 1 best of 1, and I'm just like, I'm the Sandman. I'm like, I can't speak. And some of these players are just screaming nonstop.
The impressive thing is, if you're Ashen, he died in the first 10 seconds of the round. He sits there watching the entire time, and then he just pops off like, "Good job, boys! 4 versus 5, we got it!" And like supportive cast.
Ramaj got one of these
you gotta support the boys, and they're doing well.
massage things for the cat.
SSG before this current roster, they're known to be a team on defense that are really good at setting up kind of like the puzzles.
She's not sure yet.
Solve, right? The strategic
She kind of likes
layers,
it.
the front. The front mirror windows, the fallback second layer,
I'm trying to get her
the bomb set itself,
to
and then the
understand
backup
that it's
plan.
good.
Drop downstairs with 2 members, you got the solos, you got at least 1 impact in pocket, and play off of that. Bleed. How have they been playing this tournament, James? Do you feel like they can actually deal with that kind of playstyle? Because so far in border attack, it hasn't been the best performance from them so far.
Yeah, well, I think SSG have a really good read of pulling back and forcing Bleed to problem solve in that mid to late round, looking for those opportunities. Now, Bleed do need to make some kind of adaptation here, whether it's bringing more straightforward tools for the job. For example, Reaps couldn't breach a wall, so he had to get creative instead of just EMPing it or clearing it with some nades or something. So I think Bleed could go with that option, looking to go head on, or they could look for a more execute-heavy strategy, like we've seen from a lot of teams. However, no Ying, no Glaz, a little bit harder to do with those banned out.
I'll give you a treat because you've been putting up with my bullshit.
How these maps they play out, and yeah, I mean, you got the Blades, you got the Munch, if you want to get fancy with it, but the Ying and the Glass can and typically are the front runners on border because of how open the map is and how much they enable those operators to do a lot of damage. Mid-round's been tough, but the early game for Bleed has been excellent. Usually to get the first opening pick uncontested or a trade at the very best case, which favors the attacking side, so it's not all bad for
misbehaving when Fromage comes back. I'm gonna get in trouble because I spoil you too much, okay?
But not for the second. A good trade.
Gotta behave.
However, Hot and Cold took a lot of damage for his trouble. I wouldn't be super happy if I'm SSG, but at least for them, they have peeled back one of the top fraggers for Bleed.
Ashen is still alive.
Huge.
Huge at this point in the round.
Just trying to snatch it from my hands. We had to like teach her not to do that because she'll bite your fingers, and she has sharp little teeth.
Playing a bit more of a sheltered role here. Now, with this being a Bathroom Teller's defense, there's a heavy extension out to this customs part of the map. Teams don't really like to hold customs because of how quickly it can fall, right? You lose jail, you lose that stock portion. They can even just walk in front door and start to pressure you. And it's a bomb site that has shown up here, but really doesn't show up much at all. I'd be shocked if we see it in this match. So to see SSG extending out so aggressively there as they have is not abnormal, but it's very risky.
No, it is, but I think the fact that they notice that Bleed don't really play EMPs all that often, and then the kite is open, they kite the jail wall, they force out 2 grenades from Aspie, all the grenades, in fact, to open up a single wall. And it's like, even if SSG were to fall back immediately, they still...
I think she doesn't mind this thing. I think she doesn't like that I tried to pick her up and then do it.
No effort needed from SSG, and now again, the mid-round, Bleed, they're droning, they're looking,
I don't think she dislikes it. I think she's just still unsure about it because it's new.
Suffered a little bit from looking to counter aggro in the early round instead of looking to hunt map control. Now, fortunately for them, they do take down Ashen. I believe Hot and Cold is still at large on the top floor, and if they can secure the final bullet required to kill him, then this round definitely opens up for the attacking side. But outside of that, we have seen SSG win 2v2s on this bomb site before, and with Forrest popping off like he has, I wouldn't be surprised if he can do so again.
No, I mean, it's anybody's game at this point, though the numbers obviously favoring SSG should give you a bit of relief if you're a fan of one of the remaining NA teams. The other one obviously already qualified at this point. Nearsightedness, not really an issue for Aspie as the case is getting down. And Hoven doing his best for coverage. It works out. Mentalist dropped. Hoven slaughtering Hot and Cold. No vault through the lobby will be done. Now Aspie backing up as a Nitro cell from J90 will potentially open some things up. But SSG gets pummeled by the gridlock in the post plant. And Bleed prevents Space Station from putting 4 together. It's still SSG's lead, but only by a single round.
Surprising outcome in that round. It didn't look all that free, but Bleed, they got more intel than we do. They were like, guys, no one's covering this plant position. There's no one for the deny. C4 is all the way out in customs, you know, way off the bomb site itself. We can just kind of stick this. And it sounded very simple. It looked very simple, but it was right. They got a free plant down with no counter answer from SSG.
And as we move into the final round of the half, the final defense for Space Station, the question is begged of whether this is like a win condition for Bleed, right? Do they need a third round, or is it 2-4, a comebackable situation on their defensive side? Now, I would typically say Border is an attacking-sided map. However, the stats, believe it or not, for Stage 2, conflict with that. It's 55% defensive favored holistically across the entire of BR6. I think the game is in that state at the moment with Fenrir coming in, Solus and Azami being so prevalent. And believe it or not, those operators, Fenrir and Solus, have come through. They've been unbanned, the Mirror as well. They've been prevalent every single round, and SSG are using them so well. And I think that does lead me to believe that the defense maybe could be a little favored here, especially with that Ying band out. But I think this is one of those games that's just going to go down to the round by round, which team's got that momentum and who's winning in these tight 2v2 late rounds.
I always believe as a former player
Thundercrack,
myself that
the Wolves are unfortunately eliminated. They lost earlier, but we're just going to watch. This is the last best of 3 today.
Is favorable no matter where
and then there'll be
you get to set up your default strategy.
A day or two of
and then the attackers, they got to problem solve around them. So Bleed getting 2, maybe even the 3rd round in the first map in the best of 3 series is SSG's map pick, by the way, as well. On top of that, it's actually a pretty good start statistically for them.
And
but they gotta keep this composure
the
that they've been having on attack on the defensive side as well. They get this final chance, can tie things up, and it's a bit of a slower start here for Bleed, right? Normally, by now, someone's died. Injury kill has happened, they're in the building, etc. But right now, both Ashen is playing further back, and Bleed also taking more time to make sure they drone everything.
Well, if anything, I think it's SSG who are setting that early round pace, and that's because they're not peeking. They're not contesting CCTV. They've actually fallen off their position inside of Office now. SSG are looking to peel back the layers of their defense and bleed out time. Take that away from the attack so that in the late round they will once again have these 2v2s, 4v4s, favorable situations for the defense. And this bomb site is yet to be cracked by the attack in this game. So I think SSG are sitting pretty, but it really comes down to whether Bleed can crack through this Fountain and Archives and Armory defense.
I was going to say, I mean, Fountain is their big focal point at the moment. And, well, they've got the job done with the nade at hand. Aspie, who was fantastic in the previous round, keeps it going this time. Joined by the supporting cast now of Reaps as well. And SSG are outnumbered by 2. Still over a minute to go, but the 5v3 is often considered the most dangerous lead in Rainbow Six for good reason. And even though Asfi gets on the board again, SSG gets 2 to put it in a 3v2, and they can ride out the remainder of the round with Ashen and Fultz.
But the thing is, number is still favoring Bleed. They're trading successfully upstairs. That's
yeah, I hope
get the first pick. Then
I hope at the Invitational they just start
that,
strong
chaos
and stay
upstairs
strong rather than starting off so slow. They started off so poorly.
Though, both members of SSG are playing above, so they can deny the bomb site entirely. There are smokes able from turret, but the issue is Fultz got the Solus.
I think that Bleed know nobody's on site. The danger here is being baited in and allowing SSG to play for plant denial. Final round of the half. Fultz is looking for that diffuser. The EMP comes out. That's genius.
Nice.
And
wow.
Now Fultz must deny the plant, but Hoven's taking
wow.
to the world champion.
What a play.
Can't quite hack it.
They knew that the Solus was upstairs and could deny the plant with his gadget, so they used the EMP grenade to cover the plant. So the Solus couldn't see it, so he had to drop. That's crazy. That was smart.
There was a Solus upstairs because of the fact that every single round that we have seen SSG lose early man count, they immediately pivot and put the Solus in a position for the post plant, whether it be on that top floor or down below. And there's only so many spots that you could potentially be at as a Solus. If you're in a vulnerable position on attack, you know where that defender's going to come from. Yep. Take a guess. Bleed, maybe a bit more than just guesswork. I'm not certain, but God, that was so hot.
No, it was. I mean, the pick here was... He's feeling it, you know?
I feel like Dev Marta in round 2 right now.
I mean, it was a great utility round from Bleed. The grenade to start things off, the MP to end it as well. And I was sitting there like, you said it, James. What if they get baited in, right? Oh, start planting. Oh, Solus is there. They shut it down again.
Now they get the defense.
EMP is such a phenomenal
Yellow Turtle, thank you for the 49-month
way.
resub. Katrina, thank you for the 71-month resub.
Saved one EMP for this exact scenario.
Former Thatcher main before Pick and Ban. I know. I used to play Thatcher a lot too.
And they set themselves in a great position
Thatcher.
to take this border map.
Oh, wow.
Oh, whoa.
Very pacey E1D from Ashen. I like that. It's a bit of an ego move, isn't it? It's like,
yeah,
hey, we may be rushing right now. I mean, we're still in spawn. Yeah. The round has just
Mira and
started,
Jackal,
you don't know
Thatcher. Those were all like characters that I played a lot, and then they got. Oh God.
Oh,
that was so close.
You see, the reason like that is why I hated to watch back the VOD as when I was a player myself, because you're like, could have gotten a free kill if I pressed that click. But you don't know that in the server, right? You're not gonna wallbang yourself.
He's always played those characters.
You miss every shot you don't take, Nick.
That is very, very true, however. So just, you know, one tap, anything you aim your crosshair at, and maybe sometimes you'll get a kill.
Well, first half, in terms of blood drawn at the very beginning, Bleed doing an excellent job of it. Same follows for this round. On defense, plays so aggressively with 2 picks coming in very early for Bleed. Space Station eliminating Asfi, who's been a superstar through that first half and looked to be on the prime position to repeat it now in that round. Good enough to kill some time and take some bodies down with him. Now SSG must pivot, being down 1 body.
Poor Jin, I know, just getting some debris in his face holding that angle, but he's all right. And this has forced SSG into a very awkward position. They're down a player, they got 4 grenades in pocket, but no one can really drone for them to activate those grenades. They're going to gamble and guess here, but they got 2 coming at one time. And wow. Yeah, one doesn't do it, but both, they secure it.
It's funny, you could see the first one detonate a moment before the second. Yeah. He only took a tiny amount of damage, but the fact that there was 2 meant there was certain coverage. If they came out separately, a player could have, in theory, dodged both. Yeah. But yeah, perfect simultaneous grenades from SSG. I really like that.
It's a great pick, honestly, and Hot and Cold is doing the drone work right there. Outside the building, still classic support plan. This is a great play from Reaps. Very small thing, reinforcing off that back fountain position. So, like, basically making the bomb site a little bit simpler, but safer, and just denying SSG some of the pathways in towards the bomb site itself to enable those 3 guns to be aimed in the same direction to establish those crossfires.
Well, at this point, Space Station not with that same level of confidence that we had seen previously. Though it is much easier to sit pretty on defense and not really have to move too much.
Oh, that was a really aggressive play. That would have been cool.
That castle barricade to blow sky high. Tries to take advantage of SSG's lack of knowledge. It doesn't work out. Impact goes one way, nade the other. And they They win the duel with Forrest sweeping through.
I don't even understand how that round ended.
SSG successful on their first attack.
This game is so hard.
I mean,
It's
they
so
just run it
complicated. I don't
through
even.
the thing
I've been
is,
playing this
Blue's
game
played the
for
position well, right?
like
He figured Sledge gonna
8
rotate
years
over
or
the
something
window,
at this
I'm
point,
gonna
and
get
I
the
don't even
free kill.
understand how that
But
round
SSG
ended.
also read the situation where one person holds, Sledge opens, and they actually get the kill. If that had gone the other way for Reeps, I think that
No
round
idea.
turns out in Bleed's favor.
I don't
Yeah,
understand
very
what
much
just
so,
happened.
but I think you have to credit SSG. It's not on Reaps, it's on SSG for having that read. A lot of players
like
were just
everyone
sledge that
tripped.
open, but it was the Finker who wanted to play that
just
position,
fell apart.
and he
I
got
don't
the
know.
Sledge to come over, which meant the Finker was covering as the window opened. And it's a minute difference we're seeing between both of these defenses from Bleed and from SSG. On the latter, you're seeing SSG always on their defenses in the late round, playing passive, playing for retake, not looking to give up any picks. In contrast, Bleed are always looking for opportunities to get aggressive and make picks. And I think SSG's read that really well, which has made this quite a challenge now for Bleed. They have to second guess themselves. Look how aggression worked well in the early round, but not in the late round. Does that mean we don't play aggressive at all? Does that mean that we keep playing
The
aggressive?
Jaeger
Does that mean
days.
we double down?
Used to
Or does
be
it
a
mean that
Jaeger
we have
main.
to change
Jaeger,
our
I used to be a
play
Twitch
style
main.
mid-round?
Even.
That's one of the best things you can do in this game of Siege, is like make your opponent question what they should be doing, and if anything, force them out of their comfort zone. Now, all of a sudden, they're playing heavy utility, right? Defender, the Castle, the Frost, where sure they still have decent guns available to them, but it's about the setup upstairs right now, so things have changed.
Can I just say as well that during the prep phase, Turd managed to find 3 of SSG's drones, and on Border, a map which you can really utilize quick map control if you have some good drones, it's going to force SSG to get a little bit more creative, and you have to have a lot more confidence. When you don't have drones, you're going to have to do a lot more dry peeking, and that can be a real challenge. What on earth is this from
Gets
Action?
the passport wall here.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Yep. The Monty as well. This is a little bit of different attack here, right?
Turns just said, I'm getting the hell out of here. Sees him right away and, okay, I'm leaving.
Like, what are you gonna do? Monty's walking at you, walls opened up, and this is the thing, they pick apart the first floor immediately, but Bleed got that like vertical advantage. They got top floor control still. Monty is strong, yes, but not against verticality. So SSG, they're forced to walk back upstairs now, spend more time to pick that apart.
He's still going, by the way. Like,
Oh, he's
Forrest has
going.
not been slowed down at all. This is the slowest, what is it, the unstoppable force? This is the slowest unstoppable force that we've seen at this point.
The thing is, this is like a train that goes to nowhere, because he might have been unstoppable, but he hasn't gone any closer to the bomb site, and I think that Bleed still have some really solid off-site positions that SSG have failed to clear out so far, and it's really on SSG to start to get that hammer to crush into the anvil.
Yeah, and there's no grenade downstairs either. Those yellow pings and forwards, they don't lead anywhere either. Sure, falls almost up the army wall, but it's gonna be a pathway in. But the Monty's not in that position. He's in Beavers instead.
Saw some juggling of those dread mines as well, so the Monty will be obscured for a moment. The entirety of Armory's been cleared out.
He's gone. Yep. It's like a magic trick. You finally get in the building and the Roma has disappeared. Reaps has gone down. I'm not sure where that is.
Oh, God.
J90, by the way, if the sounds of the gun are any indication, that was the para firing away as Reaps was dropped. Now it's Houghton inside of Customs, waiting for another pre-fire, but Hoven dances around it. Mentalist has died. He's having a really rough
This is
first
chaos.
map. The remainder of Reaps found as well. 40 seconds, Hoven greeting the Monty as he drops, just obliterating Mountainside. 3v2 for SSG. That becomes a 3v1. As that's good work being put in by J90.
Nice
The
try.
flank comes in from Turnstile, but J90 has a particularly good round. Damn. SSG wins 2 in a row. Their lead stretches as they're up 5-3.
Sometimes the strength of Monty is not the Monty itself, but rather the fact that all the attention goes upon him. So they're all worried about the Monty. Where is he? We're gonna run away, you know, hide, etc. But there are still 4 guns playing around it, supporting it as well. And I think Forrest did a great job at saying, I am not the main character, but I want them to think that I am. And they forced them back, quick map control, and an off-pace collapse to get those early kills in the middle of the round. And Bleed being down 2 rounds now, 3-5, I'm gonna call their tactical timeouts.
I wonder if we can hear anything that Bruce is saying.
I'm like trying to get her to like that thing because I just like use it for a few seconds and then I just turn it off so that she knows
My
it's like
understanding is that Bruce is less of a strategic coach and
Not
more
trying
of
to,
like a
like, freak
leadership
her out with
management figure for the
Shit.
team. I could be
Gets
wrong on
freaked
that,
out.
but
let's go.
energy. I'd be pretty confident that Mentalist is a lot of the leadership figure. He is by far the most experienced
Energy.
player. on this team.
More passion,
But
more
that's not to
footwork.
say that a lot of these other players can't be full of ideas as well. And it's funny, Nick, because it feels like Bleed have
Scary
identified what we've
noise.
been talking about for a while now, which is that it's that late round where Bleed have really suffered.
Yeah.
I think that comes down to SSG's read. Like, that was the case with
energy,
SSG's defense.
more
They
passion,
knew how to
more
pull
footwork.
back, let Bleed into sight, and then play those late rounds. And it's kind of a similar story on attack, right? After the initial kerfuffle, which I believe is the technical term,
Okay.
then Bleed do struggle a little bit at converting into an execute.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you said, like, leadership and experience, right? Mentalist is the oldest player on the roster, and he's, I believe, 23, which is very young, right? So you have players that are, like, 19, 18, 20 on this roster, first international experience, right? And I feel like it must put a lot of pressure on Mentalist's shoulders, because if you start losing these rounds and players are getting a bit timid, a little bit quiet, you gotta be like, guys, like, it's a best of 3 series. We got this. Come on, like, it's their map. We did great. We got 3 rounds right now. We're down in 2 rounds, etc. It's not the end of the world. But when you're a player in this position, it can feel like the world is just falling apart around you because it's not going well.
It's a cycle of life, isn't it? When Mentalist had his major debut, it was back in Tokoname in 2019, and he was the young 19-year-old at the time. Now the tables have turned, and he's leading this ragtag band of Southeast Asian and Oceanic players to a major.
It was when he was with Aerowolf, right? And they
Yeah.
beat Giants so hard that they literally stole the organization.
That's right.
As
That is
if I
right.
remember correctly, is they beat the EU Giants so bad that Vodafone Giants stood back and they're like, we'll take the other guys. Yeah, we'll take them.
That's crazy.
That was actually a point of pride in my career because Aerowolf had been around for so long and had been inarguably the most successful Southeast Asian team, and I'd never been able to cast them up to that point. And that was, as far as I can recall, was the first and only time I ever got to cast them was at Tokoname. And I mean, sometimes we have to set aside what we do as a job and just kind of revel in like the history and the mystique of some of these players, because at our core, we are fans of this game. Even if it is our job, sometimes it's nice to be able to put our words to historic moments, just as we saw with GK.
Yeah. That's very well put. Speaking of history, this is a classic from SSG if you watched it before. A Monty or an Osa on the Akros balcony walks with the shield, establishes the plant. You gotta make sure there's nobody downstairs. You gotta EMP or shoot the C4 midair and then go for that plant attempt.
What kind of denial is there? A C4?
EMP.
The C4 detonates just before the EMP detonates. And that means hot and cold. He's taken down Diffuser on the floor. Talon shields destroyed along with him. However, the round is not over yet. Just because the rush has failed, Ashen fires up for 1. And the numbers are even.
Right, the round's not over, but it's gonna be a pivot here from SSG. They gotta change everything around. The plan can no longer be attempted. They gotta go for kills and map control now. Take Office, take Fountain, take Archives, and go for a different approach here.
You have limited options when you've gone all in on one way, but the good news is Space Station has good gunners. So even if they themselves aren't the best strategically, they can still hit their marks. Mentalist with the drive-by onto Forest as now Ashen walks in. Turdsta eliminates him. No drone work to be done. Final 30 seconds. Turdsta holding court inside of Archives.
It doesn't take much, it seems, for Turdsta.
Damn,
He
that
simply
castle
makes
kill
Archives his
was
own. He will have to
impressive.
win a single
Nice
1v1.
shot,
No, not if Mentalist steals it from him. And there's the energy we were looking for from Bleed. They're once again within touching distance of their opponents, just trailing a single round behind. But that match point is feeling further away than ever for SSG.
It's crazy to think that about 0.5 seconds changed the entire outcome of that round. If the MP had gone out a little bit earlier, or C4 tossed a little bit later, that plant guaranteed goes down, in my book at least. That enables the post plant in a 5v5, which heavily, so heavily, favors the attackers of SSG. So such a small thing with a massive impact in the round, but Bleed had a good read that the shut down the plant, adaptation, the rotation, and they played together in that 2v1 as well. Yes, Mentis went with a swing, but Turdsta, the anchor on the bomb side, picking things up. Mentis with a disgusting wallbang on the Forest as well. We're almost tied up. It's 4-5 now, still in favor of SSG.
I mean, I think I'll say this. Looking at the maps that we have right in front of us, Border is a brawl-heavy map. We expect there to be lots of gunfights. Both of these teams are so proficient at taking engagements. Both of these teams are so good that when the going gets tough, as we saw in the previous round, you can still mostly shoot your way out of it. Cafe is going to be a completely different ballgame, as will Consulate if we need it. The fact that on Space Station's map, Bleed is keeping it this close is a bit of a worrying sign if I'm Space Station. But SSG have been here before.
Oh yeah.
If you want to talk about the entirety of SSG's performance through this entire tourney, it's been worrisome. Because every single time it looks like Space Station is on the ropes, they manage to fight their way off of them.
Yep.
They've got their hands full right now with Bleed, but honestly, Bleed are another team that they are always keeping pace with their opponents.
It's true, and just to raise the stakes here for SSG, this is their map pick, of course, anyone can see that, but what you might not realize that this year, SSG's tied most banned map as Cafe, and that's where Bleed have decided to take us. They nearly beat Dark Zero on it yesterday, and they will have learned a lot from that 7-8 experience. So for me, it's all the more important that SSG win this map to stay alive in the BO3. Otherwise, frankly, there is a reality here where Bleed go 2-0.
You don't want to be a North American team and a North American major and not making top 8 playing in front of the crowd, because that's your dream, that's your goal, and it should be. And Forrest, he hears that and says, you know what, I'm going to get that over and kill it, put me one round closer at least, put me an advantage in this round to get closer to win this map.
He immediately jumps straight back out the window as well. He might be low HP. Same can be said for Ashen, but he's like, okay, I got my pick and I'm out. But Bleed could very quickly even up this numbers advantage if they can find these 2 low HP players. So SSG, the onus is on them to slow down.
Yeah. Resets, regain intel, and stabilize.
Good drone.
Very good intel, I would say, all across the board. Only 2 drones dead as well from SSG, so they got intel to work with, but likewise, Bleed, they got the default cameras, got the pulse scanner as well, but only 1 C4 to work with on the verticality.
They know Pulse is under, but they're not
really
pushing him.
Like whether you had the Solus on the side of SSG or now the Pulse on the side of Bleed, how well these teams are playing this off-site information game. And it's nice that this has been introduced, especially with Solus. And we've now seen more Valkyries, more Pulses over the course of this event being deliberately placed just to thwart whatever execute might come out.
Turtsa is still being droned here. Finally spots it in time. But SSG have plenty of information. It looks like Bleed are taking a leaf out of SSG's book. They're playing the late round very passively. They failed to even up that numbers advantage. Hot and Cold still above, but his nades find nothing. However, J9 knows DMR opens up the equation. A kill on the Turtsa. 3v5, becoming a 2v5 so swiftly now for Bleed as False forces down that diffuser. Could it be a flawless round? Reap says, hold that for a second. The diffuser still being planted. Reaps with it all to do. And round in the corner, he cannot stand up against the might of J90. Infallible this game. And match point is on the cards for SSG.
Oh, what a great round from them as well. The intel that the drones were just so precise, always having the exact location of the pulse, knowing whether or not he's in the scanner, not down to the C4s. And then, I mean, yeah, Reeps missed a shot onto the passive player from Space Station, but it didn't matter. The execute was from office hatch down to
definitely a high man, yeah.
gets that diffuser planted, and then the
screams a
crossfires
lot,
are
that's for
established to the
sure.
post lane. There's no way back to the retake, and Bleed, well,
I don't even, when I was their age, I didn't
round.
even have that much
I
energy.
swear, if SSG win this game, I think that they'll need to start paying me money, because I think I've casted them like 10 times. Every time they have a hard-fought victory, every single time I cast them, and more often than not, it's against my APAC homies.
Oh,
so,
man.
I mean, that's fine, but SSG, mate, I'm here for it.
We were saying the same thing about Wolves yesterday. Well, I think every time we've casted Wolves, I think they've won, and you and I have actually casted like every single Wolves match. I think at SI we followed Wolves. I think at Copenhagen we followed Wolves. We've been there with them through all of it. And I guess like we're good voodoo magic, I suppose, with them, right?
Except against GK, I guess.
We're good luck. Sorry?
Except just earlier today, I guess.
I mean, sometimes plot armor only goes so far. There is fatal weaponry out there, and in this particular case, they had their hands full. But I mean, it's nice to follow these teams. It's nice to see their successes and sometimes their failures.
Well, you could say that Bleed has had a lot of plot armor this tournament with all of the upsets. With the
I would lose my voice and I would
that
just
they
be
spearheaded for themselves with Fish, the Fish, Joel himself. But will that stop here against SSG? Remains to be seen.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, I just wouldn't have the energy for it.
You gotta worry about the long term here, right? The second, the third map, but of course you're not out of this just yet. Just don't knock yourself down too hard mentally if you're to lose out on border. They're defending right now. They got the layers, they got the roam, they got the extension set up, but there is one big factor to this round, I think. Hot and Cold brought out that very niche operative nuke. Hot and Cold, one of the best nuke players in the world by my count, just always finding the gaps and finding those picks. The upside down repels out of this door. It's a bit of a positive one on break door, but hey,
he's gonna
get punished. Yeah, that's free.
Tursa gets one on the run out, and no more than that. And Ashen again, first to die, though it's been quite a while since he was unfortunately on the wrong side of an initial engagement.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Bliss will play. Bleed will play this now. SSG are actually starting to force a plant down. Is there any information on this? Bleed, where are you? Forrest is knocking at the door. Actually, he's tearing it down. Asphy finds one, but the trade comes through swiftly from Fultz. A nigh impossible post-plant as Hot and Cold is hunted and taken down. Jane, I know, has been so good
20
in this
seconds,
match.
13
and now
seconds.
Him and Fultz will have to cover the DMR. Is perfect. SSG out of absolutely nowhere. Close the map.
Excuse me? Of all the ways for that to end?
Out of nowhere.
It's the high caliber DMR through the ground. Hipfire, not even trying to aim at that point. He just knows where it is. A stunner of a first map, boys.
Yeah, that was. I mean, the off-pace.
The hipfire DMR double kill through the ground
Well, that's it for map number 1.
was
SSG, they win their
unexpected.
map 7-4. What can Bleed muster on Cafe? We'll be back in
But
just a couple
impressive.
minutes.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege.
That was
The
crazy.
next
Yeah, that
season
was
is right around
that was
the
very
corner.
impressive.
And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
So Fabian's
When
not
I'm
the
in a
coach
tournament,
anymore?
I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Or is he still the coach for G2?
There's a lot of up and downs. But
They
with
have
this new
Titan
Omega
now
roster,
or
I believe
something,
we
right?
can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
He's on desk, yeah, but
your top players pop off.
he's
your
not.
Top players perform.
Because some people are on desk and they do other stuff. Like Foxe is still playing, but he's.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves. So as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Not their coach anymore, not on desk either. Well, he's not on desk for this event, anyway. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonic.
Tried to turn it down and it turned it up on my side.
Diffuser, I have manual because I have
Oh,
base
that's
support, so I
why.
gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times, or I'm able to drop it.
Well, Milosh wasn't either, so.
Also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high.
Yeah, I don't think it was an oversight. I think they didn't want to pay him.
A lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for
I don't think that
display,
was
we go to
oversight.
as many screens as we
I think
can.
that was
We go to
intentionally, like they just
4-3,
didn't want to pay him.
But that's all preference. I like 4384 for me. 4384. And then at the bottom, I personally do 95.
They didn't want to spend the
HUD
money,
display area,
you know?
And then 94 menu display area with a brightness of 61, I think it was. Some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. You go low.
Yeah,
you go
it's
LOD
like
quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality. Pretty sure that's very high, as you see.
I'm really bummed about it.
Reflection quality low,
But I think it
VFX
was
low,
intentional,
ambient occlusion
and that they
low,
just didn't want to pay him
anti-aliasing
to be
off.
there,
That's
which is
basically it
shit.
for
But
graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say
it's just the way it is, I guess.
Mouse inversion obviously disabled. Then sense is obviously up to you.
I don't actually know who all. Let's see, who else is on the desk. Oh, Ian Chambers is the host.
The magnification, obviously. I play with. Let me see if it lets me.
Please don't.
Thing 1x is.
I have to sneeze.
8,
and I felt all of Nova's claws just go like this into my like foot and leg because she was just like, "Don't fucking sneeze."
Because I grip the mouse kind of weird.
I can't help it if I have
advanced, joint deployment advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons, and then I gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons, and then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me
I'm blind and old.
Now that's what I think could be placebo,
Same.
but it's all
That's
preference.
me trying to play
everything default
Siege.
and then opacity 100.
I'm blind and old.
I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see. So up to you really, and just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
Oh, no, ow, no, stop. I'm not gonna sneeze, okay? I was just breathing, God. She hears me inhale, and she's like, here it comes, and she goes like this with her claws. You know what I'm gonna have Fromage do when she gets back? Cut your nails. Gotta cut those claws. Also, you need to be brushed. You're losing a lot of hair. I need to clean her ears too.
Nice.
Your cat's too big to try to fit in your lap. Wait, how big is your cat? Napkins, thank you for the 6-year resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 6 years. Hello, hello.
Welcome back, SSG wins.
How big is your cat? How much does your cat weigh? Is that rude to ask? I just want to compare it to Nova because I know how much Nova weighs.
You know, there is definitely some tension in the game area right now.
Your cat is
a quieter bleed than we've seen.
60% larger than my cat.
Collected, with exception to animated Ashen.
Nova weighs
Lachy,
like
you were saying
10
they're
pounds
pretty
max.
Even, actually, when it comes to energy level. Elimination on
16
the line. They want to get to
pounds.
the main
Yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about being
Nova
here is
wishes
you
she
can
weighed
hear
16 pounds.
everything
She
that's
wants us to
going on.
beat
So
her.
every single round that was won by each one of
She's
these
a
teams,
small
they were
cat
both
though.
screaming at each other,
She's
just
and she's
screaming at
also
one another when they won those rounds.
and
So
you
I
have a
think
male
the
cat. Male
energy
cats
has
are
been
bigger,
off
I
for
assume,
either
right?
side. Obviously, Bleed come out with the
Hip to
loss, so they
shoulder
were a little
Achilles in
down
my
on
torso.
themselves. But
Yeah.
I mean, energy wise,
I mean,
they're
that's
both
just
equally.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is really the matchup we
Like,
wanted between Bleed and Space Station.
it's a combination of like she's a smaller cat and also she's a female cat, so like
the most Space Station
they're smaller
round
in
maybe that
general.
we've seen so far. This is a round where they're
got smaller
planting
bodies.
4v5. They lost the opening pick, and then Space Station.
Namus, thank you for gifting a sub to
Everybody
McSwarlton.
jumps out the building at them. Bleed are throwing all of their bodies
Thank
at
you,
the wall.
Namus.
They threw 2 players
That's super
outside
sweet.
the
Thanks.
ventilation window or the archive window.
I can't believe that.
Through,
That was
and then
ridiculous.
J9O on the Twitch tries to open the floor, and he breaks through the floor, finds 2 headshots as he's no scope, just trying to open an angle
I can't
to
believe
deny
that,
that post plant.
I have never seen hipfire work that beautifully, especially with the
No,
DMR.
the point fire in this
Some
game is
people are just lucky
ass.
with it. Never me.
Well, oh, sorry.
No. You continue.
Well, I was going to say, because recently on the desk we were talking about some players maybe not having a not-so-great performance, whatever that looks like. Mentalist didn't have the strongest performance this map, but in the specific round, I believe it was the 8th round, it came into that 4v2 on the Archive Armory. Mentalist came alive, and he clutched up on that round, and it just goes to show that just because you're having a bad performance, it doesn't mean you still aren't of value to your team. And also for Mentalist to still have that mentality of, sure, he's not playing great, but what is he providing in those rounds? What comms is he given? What information is being fed? And to still have that mentality to finish strong, that's what you
I
want
think my
from
brain
players.
is checked
I
out.
also wanted to
This is why I
actually
know
talk
I
about
couldn't be
Mentalist
a
in the full
professional
game.
player.
I do believe that there's a lot
my
on his
brain checked
shoulders
out
right
already.
now. I mean, he's trying to carry these young guns and lead them, like you were saying.
I guess it's different if
moving
it's like
forward, how do you
your
think they're going to be able to recalibrate?
income depends
Well,
on
and
it.
That's the thing. It
you know?
shouldn't just be on Mentalist to think that he has to lead these young guns. That's the reason why they're a team, is they can help him as well and help him improve. And that's why I was saying, I'm sure even with him not being crazy on that stat line, that he still is able to bring that experience and coach them in these rounds or in these positions or giving them that feedback to then play off that. So I have no doubt in my mind that the mental is still there.
Okay. Yeah, I think they really got to keep it together. You know, they've been playing together for ranked or whatever it might be for a long time. They're going to have that synergy out on the roam. That's where they need to be stepping things up. That's where they need to see them really bunkering down and making sure they can get these trades.
Okay, let's move ahead.
Well, now
to
that
map
like
2,
wolves are out, my brain
Cafe.
just moves to
Different map.
like
Anything goes. You actually were chatting with me earlier, and you were
thinking
like,
about
it's
getting
pretty
stuff
even
ready
here.
for Fromage to
Yeah,
come
I don't think
back.
it's too bad of a cafe for Space Station. 5 plays this stage.
So-
All of them were
but I
very,
did a
very
lot of
close.
cleaning
Recent plays
yesterday.
include an 8-7 loss against Wildcard in the NAL
went crazy
playoffs
yesterday.
and a 7-5 win to send
I cleaned
Scars home
everything.
the 3rd day of Swiss on, in Atlanta. So they're very comfortable in Cafe. They've had some shakier maps. Certainly for Bleed as well.
I'm
you know,
so
they're
excited
1
for
and
Fromage
2.
to come home.
Technically a negative record, but the score lines do present a pretty positive map overall. 7-0 win over Cyclops, and then both
I wish
of their
that they
losses
had
were
qualified
8-7.
for
Those were
the next
against
phase,
Elevate
but
and
I'm
Dark
also
Zero.
really
So
stoked for her
I
to
think
be back.
both teams comfortable here. Good results. I think we should see an even game.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd like to say in the beginning that both teams should be taking their maps respectively, and this is where I do think Bleed comes alive here and really pushes SSG to their limits and walks away with this map.
You're gonna be
Specifically
happy
looking back at that game with DZ, that was a very close game, and DZ actually came up with that bounce back, whereas I think Bleed is going to look into that and see why that happened and where those errors were being made, and then applying it here and going to stop SSG in the forefront.
Okay. Are you sticking with Bleed?
Of course I'm sticking with Bleed.
Okay. SSG?
The ball's
2-0?
rolling, Jackie.
What
I
do you
think it's 2-0. I think it's going 2-0.
Really?
The Rocket's going.
You know,
Well,
I
we
wouldn't
shall
be mad
see.
because then I
Someone's
could
going
go
home,
do other
though.
stuff.
Intero, Pengu, and Dev. Take it away.
Well, thank you so very much. The last hope for an entire region. I have to say that in air quotes because I know you'll, but APAC is not just one region anymore. Rests in the hands of Bleed. For the home region, though, they've already got DZ on the main stage, and they are eager, I'm sure, to have a second representative. Space Station are 1 map away from being the second North American team and the last team to qualify for main stage.
That's right, and Space Station are also the only All-American team at the Major in the first place. Every other NA team, including Dark Zero, of course, with Canadian, have a player from some other region. I'm actually not sure. You could probably ask him. I think some like small island off the coast of America.
Canadians on home soil, did you know that?
Just like you.
When I think of Atlanta, I think of Canadian.
Oh, Turdster, yes, indeed, you are playing Space Station Gaming. That is correct.
Good to make sure, you know.
Did you guys see the tweet that Turd put out? But before every single match, I think Jackie eyed on the desk earlier. He's been saying like, BDS looking like the best team in the tournament. They'll definitely destroy us and send us home. For today, he said, Space Station looking like the best team in the... I can't take this seriously. This is going to be a mid-off, and we'll see who makes main stage.
You know, a mid-off implies that you too are also a mid-team.
I think that's what he's implying.
I mean, I used to, when I was a player, I used to go on with this mentality that
Oh,
I
sorry,
always
I turned
believed
it
that
down
we would
earlier.
lose. Because then I'm always playing like it matters. Like, I gotta clutch every single round, and like if losing is the expected outcome, I'm not like afraid of losing, you know? So I think Turch the man is like reverse psychology where, oh, you guys are so good, you're better, etc. And then he smokes them on plating. I like it.
Well, he did have a big round on Border with that Archives hold.
He did.
On Cafe, though, as we've discussed, extremely different map in terms of how it plays out compared to Border. And this now is Bleed's pick. So if there's anything going for them, it's the fact that they knew they were coming here. They picked it today, despite losing it to DZ yesterday. Now they're playing another North American team. Let's see if the supposed NA Killers can live up to the name.
I want to see some more flavor in this map because Border was pretty vanilla. Besides like 1 or 2 rounds, they were pretty fast paced. That was mostly from Space Station actually. And Ying is banned against. That's of course not going to be played this time around. But we do have stuff like the Glass, the Grim, the Capital, the Blitz, the Monty, etc., etc., etc. Valkyrie and both being banned off. Very common stuff for Cafe. Whereas Hibana is a bit of an odd one. I don't recall it as Hibana ban.
I mean, the question for me is that Hibana banned to try and protect those Azami keeper barriers?
Could be, actually.
Or is it to try and protect the hatches and force a sledge or something and enable more aggressive C4s? I'm not sure what the idea is there.
Especially,
SSG,
I especially hate when people say supposedly or
did play Hibana, I think almost every single round. It was their main hard breacher, if I recall correctly, in their game against DZ. Now, my concern, Nick, here is when it comes to Bleed, who are starting on the attacking side, as SSG got to
it was
pick
something like
sides,
supposedly.
they're going up against Azami, Mira, all of the catch possible, Solus as well. And that is a really hard lineup to fight.
No, it is. And this is a classic SSG defense where they have like 3 different layers to this. They start in piano with cute barriers, they fall back, they got bathroom mirror window or console mirror window, then they get the side downstairs as well. They do this domestically in the North American League all the time.
Yeah,
even the North American
I think it was
know
that.
Them so well.
I think Stokes said presumably.
They struggle against this because you gotta worry about so many things throughout the round, and the moment you drop down the hatch, the moment you're into the building, you're always constantly on the fire, under pressure, and we see Foles playing Cigar.
There's an X in espresso if you spell it wrong.
They problem solve from the very second they reach the building. Mentally speaking, it's going to take a toll on players like Mentalist to kill this round.
Mentally, it'll take a toll on Mentalist? Was that a deliberate?
That was
espresso.
Did you do that?
No, his name just happens to be that. You know, I can't
so cool. That is so convenient.
I want espresso.
James, you watched a lot of Bleed.
Yes.
What are we going to expect from them on Cafe as a whole?
Well, I think for many APAC teams, you're versing a team just like every other team from every other region. You're going to see, especially on Cafe, looking to clear from this piano side or go for an East take. Now, it is the former rather than the latter.
There's also another word that Stokes kept using, but it actually is a word, it just sounds weird.
For using those grenades, and they're at a bit of a loss at how to clear that position. However, they did eventually push Foltz out of shop, where he was hard holding, but not without losing a player. And I think SSG, like you said, happy to peel back the layers, happy to peel away a few kills for Ashen too. Holding this mirror position on the bar, Bleed, just 2 players left and a 2v4.
I mean, that was just a desperate attempt. You know, no easy way in, so just full sentence if you can get a kill, but no Ashen on the mirror in the position. Takes down 3 players back to back to back, and Turch alone in the 1v4. We got this classic 3-member stack up.
It's not happening.
There's so many people there.
There's only going to be one guy there.
Who's taking it? Who's taking it?
Oh my god. All of them are watching this angle.
J9 lying on the ground with a pistol like he's a secret agent.
Jesus Christ.
Holy moly. Oh, it's round 1, bro. Chill.
3. They can't control themselves.
I said in map 1, this is a vibes team. They live and die off the vibes.
I don't know. This team that we're looking at, SSG, is an NA team. The other team is an APAC team. They're the underdog, so it's kind of whatever
every single
you
player
want.
in the server right now is rocking the Space Station player card. They did the same thing with Fate.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they've done that, I think, for every team.
Did they do it with DZ as well?
Off the top of my head, they did.
Incidentally, that DZ match was played on Cafe, so you've got a good amount of footage on that. So SSG are probably imbued with some of that information.
Well, also, just as we were talking about that
his
Azami
glasses,
setup,
also, man, his eyesight must be so bad.
I really liked what
he looks like he's wearing
brought. They were actually taking Carly
actual
upstairs
magnifying glasses.
Yeah, Renshi on the Carly. He loves that operator, and with the 4 lances, you can clear a lot of those keeper barriers relatively easily, and the castle barricades as well, which SSG are bringing here.
Yeah,
I think that would have been a good adaptation in the absence of the Cabana.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like,
I'm so glad I got
Cabana brings you
LASIK.
flash
I'm so
bangs,
happy I
brings
don't
you
have to wear
cafe,
contacts
it is
anymore.
just very important,
Yeah,
of
it's
course.
crazy. Every time I look at him, his eyes are like massive
Nice attempt. Bit of damage.
Trying
No
to pull
kill
a
though.
because of how
gotta go
like
fast,
zoomed in
right?
his glasses are.
But, oh, they all do it.
man.
It's a four-man
boy.
court here.
That's why you bring a warden? Get that 1.5.
Just spawn peek, yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you just play for the gun at this
He
point.
doesn't have a gadget, does he? Nah, I don't think so.
No buck, by the way, on a kitchen execute. Who now carries all that weight for the soft destruction on the top floor? I'm assuming that a linear take from Bleed was not in the cards. Probably we're going to put one of them upstairs. Hold on.
He just walked in bakery?
I think a linear take is going to have to be on the cards here, though.
Without the
Parker.
buck, yes.
Without the buck, and also with the pick and bakery control.
Yep.
So usually it takes a long time to get bakery. Reaps has snuck in and taken down Ashen.
That
Getting
was
revenge for that
crazy.
spawn peak. This is theoretically possible for Bleed. It's going to be challenging, though.
Yeah.
But I think they do have the ingredients to make a bakery takery work.
The thing is, normally here you'd say
I caught that.
You
Thanks,
have
I caught that.
you have to force
A
smoke
bakery
in, so it's great, but
takery
now
work.
Warden and Solus up against you. You can't just go for a cheese plant. You can't see through the smoke, but Warden can. So Fultz and Jane, I know the two big star players here.
There's already closet control as well for Mentalist. That's another one of the big tick
outside.
boxes if
Why
you're
is it
going
so
for a
dark?
bakery take.
Very quickly to
Bakery
get it. I mean,
takery?
obviously, SSG would have heard that proximity alarm go off, so they know that somebody is in there. But there's a
I
lot
can't.
of
This week,
phantom
it's supposed to be
pressure with the
83
word
this
that we use
week.
from time
This
to time.
weekend.
I mean, if you throw a Valkyrie
Why?
camera in
It's
an area or
November.
a goo
Stop
mine,
it.
For example, you don't need to physically hold that map control. Your gadget's going to do that instead. Hold on, Reaps has found an opening, and Fultz will wait for it. As there go the logic box.
he's
He
like,
can ping away.
uh,
I don't know if he can stop it there. The impact to go out. Is he pulling it off? He manages to do so.
Oh my god.
Space Station slaughtered by Turnsta. Asti as well, a kill, and J90, the last man standing.
I wish they would fix these cameras. The player cams are like never right.
That is
impressive.
A ballsy play.
It doesn't matter if you get your buck spawn peaked. Who cares about verticality?
Yeah.
We'll let you have the top floor. We'll let you have those angles looking down. Don't even care you got
He
the
went to
solos.
point at him,
We'll
and
find
he
a little
thought he was
nookie
going for the
cranny, and
fist
we will
bump, so
plant
he
it.
did like
Yeah,
that.
and it was if they had a
That was
player
cute.
from SSG inside of the small box, right, the closet area, all of a sudden you can't plant that position, but they gave away so much map control because Space Station, they wanted to hold the first primary floor for verticality. They were holding downstairs as well, but again, one plant spot couldn't quite be covered. Sure, if Reeves was low on HP and those two impact grenades would get the injury or the kill, that's
I feel like the more a team yells, the more I root against them, except for when it's
Bibu.
Bibu.
Good angle there.
And this is the 2023 meta of Rainbow Six Siege, right? It's a game of all these little mini games happening at the same time.
The more like screaming, especially when they're screaming directly at the other people. There's one thing when you're just like, let's go!
Back to like 18, 19, 20
Like Bibu, he's yelling like, let's go,
Every
let's
team had,
go,
like,
you know,
different
like
identities. It was
like,
all about
Ale,
breaking the
let's go,
metaphors,
and
figuring out how the game was played.
I really don't like when the team is like, you guys fucking suck, and they're like, you can tell that they're trying to yell at the like other team, like to get in their head or whatever, and I get that it's part of it, but it just is like cringe to me.
They're on like the 94% of like.
Sometimes, yeah, that's why I have like a.
So teams play a similar style a lot of times.
I'm like predisposed against Sonics because they used to have that guy Yeti, I think, and they used to play on LAN, and I hated them because I hated how they would literally just like every fucking round they're just looking over at the other team and like screaming at them, and it's like, shut up, just play. Like, just play the game. Let the game speak for itself. But it's like, I guess it's like part of the mental game, but it's like,
play usually all four
I don't know.
sides.
It just makes me feel embarrassed more than anything.
They love this.
Yeah,
Mining
Empire
bomb
VP.
site.
I like
They
a lot of the
play
European
also
teams are like that.
downstairs. The mirror
Doki
goes
used to do
inside.
that a little
They
bit. I
play
think he's
C4s,
chilled out.
All of a sudden, bleed. Just like the first round, they don't really know where to enter the building.
But I like the teams that are a little bit more calm. Ooh, that was really close shot.
Still looking for Houghton. There was a brief window of time where
Or like if they just type each other up, that's one thing. But I don't like when they actually like go after the other team.
2 on Repel now with Reaps there for backup just in case the run out does net a single kill.
But they got into the building. You can't win from outside on window repel. At least not without like some sort of planned attempt, but that's not gonna happen. C4s and pockets, mirror windows, Solus, etc. Top floor control is still in favor of SSG as well.
Twitch has just managed to find that primary mirror window watching the red hallway, which does expose SSG's position somewhat, but realistically, the top floor needs to be cleared as Fultz has taken down Turdster.
And there goes those boogies as well. I don't know where the intended application was. Last I saw Turret at 3 in pocket.
Oh, there's a free kill.
Yeah, Mentalist sees Forrest trapped in the corner. Hoven, though, credited with the kill. Now as the cross is established, the proximity alarm will continue to give away the position of at least Mentalist as Hoven slaughters Ashen. A second pick. J90 dying to Mentalist. All this control from above has netted a surplus of kills for Bleed.
I mean, 1 or 2 rounds ago, Ashen was shit-talking for repelling in the heaven window, and then Hoven makes it work and kills it, so I don't know about that. SSG fighting from behind now after a couple of isolated 1 versus 1s. It's going to be really challenging, Nick, to hold onto the side.
Yeah, it is. And then there goes a flank attempt against 1, but he needs more than just that.
It's a diffuser as well, so a very powerful position.
Oh, he's the last.
He's all alone, yeah. And they will hunt him down. Hoven at the angle from long range.
Well, his name is,
2-1
it's like Turd Star or something, but it's
isolated
TERD.
members there from Space Station. Every single member died alone, no trades, nobody even within like a close proximity either. And it's a mixture of good intel from Bleed, seeking those openings, and just
Both teams
going
are
for
doing
those
it.
kills
Doing
out
what?
of nowhere. But also Space Station, they don't typically play Cathay spread out. They like to play those together around the utility, around the mirror windows, and in that round, they did the opposite. There's been so thin across the map that nobody could help one another.
Yeah, and can I just say as well, Cathay is the second thank you for your permission, Bengu.
You may ask for it.
Thank you. I think every time I want to speak in this trio, I'm going to have to ask both of you to get the sign off.
The pointing and yelling.
Send it up to the higher
Are they, I didn't see, I wasn't paying attention. Were Bleed actually like yelling at the other team? They've been doing that a little bit.
At the tournament thus far. And that's 59% defense. So you should be expecting
right there
4 of your defense wins.
They weren't yelling
at
at the other team, they're just like yelling
this half.
for each
Any
other.
more from here on out is looking a bit scary for SSG.
There's a difference between yelling
You
like,
know,
nice, let's go, and like, you guys fucking
That
suck.
was
Like,
because I suck at math.
that's
You
the,
tell me that this is a 59% defensive fair saying, you know,
the toxic
I
yelling
bet I
is
can take
what
more attack
is
amounts. I don't
annoying.
care. You know what we're saying?
Oh, why are you so good?
No, was. Past tense. I'm washed now,
That's
Parker.
the
You did
Remember?
tell me the other day that you could replace a lot of players in a lot of these teams and improve them.
We don't say that publicly. That's in agreement, talent agreement, right? We gotta toot our own horn sometimes.
I gotta throw you under the bus for that.
Yeah.
I won't name names.
I'm sorry, Kino.
Oh!
I'm sorry.
I wasn't gonna say it.
The closest you get to being in the server is criticizing those who are able to.
The closest you get to being in the server is playing a different game in our hotel rooms the night before.
I mean, hey, that's all I've ever been. I never pretended to be a pro.
I didn't pretend either. Hello?
You didn't need to pretend. You lived it, but not anymore.
Not anymore.
You keep reliving the glory days. You're the guy sitting at the bar being like,
Yeah.
you know, I used to play for the Yankees.
I used to play.
My days.
Yes, Grandpa, let's get you back to bed.
No, that's what it is. Retirement home, yeah. And it's why it's so impressive seeing some of the players like Troy still play, of course, and compete. But in this server right now, everyone's relatively young, right? What's hot and cold, of course, the oldest members right on the server.
Hot and cold, 25 years old.
There it is. Yeah.
How do you have that information?
He just knew that.
I know it all, man.
Oh, he turned, what did he? He turned 23 and they put him on hard breach. He said, that's it.
Yeah.
The end is coming. Fultz, by the way, dying out. He's not one of the oldest players on the team, but he's certainly been around the block for quite a long period of time. Bleed with that advantage, hot and cold with one immediately silenced by pillars. Look at how quick to the punch they
his
are.
gun blocked him.
Ashen outduels Asfi. Another lined up with a nitro cell to boot. The buck of Hoven in hot pursuit. Playing off of a small opening, but looks the wrong way. Flashes himself, James.
The youngest player in the tournament has turned up for SSG. Wow. It has been equalized, however. Bleed have plenty of time to make this work, and J90's really low HP.
Yeah.
I wonder how many drones will be able to get in position for Bleed's
It's more fun
dead
to watch when you
teammates to
don't give a
watch
shit
and
who wins,
enable
yeah.
some form of execute.
It's like,
It's one of my favorite rounds. A 2v2 where you go, who's actually
Much
in the
less stressful.
favorable position? Because defenders, they got side control, sure enough,
Pro
but
League.
it's going to be a low
This
health
used to- it
Warden
used to
and
be
a
called Pro
Jaeger
League.
up against Line with a scan left and Tursta on the ace. It's really anyone's round here. It comes down to who plays better together in the 2v2 to either isolate a member or get that trade going when they get into a fight.
J90 being on low HP is not ideal, but just needs to stay safe for the time being. Forrest is yet to find a kill so far,
Yeah,
which
that applies to most things.
is not
where you're
what you
just
saw
like,
previously.
I like
He's
how
in
he
this
crosses
rat
his leg.
angle,
What is up?
thrown by the
Bro, what
A-bomb
is up with
site.
his fucking leg?
Turdsta opening things up with those Selmas to go, but time not on his side. I don't
Yeah,
know if
they
Force got
call
droned
it,
out,
like,
but either way, Mentalist will lose that tool.
R6 Esports.
He now came by the drone,
something,
not
'cause now
seeing
there's, like,
Forest, but turns to does. A quick
there's
jump in,
EU
and now the
League,
diffuser will need to go
APAC,
down
or,
with
like,
J90 watching.
I don't know, Japan
He cannot
League.
get an angle on this with no
North
intel.
American
He'll be
League.
shot to the
Oh,
right
God.
side. He gets
Ooh,
away
the
with
timing.
it. Poor coverage from Mentalist, who
timing.
hasn't moved from his spot.
I don't
Does
think that
he
was poor
need to,
coverage,
though? 'Cause
necessarily.
He could have a lineup now if J90 peeks the wrong way, and right as he wanders into Mentalist's sight, what?
No.
Mentalist has not seen this. J90 to go around.
He
There
knows,
he
he
goes.
hears him.
Position should be given away at this point. Ring
He knows,
around
he
the
knows, he knows,
Rosie,
he
but
knows,
now
he knows.
Mentalist playing
He has
tight
13
to the
seconds.
soft wall. The top of
He's just
J90's head might be visible falling off.
Good,
Wasting
good.
time as much as possible to
Good.
go back on. Mentalist
1,
will need to commit
2.
at this point.
Good.
Or
Right
else
there.
J90 can get it.
Oh, no.
Mentalist
Oh,
can't
no.
see the head. Shoot away! Blunders from both of them, but Space Station wins the round.
Massive blunder indeed. I mean, the thing is, when you're tucked behind the cabinet there, you can just go for the defuse. And Mentalist, he had the roads inside a bakery. He went outside the window thinking that they were going to play for the kill, but no, it's about the defuse in that scenario. That should not be happening. And the most experienced player from the roster of Bleed, he blunders the 1v1.
I mean, in terms of timing, I think Mentalist played that perfectly. He baited it on out and then he fell back. But on the re-peak, he didn't realize that it would not be an easy angle. There might have been a way he could have gotten that shot off, but as we could see, it was a lot harder than it seemed initially from that
was
plant
really
position.
that was close.
And I
He
don't know
played
about
it
you,
well,
but that, to
and
me,
then he
it comes down to, I don't know what, like how do you expect a player to know
Psycho,
about that
thanks for the
specific
46-month
angle?
reset.
Is it just experience?
I was going to
If
say
he had
it's
gone
experience, but
bakery,
also
yeah,
pre-planning.
that's
There are
really
two
tough.
types of players in a clutch
was very
situation.
tough.
The ones who act off instinct. I would say Asher might be that kind
Very,
of guy,
very
right?
tough.
Who he sees something, he goes for it. And then there
Joel
are players
the
who
fish.
pre-plan like a chess game every single
my,
variable move where
check my
when you do
laundry.
this,
I'll be right
I
back.
respond with this response as well. And I just feel like Mentalist didn't have a clear answer. He was tucked in the corner, holding a very passive angle, and thinking, oh, I'm smart, I'm playing the clock here, and that's a really good way to go about it. But then when the push came to shove, he was just didn't have the answer, right? Rotating Baker, we see it, it's wide open up. And I think if you walked up the red staircase and opened up the softball with the DMR, he might have had an angle, but that didn't click for him.
Damn, Mentalist's going to be kicking himself after that one. That is not a happy facial expression. Thing is, when you're in the heat of the moment, when you're in the middle of a game, the worst thing you could possibly do, the last thing you should be thinking is, I just messed that up.
Yeah.
You have to dispel any thoughts, any doubts. You have to be cocky. You have to
do.
believe that you are the best player in the server every second of the way. As soon as that doubt starts to creep in, you start to manifest that and start playing how you believe.
Yeah. Same with your teammates, right? Like if you lose that round, somebody like lets out a sigh or goes like, man, come on, that is not okay, right? You go, hey man, nice try, we got this, don't worry about it. You know, we give them a free one. You joke about it, right? You don't want to put your teammate down, be like, you know what, man, that wasn't good enough. That's the last thing you're gonna do. And I don't think Bleed, they have a bad environment. I think on the opposite side, I think they're quite good friends here, and they can make this play going forward. So you know what? We gave them a free round. It's 2-2 tied up. We win some, we lose some.
And the last thing Bleed should be worrying about now is this half, because as we've said, it should be a 4-2 split for defense, statistically speaking. And Bleed have already got there too. So yeah, that was one that goes begging. Yeah, it should have been a Bleed round for sure, but that should just give them confidence to find one of the next two.
Oh, you're right. We're gonna start the roam clear. This very methodical, old school clear. Go top and clear it all the way down. Then the big question comes later on. Do they go for a half clear, where you take piano and you take cigar and you walk down staircase? Or do you go for the full clear, where you take full top floor control and rain that vertical damage towards the bomb side? Well, they got Thatcher and Ace, as well as a Sledge, all with soft breaching charges, or the Sledgehammer. So I think this will be a full clear top. Storm goes out, it gets the shield from J90, and already weakening those strong positions up top.
Yeah, you can still play this position without a shield, especially when it's Wamai and he's got those regenerating discs to open up potential protection from any projectiles. Hot and Cold's been forced on back. He's the Echo, so you want to keep him alive in the late rounds. Looks like Reeves might actually start to push him from below on this lurking sledge.
Interesting. Lurking sledge, huh? Looking for grenades.
Dirt nades.
Oh, this is one right here. Oh my!
Oh!
Not droning out the Mira, not understanding that Forrest is down below. A hell of a way to get on the board first.
But why is he there?
I think Forrest must have dropped
I think so
the
too.
dining bomb site when he had the read. Credit to him.
Jerks has been down now as well, by the way.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
He's finished off. So it's really fallen apart for Bleed. SSG have a very solid position off the back of just some tiny mistakes.
Yeah. Forrest the kind of player where he's like, if I don't know what I'm doing, then the opponent won't have any clue either, but here they go in, they're gonna try and break this bomb set apart.
And they're just slaughtering them now with the crossfires being so well for Bleed. Making an ungodly racket as they've taken control of the train section, but this is a reading bomb site, not mining, which was defended all the way back in round number 3. So you've been able to take a portion of it. That bomb site's like a big L, basically.
Okay. Well, it looks to be potential L here as Hoven's found an early pick, and Mentalist looks like he may be able to stick this. Hoven peeking through for a second, goes prone, wants to back on out to a safer position. Asfi takes down Ashen. And just 2 players left for SSG. Look for a retake. Not going to be easy. Faults 2 gas canisters still in pocket. Not used to deny plant, but potentially used to cover some form of retake. Creative usage here, but I think there's still a solid position. Asfi to find the double. 2v5, baby.
I mean...
This ain't even in the top 50% of hardest games we've ever fucking played. Literally, you're diff by Fury! You're diff by Fury, guys!
Now, I've watched a lot of Bleed matches. I will say, this level of trash talk, as vocal as that was, seems a little bit out of character, but I mean, you got to match fire
This
with
is
fire.
not out of character for Bleed, I tell you what. Coming from the APAC region.
I was trying to be polite.
Coming from the APAC region, I'm very surprised at how wholesome Bleed have been this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
They love the trash talk. I would say more than almost any other team I know in the APAC region, especially at the upper echelons. They absolutely froth it, and Asfi in particular has really shown up, but he's backing it up with the stats as well.
Yeah.
Here it is. I mean, I'd be talking some smack after that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I think, you know, you kind of said earlier, they started off saying, you guys are better than us, you know, you guys are so good, etc. Turns out today it was like, it's not about being nice anymore, right? It's a mid-off saying that you guys are bad. we don't care.
Okay.
Then the Smack talked to back up as well, and they get the 3rd attacking round. Statistically, a great half.
It's like, if you're calling us bad, then what does that make you?
Yeah.
And also, on top of all of that, Bleed get clutched on, right? J90, amazing clutch with the Ninja Diffuse down in Kitchen. Then the SSG take their tactical timeout to let that sit on Bleed for a moment, let them argue. But they're not arguing, they're busy moving on to the next round. They've just countered SSG's tactical timeout by winning.
I feel like a lot of the APAC teams have been super nice. I don't know what you're talking about.
For the course on their attack of Caf.
It's a phenomenal round for them. And I mean, let's say General didn't get the clutch right, all of a sudden it would be a 4-1. Small things, of course, swing the numbers here. But as you see, they changed things up. They've been playing this passive utility game.
Yeah, this
now.
is the last
Asami,
match for today.
Solid
And then
Doc, they wanna fight and be in
no
their
matches
face.
for a couple days.
I will say,
because the
we
finals are
watched
going to
certain
start at
matches
10.
between teams not ever really have the diffuser be a focal point. It's not been the case with Bleed so far, as they've been able to plant it successfully 3 times through just Cafe. They were also successful on Border, so strategically, they can follow up all of the killing that they're capable of doing. In this round, they're down Reaps, who died early on. SSG with an advantage yet again. SSG has either gotten the first pick or traded in every single round so far of this first half, and yet they don't currently lead.
So I say they can leave him behind, but this might be too big of an ask, honestly, with Hoven falling as well afterwards. Now you got user operators left, right? You got a Force and an Ace and Turster on the Ash to pick up the pieces, but it's just T. They got the Doc. You do some damage, they're gonna heal right back up. They got Q barriers all over Piano. It's a hard one to pick apart.
I'm surprised that it took SSG this long to go back to Bar Cocktail. They won it in the opening defense, and they're looking extremely competent here as well with this Azami setup. Bleed, the lack of Hibana, struggling to clear out those positions. I believe they have now lapped up a little bit of map control in that western portion of the top floor, but Forest is still down below. And there's not a lot of movement here available for Bleed. So many good crossfires set up by the Americans. It's going to be very hard bomb site to crack.
Yeah, sitting back, waiting with the crossfires like I mentioned. It's just saying, no, we don't gotta move. Again, classic SSG gameplay. That station when you're Bleed, you don't have those key operators, no Nomad, no Sledge, and Good luck, have fun.
It's a really good core strike there from the Solus. I don't know if you saw the way that they were planking, but the fight being brought right now to Bleed as Forrest from down below will swing on to Mentalist. Now Turds does next in line of sight. No damage so far has been done to this SSG squad at all. Fultz on the dock means that you've got the stim pistols to bring you back up, but he hasn't even needed to use any of them.
Man, what a waste.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds remaining is all you need to hear to know that Asfi is sitting outside.
Not the discipline.
I mean, SSG doesn't need to move.
Jump out, please, one kill.
First half, breaking down dead even, 3-3.
It's funny, when Bleed, they're in that, if that was Bleed in the 5v1, they'll be jumping out windows, getting that last kill, and still like, no, we're gonna hit you with the discipline. We're not gonna move at all. You know what, we're just gonna bleed you out slowly.
A little bit of trash talk as well in the chat there from Hoven, trying to goad SSG into making those jumps out the windows. But at the end of the day, they will not sacrifice their flawless round to close out the first half. This really has been quite a tug of war. And as we move into the second half, yes, in theory, Bleed statistically have the advantage, this being a defender-sided map.
These tiny
But I
cameras
would
are
not
cute.
at all be surprised
little
if
baby
SSG
cameras.
can have a reprise in the second half.
Yeah, and you guys can't see it, but now you can. Monty and Blitz being
Surely not.
shown. I mean, again, surely not, right? Top floor attack. There is one attack that could like kind of the skylight drop. Smoke, flash, flash, skylight drop, plant, postman upstairs. That's a strat.
You know what I call that? That's the 4-4 ranked strat.
No,
They only
that
have,
is the 4-4 ranked strat. But you'd normally want a Ying or a Capital for that to work. And again, double shooting if they
they're switching off a bit.
the usual style to
switching
go
off the
for.
whole
And
thing.
They're gonna change everything around here. No shields at all. Gridlock and Nomad instead. Finger for J9O. They're not gonna be fun about this round. They'll kind of slow things down and be more cool about it, I guess.
They're going to be more
For
cool about it.
SSG, these top floor defenses relied on the Azami and Bleed not being able to clear it. SSG, they don't bring the double shields, and to be honest, they don't actually bring as much util as I would personally like to clear all of these Kiba barriers. There is a Jaeger on the board for the defense, which will make those grenades a little bit less effective, but you've got 3 sets of grenades and a set of flashes, so it is very achievable here if SSG are very disciplined with their utility.
What I want to see actually in this round is that instead of Nomad, you take Grim, you go on cocktail window, you beat top floor, you go into library with 6 grenades, you see the beat, run. Brazil does that with Capital actually, and with grenades. Not 6 grenades, but you know.
We saw a little bit of it on Border, right? SSG with that double grenade, found a player in CCTV.
Exactly.
Why not here on Cafe?
I want to see it, and they are making their approach downstairs. Hot and Cold and Nook can sneak in, evade those cameras, but again, for Space Station, they want to approach the bomb side very slowly and ensure that all 5 members are alive until they do their job. Fultz, Heartbreach, other people, the flashbangs and the grenades. Once they've spent those pieces of utility, then they can start getting aggressive on the gunplay.
Well, you've already done your job of getting upstairs. The hard part becomes getting into that building, and look at this. Hot and Cold as a worm, wriggling through the tiny opening towards pillars. Asfi is the player in Cocktail closest to heaven. As a drone gets set up by SSG, and Hot and Cold will have patience. Buddhist monk at this point.
He might have patience, but what is Wormboy looking to do down here?
That's correct. And also the shaved head of a Buddhist.
Carter's not here. Come on, guys.
That's a deep reference. People won't understand that we call Carter Wormboy, which has now been said on a broadcast.
Who's Carter? Stop using first names. I don't know who you're talking about.
You can be all the cloaked in the world, and Reaps will still see you with his own set of eyes. First pick goes for Bleed in the second half.
And that's kind of like SG's like quote-unquote secret weapon or not so secret weapon, where it's gonna be Hot and Cold and Nick flanking doing stuff, but the grenade is still up there. You got 2 other sets and one that's a bunch of damage onto Asfi instead on Cocktail, but look at that. The dock value instantaneously gets him back to full HP, but Fultz also finds Hoven shortly after.
I've seen a lot of dog play between these teams.
I hate when they use their
particularly
first
Space
names.
Station.
I'm like,
not
I
sure
don't
if
know
I've
who you're talking
ever
about.
seen the value be as high as it is in this
I
particular
get it. You're their
round.
friend, but like...
Now with only 30 seconds remaining, the next step for Space Station, get in, start cleaning up some of these kills. Reaps the second on to Forrest. Fultz, which also with the
they
dial
traded.
swung on. It's a perfect trade, but Bleed still with the man advantage.
Oh
Action
my
to swing
God.
in, upside down. We'll
That's
need
impressive.
to
That's
retrieve
hard.
the case. As Asfi is the cross upstairs.
That is very hard to do.
Ashen needs to survive past this point, but Asfi is the close angle. If you lose the case here, J9O will not be able to recover, and there it is.
Okay.
Now to engage in a 1v2 as time runs out.
Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away.
Bleed wins their first defense.
Come on! Fine! What are you
I wonder if Aspie comes as much as
What
he
do you
does
mean
to the other
fight?
team.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That was a 1v1 or
Saying
something at
all
the end.
calling
Like,
out the opponents when they win rounds.
Jokes aside, you look at that little chuckle from Mentalist, and you think back, what was it, just 3 rounds ago that he failed that out, in theory, easy 1v1 clutch.
We're
And
actually
the expression
winning,
on his
but
face back
okay.
then, yeah, Aspie's talking a lot of smack, but it really is helping. If you can get a laugh out of the players on your team that would otherwise be beating themselves up, you're doing your job.
Oh, you are.
honestly, not bad.
And that's, again, a healthy team environment.
True.
Can take you very far. It's been a long tournament if you're Bleed. It's been a long tournament if you're SSG, right? You've been going through a lot of different series, a lot of different matchups, a lot of, you know, close games where one round could have made the difference, but they're still here. And in some ways, it's a shame that only one of them can actually advance to the quarterfinals, the playoffs of Phase 3. But that's life.
One thing that I really do wonder with Bleed is how much has their early victories giving them real confidence? Because we see a lot of these young teams from minor regions come to events with a lot of confidence,
right now.
and then a loss or two, it's
But
like,
it's a good point though. It's not just about shit talking the other team. It's about like bringing your like your own players into a good mental
notoriously
place.
confident and even cocky
They feel like
team.
they're, you know,
But
having
come to an
fun,
event and
having
you
a good
have one
time,
upset in a BO1 here, one
not
there, and you're
too
like,
down on
no,
themselves,
literally we
that
think
kind
we
of
could compete
Yeah.
in NAL now.
We might do this, yeah.
And that kind of confidence, I think, completely turns a new leaf for these players going up against a roster like SSG.
Oh, good value being found by Forest, finding two
that's,
canisters rather, and that's gonna kind of set SSG up for the late round now. If they can get there, they won't have to be stalled out for 20 seconds per canister, so they buy themselves a bit of time. But the eyes are upon the top floor right now. The roam clear has to begin shortly. Last time we saw Hot and Cold, Mentalist. Last time we saw Hot and Cold go downstairs looking for a flank, but I think they're gonna play closer together. But look at that, he's got a spare in pocket. That's annoying.
Those things are a dime a dozen.
Oh, yeah.
Fire for them lasts so long.
Yeah, he just
20 seconds.
walked
You ever
into
realize
his
how long
own
20
fire.
seconds is until you find yourself with 25 seconds to go and a Goyo canister gets popped.
Oh,
You think to
boy.
yourself, mother of God, this is not going to go out well. J90 first casualty on the Ash, punished by Mentalist, the Goyo. Not exactly playing the safest game, but I mean, we've seen Goyo's play off-site and take those engagements early.
He is a big clutch player, J90, so definitely if I'm Bleed, I want to take him down early. SSG seem to have a little bit of a gap in their information here. However, Aspie's gone down. He won't be lippy for the rest of this round, except for giving call-outs.
Misdroned.
Yeah, the drone was just far too early. It went around the wrong side. However, good trade. Does make this doable for SSG.
It's a very good trade. I mean,
was
again,
not
they lose
bad
even numbers, and
for
again, Hot and Cold
SSG.
applying pressure, still got grenades in pocket as well, got those adrenal surges going, but there's so much time to work with. And without information from Bleed, no Valkyrie available, it's banned out, very few default cameras. They gotta be guessing, but they guess correctly.
That's why you keep shadows on, by the way, folks, because you can see that shadow well before it comes onto that freezer wall.
It's true, settings do matter. You can only see dynamic player shadows if you're on medium or higher in the graphical
Nova?
setting. And some pros here got exposed in the content piece because they go, oh, shadows on low, morph, pierce, whatever. Yeah, you can't see shadows, my guy, come on.
Oh, there's another, as these vectors are so powerful in the hands of Bleed. On Cold in a 1v2 with 35 seconds remaining. He had a ping for a moment and now knows the Tracer's over towards White, but only one. Where is Turnsta? There you go, inside a reading. Some education for Hot and Cold. It's 2 in a row. Bleed's lead.
I would
grows,
never
they're
be a
up
good
5-3.
coach. No.
I gotta say, like, Bleed's skip
On
so far has impressed me
map
because often what we
3
see from, I want to say, just APEC as a whole.
What are you doing?
I think you guys need to
You
scrim
guys can't
some
see this, but
more.
on our second monitor, in the all chat, Hoven hits SSG with, what were you guys trying to do?
That's a great
At
question.
what point do the admins step in here? Like,
no, let it go, let it go.
I mean, I'm sure with
On
it, but
map 3
there is a rule, right? Like, I don't know.
of your elimination match, you're down like 5-2 or some shit, whatever it was. You successfully defend closet of the upper floor, and Moogly peeks and dies.
You know you're kind of bothered by it.
I would not be a good coach because you would see me behind him
Yeah, and I mean,
strangling
the thing is, if you
him
look at the round from top
live on
down,
stream.
It didn't seem like
It's so
SSG
pissed.
didn't know what they were doing.
Like,
they just
you-
lost a couple of gunfights and they played with a better team in that round. So it's not even like it's true trash talk. It's just simply.
I wouldn't be able to handle it. I can't handle the mental pressure of
How are you
it. I
losing
can't
those
handle
rounds? Like, where is the strategy at? You know.
the composure that it requires. Ramaj has a lot of
strategy.
composure.
We just moved down
in
to the
these
basement
situations,
of
and
the
I
ground
don't-
floor
I don't know how
box.
shit
What were
he
you
did.
gonna say,
Like,
I was gonna say I like
I
when
wouldn't be able
teams
to do
are
that.
able to match the trash talk. It's for us as 3 English speakers. Nick, obviously you speak Danish, but there's not a lot of Danish players that are probably speaking. In
Yeah, whoever misdroned the Jaeger.
I mean, part of it frames me
in
when
Big
I
Tower.
mispronounce things because of my Danish accent, so I feel like I'll just lose my job.
They would. We'd go through a lot of players really quickly.
It sounds like you're just saying the team name incorrectly.
Yeah, but you're American, Parker, so you say everything incorrectly.
I mean, I can't even make fun of you because if you were from New Zealand, I'd just say you're Australian. And that would be the ultimate insult to them.
Well, it's been an insulting start to this round. As back and forth, the trades have gone. Hobbit
There he is.
somehow finally taken down.
He's just crawling
So
away.
eventually
That's
the
so
trade
funny.
has been made.
Bit of a messy one. A jump out that gets down forced, but then he died, vaulting that final ladder. He almost escaped, but
They have 2
almost
soft
not really
breachers too, so
much
it doesn't
value
really
because he
matter.
didn't. But a very slow round from SSG, very methodical right now, and could be a run. Oh, the read. He was
Read.
there before the door was open, by the way.
Yeah, good bait. I think SSG are getting a little bit of a
What
read
were you trying
of the
to do?
aggression from Bleed. 4v4, totally unnecessary to make these kinds of plays, but it's what gives Bleed their brand and also what gives Bleed
Why
their
do I
fear.
pull for SSG? What do you mean, why do I?
Well,
I
you've got
don't care
the
who wins
tools
this.
to ride out the remainder of this round. You got 1 magnet still in pocket, another will
The
be
only
available in
thing
just a
making me
moment.
want
Turks has got
SSG to
3
win this
key
right now
barriers
is so that
to
it's
plug
over,
any soft
'cause I
destruction or
want
hard
to leave.
destruction that's brought by Space Station. This particular case, it's just soft destruction, as the Buck was the only one with a hard breach gadget. Forrest, of course, died first.
Oh, is Hatch
Reaps
Rio'd?
as well. On the Solus, can just wait for a post plant or even a plant to begin and play off of that.
Yeah, I don't even. If
Turks
this
has
goes to
used
map
2
3,
of
I
those
think I'm
key
not gonna
barriers
stay
posted up
because
at
I
the
need to go
moment
pick up
on
Rhea's
Freezer as
meds
the
and it's
boogie
already
drone
4:30.
From the Ram goes to work.
I love the Bookie Joe, yeah.
And
the destruction. It's so efficient. It's so.
I want to
quick,
exist
and you lose
elsewhere.
the Buck, but you have Ram and
Oh
Stretch.
no, I'm watching because
Well,
Wolves
the
was playing
downside is that
earlier.
Despite having all this vertical game, it's still not possible to flush
Rhea's
out
my dog.
Turd from that coffee position, and he's going to be able to play it for much longer because of the
We were watching the Wolves matchup that was right before this one, and then I just decided to stay to continue watching, even though I don't care who
A
wins.
second one tempted to go through. SSG know about it, but time is of the essence.
No, absolutely.
I would love for
Hardcore
Bleed
left
to
go for
win
a
to take
drop
it to
where
main
Turnsta
stage.
is looking, and there he goes to hit the deck. Turns to flashed out, missing it.
We're just watching
primed
for
and ready.
Joel, yeah.
It goes. Ashen drops. Turnsta's down for the count. It's a sprint on in as Houghton goes for the plant. You're going to need to watch this one quite intently. Both players
boy.
from Bleed to retake through the whiskey
Take the
door.
freezer. One of them take the
Folks will
freezer.
watch
One take
over
the
as
freezer.
Houghton
Did they
likely
opened the
gets out
freezer,
of
didn't they?
position. They're all Spawn Mentalist drops down, and now it's Reaps to save the round. It could be match point for Bleed if they prevail, but this is a really tough gambit to get back into the kitchen. Two players looking, and Reaps gets one of them. A second fight, his for the taking inside a freezer, missing out, but a shotgun.
Oh my god, that was close.
Space Station withstands the aggression and wins the round.
That was real close. That would have been really impressive.
Any other
Holy shit.
shotgun, I think he might have had that clutch, but he didn't have the right
That
one.
was great.
And Space Station with great cover
That
and
was real
believing in one
close.
another. Thoughts with the cover and the flick as well.
Very nice.
Secured the 2v1 and they played that post plan beautifully.
It really is a testament to Space Station that that round was as close as it was. We were talking about it, 20, 25 seconds left on the clock, and
I
still
think the
Turnsta is
mistake
in
they
this
made
power
was the first
position,
person who
holding on to
swung
that
on that
ultimate
hallway
blind
didn't
spot
wait for the
inside
other one to get
Coffee
into
with Keeper
position.
barriers. Hot and Cold knew he wasn't going to nade him through the vert, so he waited.
'Cause
to
the
drop,
guy
he
who
got saved,
lived-
he waited for stuns to come through, and then he naded not the Keeper barrier, but above
The
it.
last player,
Killed
he
Turnsta, and without a
wasn't
second's
like,
thought,
he was
sprints across
starting
and
to
goes into the
rotate,
blind spot with the trust of his
and then
team
his
to
teammate
cover.
peeked and died.
Despite all of that effort from SSG,
I think they really
Reaps
should
made
have
it
slowed
damn
it down,
close.
played more together, like a coordinated attack rather than...
Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's
They
way
gave
too
him
close
a
to come for
1v1 and
sure,
then another
but
1v1.
They earned that round. They fight all the way through from the beginning to the end. Vertical play, I like that you pointed out, it was there, but it didn't actually impact the round whatsoever. Not a single kill happened from above. The post plant is not enabled either from that post plant position, so sometimes you think you need to do something, like destroy the floor, but sometimes it doesn't matter at all.
I just noticed another early round E1D from SSG. We saw that on border once. I can't tell whether it's to scare the life out of Bleed or whether it actually is to slow down setup, especially on a bomb site where you're running like a castle mute strat. Setup does often take a while, but we do have not just that line, but the blitz as well.
Yep, Forest blitz. That's a lovely thing to see. Now, it can go one of two ways. Either he gets 3 kills and wins the round, or he dies in the first 20 seconds if they execute and it won't go anywhere. It's very one or the other with Forest.
It took Forest a while to get on the board, and I mean, what is he? He's the record in NA for most kills in a single game. Is that correct?
You're looking at the wrong guy.
Yeah, I'm not
If I remember correctly, as well, of course you're not Jesse. He has more hair than you.
Oh, come on.
That's rough. Here's a good C4. Doesn't actually land anything at all, so I'm not sure whether the lineup was wrong or SSG were quick. Here comes the blitz. Asfi's gone down. That said, he was able to take one with him, and Bleed have held on to this numbers advantage. Bomb site downstairs in reading. This is such a pivotal moment. Bleed have an advantage, and if SSG fumble this round, match point will be available for the SEA team.
Yep. And the thing is, Blitz is great for the upstairs clear, but the side execute might not be as strong because now the crossfires are there, a lot of self-destructible walls, a lot of like foot shooting through those like low angles as well. So Forrest's job is basically much done here. He's probably gonna be the one planting or maybe enabling his teammates. So it's down to Foles and Ashen to work together and try and find some picks here, try and find some kills.
It's one of those proximity alarms on the stairs leading up from the first floor, and brown stairs. So if somebody decides to push from that angle, they'll be heard, but I don't think that's the intention at the moment, as the last couple drones used by Space Station get shot away at. Forest, the blitz, completely removed from action as Ashen and Foles sprint over to reading, but they can't even get through it before tackling that mining bomb site. Now it's Bolts with diffuser in hand. 3 sets of eyes, all looking in his direction. There's a 4th set as well, just in case more is needed from Bleed. But they've chased Fultz down white stairs. There's no way for him to be able to get out of this other than just a fist fight. Not a lot of time left. They can line up.
It's a repeat of the other round.
In the end.
Same spot.
Bleed on that point.
Sorry.
He said site is fucking mining. He said site is fucking mining.
They eventually got to reading.
Because they were not there.
It wasn't even reading. Bleed are having a laugh about that one. As you said, Parks.
What does that mean? It's because they were like, they never got to mining because of just everything else they were doing. They were like stuck dealing with the top floor and the library and stuff like that.
7-4 on border. Bleed could well do the same thing here on CAF.
Oh, they're close. And they got all the bumps to play between here.
It's like, it's time. Feed me again.
So even if they're lose a round or two here,
I just fed you.
Plenty of options.
It's been like 5 minutes.
Top floor is their choice though. And we saw SSG do pretty good up here with those cube barriers, with the dog as well. Kind of similar setup here from Bleed. And it's just such a strong setup.
It's been like 4 hours. It is basically time to feed her again. But I'm gonna wait for this match to end and then I'll feed her.
There's no easy solution here if you're SSG. You ban the banner yourself. Yeah. So you're forcing the floors probably.
There hasn't been a single attack round 1 onto this bar cocktail in this game so far. Of the 3 times it's been played, SSG won it in the first and last rounds of their half.
Pick up the doggo meds.
Opened up their half with a win on it as well. But they were confident enough to go to
she's been very annoying because she's trying to
damage onto Forest. Here comes the E1D once again right at the start of the round.
She keeps trying to ask for food like an hour and a half early.
That Bleed are not mentally affected by that play.
Oh no, they don't care. And I love the fact that you're on match point. They keep line scanning early, you still go for that spawn peek. And look how much time it's buying. Forest is pre-firing the window, trying to get to the building for a rappel up towards the roof. It buys you 10, 20, 25 seconds maybe because they're so far behind.
Wait, it's Rappel, right?
Well,
is it Rappel?
Say, I mean, we've been
Have I been saying it wrong this whole time?
Exciting matches so far. I know, James, that you've obviously got vested interest.
Rappel.
What do you mean?
You
no, seriously, what do you mean
rappel
with that? I have no idea
on a building.
Yeah, of course.
I've casted SSG a lot of times
Repel.
this tournament.
That's not what I.
And I love
It's
SSG.
it's Repel. It's not
Aside,
Repel.
I have developed quite an affection for SSG over their course this tournament. They have a real
Okay, so
story
it's
that I am
Repel.
getting behind.
I think he's saying it like that because of the word grapple, like a grappling hook.
Cake. Who would eat all the cake? That would never be
It's
me. I would
Repel. It's
never
not
do
Repel.
That's not me. I love cake.
So I think he's saying it like that because of the word grapple.
So what's to believe?
I've had those experiences with Fromage before where she's like, why is this pronounced this way? And I'm just like,
providing we get to that point, Space
I
Station
don't know.
could still very easily turn this one
I
around.
can't tell
And
you
the amount of teams
what
that have been on the precipice of winning their map only
why it's
to
pronounced
choke
the way
at
it
the
is.
final round
Okay.
or two
So
actually
Repel.
would be more likely,
Grapple.
I feel like Space Station could close
Repel.
this match up. Maybe
I don't
not
know why they're
outright.
pronounced different. Who knows?
Got a minute and a half
English
to play
is
to
like
try and
3 other
even
languages
beat
and a
the
trench coat,
overtime.
so
If not, console awaits us.
who knows?
Just under a minute.
Whenever you're on match point and you're a new team like Bleed that they are, you know, risk assessment.
A friend who
You're gonna
pronounced
go for this
mallet
place
the
now.
same
You
as
see them, you're gonna
ballet.
take that
I mean,
risk because
I
if
can
you
see
lose
that,
it,
yeah.
All of a sudden, it's Steve. They're making that comeback possible. They got the intel on the attack side.
It's, I mean, it's spelled the exact same.
Oh, wow, good C4. Hot and Cold does find Reeves and immediately goes for an 8 on the back of the E1D, but cleverly, Asfi has relocated.
Pickpockets
Jano
other
finds
languages
the
for
opening
fun.
pick as well.
Yeah.
Doubling down
We do
for
that a lot.
SSG. Asfi looking to get aggressive.
Sometimes I'll use a French word, and Fromage is just like, why did you say that? And I'm just like, we use that word.
As Hot and Cold once again steals away a pick. Forrest makes it a 5v1. Hoven with it all to do. A single pick is all he finds. And SSG only need a single round to push into overtime.
Oh yeah, they're so close. And again, I kind of said risk assessment, right? That was probably the most passive round from Bleed so far. Sure. 1 second. Freebies, baby.
I hate that when it's in an English-speaking group, they sit quietly and listen, but when it's
kind of waiting and not really, you know,
wolves,
shutting
they
down
just
entry
talk the
points,
whole fucking
they started
time.
the offense,
I
going
want
for
to
that
listen
small
too.
peak, and then they're like, okay, guys, let's just sit tight, wait for something to happen. But the issue is, SGs, they
I don't know how it's
capitalized perfectly
spelled,
upon that information. They
actually.
had 2 yellow pings, got them 2 kills, and it just snowballed from there.
I think if Bleed are going to go for an attack, or a defense rather, like that, where they're playing so passive, I think they need to lean on the Solus a little bit more to try and get information, especially with how much Hot and Cold is playing Knock, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You're going to see that knock through walls.
she
You know
came
that you're
running
getting a
in
line. When
here.
he
She's
activates
so
his gadget, You
cute.
actually get wall hacks on him for a few
You're so
seconds as well with Solus. So
More
Ashen,
treats because
who
you're
came in here,
adorable.
would have been spotted. In fact, if that was a Solus, he would have seen both of the players who pushed in on him. Now, believe it or not, Mentos was the Solus. I'm not sure whether he wasn't using his gadget or wasn't in position to support, but some very minute details could be turning these rounds on their head for Bleed. However, SSG, I think they've got a good read. The question is, in the final round of the half, can they do what Bleed did in the first and win
Why do you have to
3
take it away
attacks
to
on
eat
such
it?
a defender-sided map?
Yeah, I mean, they're changing things up. They got Twitch,
not
Great
drooling on my
Rock,
mouse,
they got
are
the
you?
Capital as well. So
Hey,
their utility being
hey.
brought. They were hovering the
aggressive.
multi-blitz in the very first round. Forrest did play blitz a single round, which
Too
did not
aggressive.
work out. So I like this kind of utility-oriented style.
Attends.
Again, intel, so vital. Mute jammers from Reeves can, of course, sway that. But the thing is, Cafe's a very open
God.
map. Those jammers are mostly meant for the walls, not for drone deny. So those drones should be getting intel. There it is, Ashen. He sees Lobby. It's open area, sees the bulletproof. Doesn't get with the first shot, but hopefully with a bit of time, he can get it. I believe he did. And the default cam to go as well. Yep, it's gone.
Attends.
There's another default cam he hasn't yet taken
Attends.
down. Not sure if there's a specific reason for that. But the high-value targets will also be these Vulcan canisters, which we saw him disable in one of the
She's not
previous rounds.
patient.
Mentalist still has one in pocket to potentially replace in the late round, but
like that.
Bleed have quite a heavy investment on this top floor, as I say.
Yeah.
An aggressive peek from Terz.
Win the
downstairs on the
round,
balcony.
so I can go
He's
do
still
stuff.
alive, despite the fire coming in
God.
from Capital.
But it's not necessarily cooked well enough. He
Not
gets
another
away
one.
From it, and instead,
Not another one.
Oh, climbing in. SSG
Not another
going
one.
over a
Oh my
rush.
God.
And Mentalist putting in work. SSG not working out so well now for you, is it? J9
Chaos,
to
chaos,
1v3
chaos,
and
chaos.
Hoven and Asfi joining with the GH.
Jeez.
Oh my, I'm not gonna touch that last
Crankers
one.
got
If you know,
cranked.
if you don't look at it. That's all I ask, desperately. Explosions aplenty on the stairs, and J90 knows what comes next. They'll clown
fucking
on
spot.
him on white stairs, Oven with the last kill.
All right.
We're going to a third map between these
You
two
guys are.
titans.
Well deserved, right? Bleed deserved that first map, as to SSG and Console.
I I know, I was gaslighted into thinking I wasn't a cat person. I was just talking to Fromage about this. Okay, do you guys want to hear my story before I go? My cat story. I texted Fromage because I was just like, this is one of the reasons, one of the things that I am so grateful to my life for having Fromage be introduced to me, because I was doing laundry yesterday. I was taking my clothes out of the dryer and I had these like sweatpants, jogger sweatpants. And my first thought, because I took them out while the dryer was still running, they were super warm. And so I was like, Nova will love these. So I went to the primary bedroom. Nova is laying in the window in her like she's got a little shelf that she's laying on. So I took my sweatpants and I folded them. And as soon as she saw what was in my hands, she looked at me and she jumped down from the shelf and then jumped on the bed, and I like laid the pants out and she immediately like curled up on them. And she actually like got super cozy. And I felt so much joy in that moment where I was like, I knew that she was going to do that because I know her so well. And I would have never gotten a cat if I didn't know Fromage. I would have never gotten a cat because I wouldn't know how to like take care of them. I don't know how to like train a cat or anything like that. But because Fromage has done it, she's done such a good job. Like Nova is such a good cat. She's so good. Except for when she eats plastic because we take too long to feed her. I mean, no, I think like Fromage is definitely like you can train your cat. You can like, encourage and discourage certain behaviors. She does a pretty good job. You're pretty good. Yeah, you're a really good cat. Yeah, you are. I know you want to eat. I'm gonna go feed you. But yeah, like I would have never gotten a cat, and I love having a cat. She's great. You're great. Yeah, you're very adorable. And then even later, when she got off of the pants because I fed her, I left them there. She went back on them later because it was so cozy and she loved it. Just like I did that. All your friends who have a cat are abused by their cats. No, she's a good girl. She's such a good cat. Okay, there's a map 3. I'm not gonna watch it because I have to go do other stuff. It's 4:30. Like I said, I gotta go pick up meds for my dog, and I gotta go just do a bunch of other stuff. And I've been here for a long time, so good luck for the last match. Yep, that's on twitch.tv/rainbow6. If you guys want to watch that last best of 3 map. I will be back on tomorrow. Fromage gets back, but not until the evening. So I'll be back on tomorrow streaming as normal. R6 stress has dwindled. The PC swap is gonna wait. There's Fromage getting back, and it's just one thing after another. And also Rhea's still pretty sick, so it's fine. It works fine. It's just the only thing is that if I want to restart my computer, I have to unplug all the monitors. But other than that, it's great. I'll see you all in the morning. Marb, thanks for the 46-month resub. Have a really good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.